Tonight you are exactly where you need to be. You've found your way to a quiet little corner of the night, where the world slows down, the stars begin to whisper, and soft stories drift like moonlight through the dark. I'm so glad you're here. Before we begin tonight's story, I just want to gently ask, if you find comfort in these bedtime moments, it would mean the world if you'd take a second to like this video, subscribe, or even share it with someone else who could use a little peace. Your support helps keep this cozy space glowing night after night. Now settle in, let the day melt away, and let's begin. The attic smelled of dust and time, a mixture of mothballs and aged paper that transported me back to childhood summers spent at Grandma Lillian's house. I ran my fingers along the wooden beams, memories floating up like the dust motes caught in the golden afternoon light streaming through the attic window. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, just a spark, something to reignite my creativity. For weeks, my food blog had been stagnant. The excitement I once felt while testing new recipes had faded, and every dish I created seemed uninspired. Mia and Luis, my best friends and my most loyal taste testers, had been gentle in their encouragement, but I knew they saw it too. I was stuck. The passion that once fueled my cooking had simmered down to routine. I needed something more, something real. That's why I was here, rummaging through the attic of the house my grandmother had left behind. Grandma Lillian had been a legend in our small town, her recipes spoken about with reverence, yet she had stopped sharing them in her later years. Even as I had begged her to pass them down to me, she would just smile, her blue eyes twinkling with mischief, and say, "Some things need to be found at the right time, Emma." I sighed, brushing a stray cobweb from my sleeve, and then, tucked away in an old wooden chest, I saw it. A small tin box, its floral design faded, edges worn from years of use. My breath caught. I lifted the lid, my fingers trembling. Inside were stacks of yellowed index cards, each one filled with my grandmother's elegant handwriting. Recipes. So many of them. Some I remembered from my childhood, the peach cobbler she made every summer, the comforting chicken stew for cold winter nights. But there were others I had never seen before, each labeled with dates and little notes. My heart pounded as I picked up the first card. The edges were smudged, and in the corner she had scribbled, "For the first autumn wind." I could almost hear her voice, warm and teasing. I had to make this. Back in my kitchen, I spread the card on the counter, inhaling deeply. The scent of cinnamon and apples filled the air as I peeled and sliced. Each step felt like a connection to the past, to my grandmother's hands that had done the same before me. As the pie baked, golden crust forming under the heat of the oven, I drafted my blog post, writing about the discovery of the recipe box, about my grandmother's legacy, and the simple magic of a homemade apple pie. I hit publish with little expectation, thinking only of honoring her memory. By the next morning, my phone was buzzing incessantly. Mia's excited voice greeted me the moment I picked up. "Emma, have you seen your blog?" Still half asleep, I fumbled to open my laptop. My post had gone viral. Thousands of comments poured in, people reminiscing about their own grandmother's recipes, sharing their family traditions, asking for more. Tears pricked my eyes. For the first time in a long time, I felt something stir inside me. Excitement. Purpose. Maybe, just maybe, this forgotten recipe box was exactly what I needed to find my way back to what I loved. I stood in my grandmother's old kitchen, the scent of rosemary and butter lingering in the air, flipping through the pages of her worn recipe book. The more I cooked from it, the more I felt her presence. Each smudge of flour, each handwritten correction in the margins. It was like she was guiding me, whispering memories through ink and parchment. Then, I noticed something new. In the margin of the recipe for her famous braised lamb, there was a note in her delicate cursive. My heart clenched. Who was Henry? I'd thought I knew everyone important in Grandma Lillian's life, but these little messages suggested otherwise. I flipped through more pages, finding similar notes. Noah. I blinked at the name, my heart thudding unexpectedly. It had been years since I'd thought of him, but there it was, proof that he had once sat at my grandmother's table, eating her meals, laughing in this very room. The thought followed me the rest of the evening. I barely noticed the time passing until a soft knock at the door pulled me from my thoughts. Wiping my hands on my apron, I opened it to find Mrs. Thompson, my grandmother's elderly neighbor, standing there with a knowing smile. "I smelled that lamb from across the yard," she said, stepping inside before I could invite her. "You're making Lillian proud, dear." I grinned. "I hope so. She left behind quite the legacy." Mrs. Thompson settled herself at the kitchen table, eyeing the recipe book I'd left open. She certainly did, and not just in the food. I sat across from her. "What do you mean?" She traced a finger over the pages, her expression soft. "Did you know Lillian used to host Sunday suppers?" I shook my head. "I remember family dinners, but nothing beyond that." "Oh, it was more than just family. She invited everyone. The lonely, the newcomers, the folks who had nowhere else to go. This kitchen, this house, it was a sanctuary." Mrs. Thompson smiled wistfully. "It was the highlight of the week for so many of us." A warm, bittersweet ache filled my chest. I could almost see it. Grandma Lillian at the stove, her laughter ringing through the house, guests filling every available space, plates passed hand to hand. Mrs. Thompson patted my hand. "Maybe it's time for you to bring it back." The idea took root immediately. It felt right, like something I was meant to do. And with my blog gaining traction, I already had an audience eager to share in this journey. Why not invite them into something even bigger? By the next morning I had a plan. I posted an invitation on my blog. The response was overwhelming. Messages poured in, some from strangers who had stumbled onto my blog, others from people who had known my grandmother and wanted to relive those cherished evenings. And then, buried among the comments, one made my breath catch. "Noah, Noah." I stared at the screen, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. We hadn't spoken in years, not since we'd let life pull us in opposite directions. But here he was, reaching out, even if just through a simple comment. I hesitated before typing a response. I hit send before I could second-guess myself. As the days passed and preparations for the supper took over my every waking moment, I wondered if he'd actually show up. Sunday arrived faster than I expected. I spent the morning cooking, filling the house with the scents of roasted meats, fresh bread, and simmering sauces. Guests trickled in, laughter and conversation spilling into the warm evening air. Faces both familiar and new gathered around the table, just like they had in Grandma's time. And then, just as I was about to give up on seeing him, there he was, standing in the doorway looking almost exactly as I remembered, except older, different in a way I couldn't quite place. Our eyes met, and he smiled. "You weren't kidding about the garlic." I laughed, the past and present colliding in a single moment. Maybe this was more than just a meal. Steam curled upward as I pulled the baking dish from the oven, the rich scent of rosemary and thyme filling my kitchen. The golden brown skin of the chicken glistened under the dim light, its juices pooling beneath, promising a tenderness I had perfected over years of trial and error. Savory herb chicken. I hadn't made this dish in years, not since Noah. My hands trembled slightly as I placed the dish on the counter. The aroma stirred something deep inside me, a mixture of nostalgia and regret. Noah and I had crafted this recipe together, perfecting every detail, dreaming of the day we'd serve it in our own little cafe. We spent hours testing different herbs, debating the merits of slow roasting versus pan-searing, laughing when a particularly ambitious batch turned to charred ruin. But our dreams had diverged, and so had we. I swallowed the lump in my throat and busied myself arranging the dinner table. Tonight's community dinner was my first since moving back home, a way to reconnect with familiar faces and perhaps make peace with the past. I never expected to see Noah again. Our lives had taken such different paths. A knock at the door signaled the arrival of my guests. One by one they trickled in, filling my home with laughter and warm conversation. Plates were passed, glasses clinked, and for a while the past seemed like a distant echo. And then he walked in. Noah. My breath caught as our eyes met across the room. He looked almost the same, yet different. His dark hair a little longer, his stance a little more assured. His hazel eyes, once so familiar, held something unreadable as they flickered over me. Then to the dish at the center of the table. "Emma," he said, his voice quiet, careful. "Noah." My heart pounded. The room, which had been buzzing with conversation, seemed to hush just slightly. He stepped forward, his gaze drifting back to the chicken. A small, almost wistful smile touched his lips. "You made it," he said. I nodded, suddenly unsure of what to say. Did he mean the meal? The dinner? The life I had built without him? He hesitated before pulling out a chair, and I exhaled, relieved that he wasn't going to turn and leave. We ate, surrounded by the murmur of voices, but the space between us felt charged with words unsaid. When most of the guests had trickled out, Lingering only to exchange goodbyes, Noah stayed. He pushed his plate back and leaned forward slightly. "This tastes exactly how I remember," he said, his fingers tracing the rim of his glass. "You didn't change a thing. I didn't need to." I met his gaze, searching for something, an answer, a reassurance I wasn't sure. It was perfect as it was. He exhaled a quiet laugh. "I used to think so too." A silence stretched between us, not uncomfortable, but heavy with memory. I cleared my throat. "How have you been?" He took a moment before answering. "Busy. The restaurant keeps me on my toes." I nodded, already knowing he had opened the place we once dreamed of together. It had stung when I first heard, but now, sitting across from him, I realized the bitterness had faded. "And you?" he asked, studying me carefully. "I'm figuring things out." I offered a small smile. "This dinner was part of that." He nodded, glancing around. "It suits you, bringing people together." I hesitated before asking, "Why did you come, Noah?" He looked down as if searching for the right words. "I heard about the dinner. I wasn't sure if I should come, but when I saw the menu, I had to." I swallowed hard. "For the food?" "For the memory." His eyes lifted to mine, something raw flickering there. "For you." The words settled between us, fragile yet undeniable. I felt the weight of the years between then and now, the mistakes, the choices, the longing. I could have looked away, pretended this moment meant nothing, but I didn't. Instead, I met his gaze and said softly, "Then I'm glad you came." And for the first time in years, it felt like something lost had found its way back to us. The faded paper trembled slightly in my hands as I stared at the list of ingredients, my mind racing with possibilities. Flour, sugar, cinnamon, nutmeg, a blend of warmth and nostalgia. But it was the last line that unsettled me. "For the ones we love." A recipe with no name, a mystery hidden in plain sight. I traced my fingers over the ink, worn and smudged in places, as if touched by time and love alike. This had to be one of Grandma's, one of her best-kept secrets, a piece of her that she had never shared with anyone. Why had she left it behind for me? And more importantly, what was missing? I needed answers. The first person I thought to ask was Mrs. Dawson, who had spent decades working alongside Grandma in the bakery. When I arrived at the shop, the scent of freshly baked bread and vanilla filled the air, wrapping around me like a familiar embrace. Mrs. Dawson greeted me with a warm, knowing smile. "Emma, dear, it's good to see you. Your grandmother would be so proud." I hesitated before placing the recipe on the counter. "I found this in her old cookbook. Do you recognize it?" She adjusted her glasses and peered down at the page, her brows knit together in concentration. "It looks familiar, but no name? That's unusual." "Exactly, and I think something is missing." She tapped her chin. "Your grandmother was always experimenting, always perfecting. If this was left unfinished, she must have meant for you to discover the missing piece." My heart clenched at the thought. But how do I figure it out? Mrs. Dawson patted my hand. Talk to the people who knew her best. Listen to their stories. You'll find the answer where you least expect it. The search took me across town, from the bustling farmer's market to the cozy corner cafe where Grandma used to sip her morning coffee. Everyone had a memory, a story, a small detail that made my heart swell with warmth and grief in equal measure. But no one knew the missing ingredient. And then there was Noah. I found him at the orchard, tending to rows of apple trees, his hands deftly plucking ripe fruit. Seeing him again sent a familiar ripple through me, one I wasn't sure I wanted to acknowledge. He glanced up, his eyes catching mine. Emma. Noah. I held up the recipe, pretending my heart wasn't racing. I need your help. His lips quirked in amusement as he wiped his hands on a cloth. Now that's something I don't hear every day. I rolled my eyes but couldn't suppress my smile. It's one of Grandma's, but I think something's missing, and I can't figure out what. He took the paper from me, studying it carefully. This feels familiar. Hope flickered in my chest. Really? He nodded slowly. I remember your grandmother making something like this when I was a kid. She called it her love recipe. My breath caught. Love? He grinned. Yeah, said it only worked if you made it for someone you truly cared about. I exhaled a shaky laugh. That sounds like her. We spent the next few days experimenting, recreating the recipe over and over, adjusting measurements and flavors. Flour dusted my clothes, cinnamon lingered in the air, and laughter I hadn't heard in so long, filled the space between us. But it wasn't just about the recipe, it was the way Noah looked at me when he thought I wasn't paying attention. The way my heart skipped every time his fingers brushed mine. The way memories, old and buried, resurfaced like a tide I couldn't hold back. I hesitated, afraid of making the same mistakes, afraid of what it meant to let someone back in. You overthink everything, Noah said one evening as we sat on the porch, the smell of warm apples and spice curling around us. I sighed. And you don't think enough. He nudged me playfully. Maybe, but your grandmother always told me something important. I raised an eyebrow. And what's that? She said the best things in life require a little risk. He turned to me then, his gaze steady. That includes love, Emma. My breath hitched, and for a moment I forgot how to respond. The town was abuzz with anticipation. I had shared snippets of our journey online, and people were eager to see the final reveal. A celebration was planned at the bakery, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I was exactly where I needed to be. The night before the big event, I stood in the kitchen staring at the finished pastry. Golden, aromatic, filled with warmth and something deeper than just ingredients. I finally understood. The missing ingredient wasn't something I could measure or mix. It was love. And maybe, just maybe, it had been in front of me all along. The scent of rosemary and simmering broth filled the air, wrapping around me like a warm embrace. I stood in the community kitchen, my hands steady as I ladled the thick, rich stew into serving bowls. This was it, the culmination of months of work, of countless failed attempts, of moments when I thought I'd never get it right. But here it was, perfect at last. The door swung open, and the sounds of laughter and chatter from the dining hall spilled into the kitchen. People were already gathering, neighbors, old friends, even a few familiar faces from my blog who had traveled just for this meal. It was overwhelming in the best possible way. "Emma, we need more bowls out front." Noah's voice cut through my thoughts, gentle yet urgent. I turned to see him standing by the counter, sleeves rolled up, a smudge of flour on his cheek. Even after all this time, he still had that same effect on me. The way his presence could steady me and send my heart racing all at once. I handed him a tray of steaming bowls, our fingers brushing for the briefest moment. "On it," I said, forcing myself to focus on the task at hand. But the warmth of that touch lingered. As I carried another tray out into the hall, the sight before me nearly stole my breath. People had gathered around long wooden tables, the low hum of conversation blending with clinking spoons and bursts of laughter. Families, friends, even strangers sharing a meal together. This was why I cooked. This was why I had spent so many late nights perfecting this recipe. Because food had the power to bring people together. Noah appeared beside me, placing a fresh tray on the table. He caught my eye and smiled. "It's a hit," he said, nodding toward an older couple who were quietly savoring their meal, hands clasped together between bites. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. "It is, isn't it?" For a moment we stood there together, side by side, watching as the community filled the space with warmth. It felt like home in a way I hadn't experienced in a long time. Noah shifted slightly, his voice quieter now. "Emma," he said, glancing down at his hands before looking back up at me. "I never stopped loving you." The words hung between us, as tangible as the steam rising from the bowls on the table. My heart pounded. I swallowed hard, searching his face for hesitation, for doubt. But there was none. Only quiet certainty. My instinct was to pull away, to protect myself. I had been hurt before, but standing here, seeing what we had built together, feeling the steady warmth of his presence beside me, I realized something. Love, like the perfect dish, took patience, the right ingredients, a little faith. I took a breath, let the moment settle. "Neither did I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. His eyes softened, and for the first time in a long time I felt the weight I had been carrying ease just a little. The noise of the dinner faded into the background as we stood there, our unspoken promise hanging between us. Maybe we didn't have all the answers yet, but we had this. We had a second chance. And as I looked around the room, at the faces of people brought together by a meal, at the warmth of shared laughter, I knew that sometimes the best things in life were the ones worth waiting for. Noah reached for my hand, and this time I didn't pull away. We had a lot to figure out, but for tonight we had each other, and that was enough. The scent of freshly ground coffee and the faintest hint of cinnamon swirled through the air as I wiped down the counter. Mia and Leo's Cat Cafe was, in my opinion, the best place in town. Warm, inviting, and home to at least a dozen cats waiting to be adopted. Every day the cafe buzzed with life. College students huddled over their laptops, retirees lingered over cups of tea, and families brought their children to giggle at the playful kittens weaving between table legs. It was exactly the kind of place that felt like home. So when Ethan Reynolds started showing up daily, scowling at the world as if he had been personally wronged by the existence of adorable kittens and the smell of espresso, I couldn't help but be a little intrigued. It had started a few weeks ago. He had walked in, tall and brooding, wearing a worn leather jacket that smelled faintly of rain. He had ordered a black coffee, no sugar, no cream, and then grumbled under his breath when Leo, my best friend and co-owner, offered him a complimentary kitten cuddle with his drink. "I'm here to write, not play babysitter to a bunch of furballs," Ethan had said, dropping into the corner booth and pulling out a battered notebook. That had set the tone for every visit since. Every day, Ethan arrived like clockwork, scowled at the kittens, complained about the noise, and ordered the same thing. It was as if he was punishing himself by coming here, yet he never failed to show up. Leo and I had a silent agreement to keep an eye on him. He was clearly a writer in distress, the kind of writer who had probably once thrived on coffee shop inspiration, but now found himself too tangled in his own mind to make sense of the words. "He's a classic case of writer's block," Leo whispered to me one afternoon as we watched Ethan glare at Biscuit, a particularly mischievous tabby who had taken to perching on his table. "Maybe he just hates cats," I murmured back. "No one hates cats. He's just pretending." I wasn't sure, but I was starting to believe Leo was right, especially after the day Whiskers and Biscuit decided to steal Ethan's notebook. It had started as a typical afternoon. Ethan hunched over his notebook, pen tapping rhythmically against the paper, a frown tugging at the corners of his mouth. I was behind the counter, humming along to the jazz music playing softly through the speakers, when I noticed Whiskers and Biscuit slinking toward his booth. Biscuit jumped onto the table first, as bold as ever, knocking over Ethan's coffee in the process. He cursed, but before he could shoo the kitten away, Whiskers grabbed the notebook between her teeth and leaped off the table. "Hey!" Ethan shot up, his chair scraping against the floor as he lunged after them. Biscuit, always eager to join in on the chaos, took this as an invitation to play. With a delighted chirp, he pounced on the notebook, batting it around like a toy. Pages fluttered and ink smudged as the two kittens turned Ethan's precious notes into their latest amusement. I rushed over, trying and failing to stifle my laughter. "Whiskers, Biscuit, drop it." They did not. If anything, Whiskers doubled down, running in gleeful circles as Ethan chased her around the cafe. Leo, who had been watching from behind the espresso machine, burst out laughing. "I think they've adopted your story, Ethan." "Not funny," Ethan grumbled, but there was no real heat behind his words. He finally managed to scoop up Whiskers, who squirmed for a moment before deciding Ethan made a decent enough perch. She promptly curled up in the crook of his arm, purring. I watched, fascinated, as the tension in Ethan's shoulders melted just a little. He looked down at the kitten with an expression I'd never seen on him before. Soft, almost bewildered. Biscuit, not to be outdone, hopped onto the booth and stared at him expectantly. With a resigned sigh, Ethan scratched behind Biscuit's ears. "Your trouble, you know that?" Biscuit purred louder. Leo nudged me. "Told you, he doesn't hate cats." Ethan didn't even argue. He just sat down, Whiskers still cradled in his arm, and shook his head. They're absolute menaces. But cute menaces, I pointed out. He exhaled, rubbing his temple. Yeah, fine. Cute menaces. That was the moment something shifted. After that, Ethan's visits became less about glaring at the world and more about subtle interactions with the kittens. He still grumbled, of course, but I noticed the way he let Whiskers curl up beside him while he wrote, or how Biscuit would steal his pen, and instead of snapping, Ethan would simply sigh and retrieve it like it was a game they played. And then there was the day he brought treats. I didn't comment on it, just watched as he awkwardly held out a small cat treat to Whiskers, who took it happily before nuzzling against his hand. He muttered something about not making a big deal out of it, but Leo and I exchanged a knowing glance. One evening, when the cafe was quieter than usual, I found Ethan still sitting in his usual booth long after closing time. He was staring down at his notebook, the pages filled with fresh ink. I brought over a cup of tea instead of coffee and slid into the seat across from him. Good writing day? He looked up, almost startled, then down at Whiskers, who was dozing on his lap. Yeah, actually. He hesitated, then let out a breath. I haven't had one of those in a long time. I smiled. Glad to hear it. He glanced around the cafe, then shook his head. This place is ridiculous. The kittens, the people, the fact that you guys somehow convinced me to willingly interact with them. I tilted my head. And yet, here you are. He huffed a laugh. Yeah, here I am. It wasn't an admission, not exactly, but it didn't need to be, because I saw the way he absent-mindedly stroked Whiskers' fur, the way his scowl had softened over the weeks, the way his notebook was no longer blank. Ethan Reynolds, best-selling author with an infamous case of writer's block, had found a cure, and it had whiskers and a purr. I had never seen Ethan so frustrated before. He wasn't just stuck. He was stranded in the middle of a creative desert, parched for inspiration. His usual fire, the spark that lit up his eyes when a new idea took hold, had dulled into something weary and tired. Leo and I weren't about to let him wither away in his creative drought. Not if we could help it. Our first attempts were subtle. At the cafe where Ethan always worked, we strategically placed books with timeless love stories near his favorite table. We made sure the playlist had just enough romance to seep into his subconscious, soulful melodies about longing, connection, and fate. Leo even introduced him to a few quirky regulars, the kind of characters who practically wrote themselves into stories. But nothing worked. He'd stare at his screen, rub his temples, and sigh heavily. Then one evening, just as I was about to wave the white flag of surrender, I noticed something, rather, someone. Sophie, the charming librarian with a quiet grace and an infectious laugh, had just walked in. Ethan's fingers, which had been frozen over his keyboard, suddenly twitched. His eyes followed her without meaning to, his lips pressing together like he was fighting an involuntary smile. Leo caught my eye. I grinned. Maybe Ethan didn't just need inspiration. Maybe he needed love. From that moment on, our mission changed. Leo and I became matchmakers. Not the obvious kind, no. We weren't about to throw them into some cliché rom-com scenario where they accidentally bumped into each other and spilled coffee all over their clothes. No, we were much more sophisticated than that. First, we made sure Sophie had every reason to linger in the cafe. I started asking her about book recommendations whenever she passed by, striking up conversations that kept her near Ethan's table just long enough for him to overhear. Leo subtly encouraged her to try the cafe's special drinks, conveniently bringing them out right when Ethan happened to be looking up. Next, we nudged Ethan in her direction. One afternoon, I accidentally left a copy of one of Sophie's favorite books on his table. When he picked it up and flipped through it, Sophie's voice floated over. "Oh, you're reading that?" Ethan looked up, startled, his usual guarded expression softening. Yeah, it was just... here." She smiled, pushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "It's one of my favorites. If you like it, I can recommend others." I held my breath. Ethan hesitated, but then, finally, he nodded. "Yeah, I'd like that. Progress." Leo and I high-fived under the counter. Over the next few weeks, the connection between Ethan and Sophie grew in small, unspoken ways. He started sitting closer to the shelves where she often browsed, pretending not to notice when she glanced his way. She began showing up just as he was ordering, coincidentally picking the same table nearby. Their conversations, at first hesitant, became longer, warmer. One evening, Ethan stayed late at the cafe, fingers dancing over his keyboard in a way they hadn't in months. I snuck a peek at his screen. A love story. Leo and I didn't say a word. We just watched as inspiration, no, something even better, began to take hold of him again. Ethan was writing, and maybe, just maybe, falling in love. The storm had settled into a gentle drizzle by the time Ethan and Sophie left the cafe together. I watched them from my corner seat, barely containing a triumphant grin as Leo nudged me under the table. "It worked," he whispered, his voice smug. I nodded, watching as Ethan held his coat over Sophie's head, guiding her through the wet streets. They were talking. Actually talking, and for once Ethan didn't look like he wanted to escape. I let out a slow breath. Progress. Leo leaned back, stretching his arms. "Told you. A few well-placed coincidences, and even the most stubborn hearts can bend." I rolled my eyes. "It wasn't just the coincidences, Leo. It was persistence. And a little bit of feline intervention." As if summoned, Whiskers hopped onto our table, his tail flicking my teacup dangerously close to the edge. Biscuit, not to be outdone, decided to pounce onto Leo's lap, sending his half-eaten croissant to the floor. Leo groaned, scooping up the squirming cat. "You're lucky you're cute, Biscuit." I rubbed Whiskers behind the ears, my mind drifting back to Ethan and Sophie. I'd spent weeks observing them, testing ways to bring them into each other's orbit without them realizing. At first, Ethan had resisted. He kept to himself, scribbling away in his leather-bound notebook, barely sparing a glance at Sophie, no matter how many times she ended up in his vicinity. Sophie, on the other hand, had always been warm, always willing to engage, even when Ethan responded with little more than grunts and polite nods. Then came the pastry incident, a casual slip of information. Sophie's love for almond croissants had led to a carefully orchestrated placement of the treat beside Ethan's usual black coffee. He'd barely noticed the first time, but by the third, his curiosity got the better of him. "Is someone messing with the pastry display?" he'd asked one day, squinting at the counter as if the baked goods had conspired against him. Sophie, conveniently standing next to him, had laughed. Or maybe the universe is telling you to expand your horizons. He'd given her a skeptical glance, but then, to my utter delight, he had ordered one. Small moments like that had built up over time. Sophie borrowing books from the cafe's reading shelf and conveniently choosing the ones Ethan had previously read. Whiskers knocking over Sophie's tea, forcing Ethan to hand her a napkin and engage in an awkward, adorable exchange. Biscuit escaping onto Ethan's table, rubbing against his hand until he reluctantly scratched behind her ears, unknowingly softening in Sophie's presence. And now, here we were. Ethan was walking Sophie home, voluntarily. Leo must have sensed my excitement because he chuckled, tossing a sugar packet at me. "You should play matchmaker professionally. You've got a talent for it." I scoffed, catching the packet. "Please, this was a one-time thing. Besides, Ethan is impossible." "Difficult," I corrected. "But not impossible. He just needed a push. And Sophie? Well, she was always ready to catch him." Outside, the rain had picked up again, the streetlights casting a golden glow over the glistening pavement. I watched as Sophie laughed at something Ethan said, her hand briefly touching his arm. He didn't pull away. Instead, he tilted his head, his expression softening in a way I'd never seen before. I exhaled, feeling something warm settle in my chest. Maybe love really was just a series of well-placed coincidences and a couple of meddling cats. I knew Ethan was prone to overthinking, but this was another level. Just when things were finally looking up, his novel was coming together. Sophie was softening him in ways none of us thought possible. He had to go and Ethan it all up. Classic. First, he started pulling away from Sophie. I saw it happening in slow motion, like a scene in one of those black and white films he secretly loved but would never admit to watching. He answered her texts later and later, his responses turning from thoughtful to one-word replies. Then came the inevitable excuses. Too much work, too tired, too something. Sophie, being the stubborn optimist she was, tried to reach him. But you can't talk sense into someone who's already convinced they don't deserve happiness. Then the manuscript went missing. I was the one who found the first page, wedged under the couch, thanks to the crime syndicate of sneaky paws in my apartment. Leo had been cat-sitting for Ethan while he sulked, and, apparently, Ethan's pages made for excellent toys. It took a bit of searching, under the fridge, in a shoebox, crumpled up in a plant pot, but we pieced together most of his novel, and that's when we saw it. Ethan's book wasn't just about some fictional, grumpy author. It was about him falling for Sophie. Only, in the story, the protagonist actually let himself have a happy ending. That settled it. If Ethan wouldn't fight for his own story, we would. "This is either the most brilliant idea we've ever had or the dumbest thing we've ever done," Leo said, squinting at the banner Sophie was hanging up outside the cafe. "It's definitely somewhere in between," I admitted, stepping back to admire our handiwork. The cafe was decked out exactly as Ethan had described in his book, down to the mismatched chairs and the small wooden shelf stuffed with old novels. Even the sign above the door now read, "The Grumpy Author's Cat Cafe," just as he had written it. We'd roped in nearly half the town to help pull this off. Sophie's idea, of course. If Ethan wanted to push people away, we'd make it impossible for him to ignore that he was loved. Sophie stood in the middle of the cafe, nervously adjusting the chalkboard sign. Today's special, a plot twist for Ethan. What if he hates it? Then he can deal with it, Leo said. But I don't think he will. I didn't either. The moment Ethan saw this, he'd have no choice but to acknowledge the truth, that love, like a great story, isn't about control. It's about taking risks. And sometimes it's about letting a few sneaky kittens steal your manuscript so your friends can remind you of what really matters. Now all we had to do was get Ethan through the door. The cafe hums with warmth, the scent of cinnamon and fresh coffee blending with the murmur of voices and soft laughter. Fairy lights twinkle from the rafters, casting a golden glow over the bustling room. My heart pounds as I watch Ethan push through the door, his eyes widening at the sight before him. Every single person in town has gathered here, each holding a page of his story. Some pages are creased, some smudged with fingerprints, signs of love, of words read and reread. Leo nudges my elbow, grinning. He didn't see this coming. No, he didn't. None of us did. When Ethan left months ago, lost in his own doubts, I feared he wouldn't return. But here he is, standing at the threshold, his expression a mix of shock and something deeper, something tender. His gaze sweeps over the crowd, landing on Sophie. She's standing by the counter, her apron dusted with flour, a smudge of icing on her wrist. She's the picture of comfort and home, and for the first time I see the realization settle in his eyes. This is his place. This is his story. Silence hangs between them for a moment, and then he steps forward. Sophie. His voice is raw, unguarded. He stops, looking down at the page in her hands. Then, taking a shaky breath, he lifts his eyes to hers. I love you. The words ripple through the cafe, soft gasps and smiles blooming around us. My chest tightens, my throat thick with emotion. Sophie, ever so steady, blinks once, twice, and then she smiles. A slow, radiant thing that lights up the entire room. You took your time, she teases, but her voice is thick, her fingers gripping the page like it's the only thing tethering her to the moment. Ethan lets out a breathless laugh. I got lost in the plot. She steps forward, closing the space between them. Well, let's start a new chapter together then. When he kisses her, the cafe erupts into cheers. Leo whoops beside me, and I find myself grinning, blinking against the happy sting in my eyes. Even Whiskers and Biscuit, ever the watchful matchmakers, curl up contentedly in Ethan's lap as he finally takes a seat. As the night unfolds, the cafe remains alive with joy, with laughter. New kittens scamper around, weaving between ankles, finding their forever homes. Sophie and Ethan steal glances, their hands brushing as they move around each other like they've always belonged in the same space. And me? I sit back and watch, the warmth of it all settling deep in my bones. This place, this cafe, it's more than just a setting in a story. It's a home. And for Ethan, for Sophie, for all of us, it's just the beginning. I arrived at the ivy-covered stone cottage just as the sun dipped below the rolling hills, casting everything in a golden haze. My hands trembled as I cut the engine, exhaustion weighing down on me like the overstuffed suitcases in the trunk. The drive from the city had been longer than I anticipated, winding through unfamiliar countryside roads that twisted and turned until I questioned if I'd ever arrive. I'd traded glass towers and morning lattes for silence and green fields. But now that I was here, an unsettling feeling clawed at my chest. Stepping out of the car, the gravel crunched under my feet. The cottage was as charming as I remembered from the listing. Stone walls softened by thick ivy, a wooden door with peeling blue paint, and a garden that had long surrendered to the wild. It smelled of earth and damp leaves, a far cry from the crisp sterility of my high-rise apartment. I inhaled deeply. This was the fresh start I wanted, needed. But as I fumbled for the keys and finally pushed open the stubborn door, doubt settled in. The interior was dim, dust motes swirling in the last rays of light filtering through lace curtains. The furniture was sturdy but aged. The wooden floors creaked with every step, and the kitchen, well, let's just say my old takeout menus wouldn't be much help here. I had no idea where to start. Dropping my bags in the entryway, I rubbed my temples. Slowing down was supposed to be a relief, yet my body thrummed with the restless energy of a woman used to running on deadlines and coffee. I glanced at my phone out of habit. No notifications, no emails, no one needing me. The silence was deafening. A sharp knock at the door startled me. My heart leaped, and for a brief, ridiculous moment I considered not answering. But then I heard a cheerful hum, followed by another, more insistent knock. I opened the door to find an older woman standing there, clutching a basket covered with a floral cloth. Her silver curls framed a face lined with age, but bright with curiosity. She had the air of someone who knew things, particularly things about me, before I even introduced myself. "You must be Lily," she said, her voice warm but firm. "I'm Nell. I live just down the lane." Before I could respond, she bustled past me into the cottage, untying the cloth from her basket. The smell of fresh-baked scones filled the space, and my stomach betrayed me with an audible growl. "Figured you'd be hungry after the drive." She set the basket down on the kitchen table and gave the room an appraising glance. Lord, this place needs some love. I swallowed, suddenly defensive. "Oh, don't you worry. We'll get you sorted." She patted my arm as if we were old friends. "I suppose you don't know a thing about tending a garden." I shook my head and she tutted. "Thought so. And what about the fireplace? Needs a good cleaning before you even think about lighting it." Again I shook my head, and she sighed in a way that was both exasperated and amused. "Bless your heart. City folk always think they can just plop down in the countryside and everything will be quaint and easy." I bristled, but forced a smile. "I'm sure I'll figure it out." "Oh, you will." She handed me a scone, still warm. "But not without some guidance. This place has history, Lily, and history needs tending just like a garden." I took a hesitant bite, buttery, flaky, with a hint of lemon. My defenses wavered. "Thank you." She beamed, satisfied, and rattled off a list of things I'd need. wood for the fireplace, tools for the overgrown garden, proper curtains unless I wanted the whole village peering in. By the time she left, my head spun, and the cottage, once filled with the eerie stillness of abandonment, suddenly felt less lonely. That night, exhaustion finally won, and I collapsed onto the old but sturdy bed in the corner room. The mattress was lumpy, the blankets heavy, but for the first time in a long while, I felt something like peace settling into my bones. Then, just as sleep was pulling me under, I heard it, a rustling outside. I jolted awake, heart hammering. It wasn't the wind. It was heavier, deliberate. My mind raced with possibilities, all of them ridiculous. A bear? A burglar? A ghost? Slowly I crept to the window, lifting the curtain just enough to peek outside. Moonlight bathed the porch, illuminating a small, curled-up shape nestled against the door. A dog. A scruffy, dirt-covered, shaggy-haired dog, fast asleep as if my porch had always been his home. I let out the breath I hadn't realized I was holding. A stray, probably. Lost, hungry. Opening the door as quietly as I could, I stepped outside. The dog's ears twitched, but he didn't stir. Up close he looked rough, his fur tangled, his ribs faintly visible beneath the mess. My heart ached at the sight of him. He reminded me a little of myself, worn out, lost, unsure of where he belonged. I crouched down, careful not to startle him. "Hey, buddy," I whispered. His eyes fluttered open, wary at first, then softening as he took me in. He didn't move, didn't growl, just watched. "Looks like we both ended up here, huh?" His tail gave the tiniest wag, and for the first time since arriving, I felt something loosen inside me. Maybe, just maybe, neither of us had arrived at the wrong place after all. Finn has become my shadow. I wake up to the soft rustling of his paws against the wooden floorboards, the warmth of his scruffy body pressed against my feet as if to say, "Time to start the day." I groan, shifting under the covers, but he is relentless. A wet nose nudges my hand, and before I know it, I'm slipping into my boots, grumbling about how I never asked for a walking companion. The air is crisp, tinged with the scent of damp earth and the salt of the nearby sea. The early morning fog clings to the trees, whispering through the leaves as we meander along the narrow dirt path that curves around the cottage. Finn trots ahead, his tail wagging like a metronome, while I trudge behind, hands stuffed into my coat pockets. I don't know when these walks became routine, but now they feel inevitable. Back at the cottage, I find Nell waiting, her apron already smudged with soil. "Took you long enough," she says with a wink, handing me a pair of gloves. "I thought you'd run away to the city while I wasn't looking." I roll my eyes but slide my hands into the gloves. Not yet. We spend the morning kneeling in the dirt, turning over soil that hasn't been touched in years. The scent of earth surrounds us, rich and damp, clinging to my skin like an old memory. Nell hums as she works, a melody I don't recognize but find oddly soothing. I catch myself enjoying the process. Something about the rhythmic pull of weeds, the careful placement of seedlings, the promise of something new growing in place of what was lost. I don't tell Nell that, of course. She'd be too smug about it. By the time the sun reaches its peak, my arms ache, and my fingernails are lined with dirt. I stretch, wincing slightly, but the sight of the neat little rows we've cultivated makes the effort seem worthwhile. Finn watches from the porch, his head resting on his paws, his golden eyes half-lidded in contentment. "I'd say we earned a break," Nell declares, brushing her hands off on her apron. "You should go to the market, see if James Weston still has that wood he promised you." I hesitate. I had forgotten about that. James Weston, the quiet, steady carpenter who offered to help fix my dilapidated fence. I met him once, briefly, at the market when I was buying fresh bread. He had strong hands, calloused palms, and a quiet sort of presence that made him seem immovable, like the trees in the forest. I hadn't given him an answer about the fence, but now, with Finn's growing curiosity and the way he's taken to poking his nose through the gaps, it seems like a necessity. The market is bustling when I arrive. Stalls are lined with fresh produce, woven baskets, jars of honey that gleam under the sunlight. The scent of fresh herbs and baked bread wraps around me, pulling me deeper into the crowd. I find James where Nell said he'd be, stacking planks of wood onto his cart. "Lily," he greets me, dipping his head slightly. His voice is deep, unhurried. "You decided on the fence?" I nod, shifting my weight. "Yeah, Finn's got a habit of trying to escape, and I'd rather not chase him into the woods every day." A ghost of a smile tugs at his lips. "Wise choice. I can come by tomorrow if that works." "That works." There's a pause, not uncomfortable, just lingering. James studies me for a moment, then reaches for something inside his cart. "Here," he says, handing me a small wooden carving of a dog. Rough, but carefully shaped, the details etched with care. I take it, surprised. "Did you—" "Thought it looked a bit like Finn," he says, as if that explains everything. Then before I can respond, he nods again and turns back to his work. I walk home with the carving tucked into my pocket, feeling its weight with every step. That evening, as I sit on the porch with Finn at my feet, Margot calls. "You're still there?" she says, as if I've defied some natural law. "Still here," she sighs. "Lily, come on. You've had your little retreat. The city's waiting. Work is waiting. You can't just disappear forever." I glance out at the garden, the freshly planted rose swaying gently in the breeze. I feel the warmth of Finn curled against my leg, the carved wooden dog resting in my palm. The night air carries the scent of damp soil, of something new, something growing. "I'm not so sure about that," I say. The scent of rosemary lingered on my fingertips long after the dough was set to rise. It clung to my skin like a whisper of warmth, something grounding, something real. I watched as Nell wiped her hands on her apron and smiled at me, a knowing look in her eyes. "There's nothing quite like fresh bread," she said, patting the counter before stepping away to check on the kettle. I nodded, feeling the stretch in my shoulders where tension used to sit like an unwelcome guest. My days in the cottage had softened me, uncoiled something tightly wound within. I had always moved through life at a frantic pace, but here, kneading dough and pulling weeds, I had found something I hadn't realized I was missing. Stillness. Outside, Finn lay sprawled in the weak winter sunlight, his tail flicking in contentment. He had taken to napping in the same spot in the garden, near the rosemary bush where the earth was soft and warm. I envied his ability to surrender so completely to the present moment. I turned back to the counter, dusting a bit more flour over the waiting dough. It would need time to rise, just as I had needed time to breathe. Nell had taught me that much without ever saying it outright. She had simply handed me a journal one evening and said, "You don't have to write anything profound, just write." So I did. At first, the words came hesitantly, like water trickling from a cracked faucet, but soon they poured out in earnest. Pages filled with thoughts I hadn't let myself dwell on before. The exhaustion I had carried, the expectations I had buckled under, the way silence in the cottage had wrapped around me like a long-forgotten lullaby. That night, the storm rolled in, turning the sky a deep, bruised gray. I could hear the wind whistling through the eaves, rattling the windows like an impatient visitor. I lit candles, their soft glow casting flickering shadows against the walls, and settled by the fire with a cup of tea. I wasn't afraid exactly, but the storm brought a restlessness I couldn't quite shake. A knock at the door startled me. James. He stood on the threshold, rain dripping from his coat, his expression unreadable. "Just checking on you," he said simply, as though it was the most natural thing in the world. I stepped aside, letting him in, the scent of damp earth trailing after him. "The power's out," I told him, gesturing to the candles. "Figured it might be. Thought you could use some company." I busied myself pouring another cup of tea, feeling oddly grateful for his presence. We sat in companionable silence, the fire crackling between us, the storm raging just beyond the walls. I glanced at him then, the candlelight softening the edges of his face. There was something in his eyes, an understanding, quiet and steady, as if he saw past the words I never spoke. I didn't know what to say, so I just sipped my tea and let the silence settle around us, warm as the rising dough waiting in the kitchen. I stretched my legs out on the porch, the warm wood beneath me heated by the afternoon sun. The smell of lavender and rosemary swirled in the breeze, wrapping around me like a familiar embrace. The countryside had become my refuge, my sanctuary, and for the first time in years I felt still, at peace. The hum of bees working in the garden, the distant lowing of cattle, and the occasional bark from Finn. This was the music of my life now. Then my phone pinged. I hesitated before picking it up, already sensing the shift in the air. My heart thudded as I read the name on the screen. Mark Caldwell, my former boss. The one I had walked away from in search of something else. With trembling fingers, I opened the email. "Lily, we need you back. A new opportunity has come up, one you'd be perfect for. Let's talk." Just like that, my carefully built world trembled at its foundation. My mind spun. I had worked for years to earn my place in the city, to be recognized, to feel like I mattered. And now, when I was finally feeling like I belonged here, the life I had left behind was pulling me back. I set my phone down, pressing my fingers against my temples. Maybe I was wasting time in the countryside, Maybe this was just a retreat, a pit stop before returning to where I was supposed to be. My breath hitched at the thought of leaving Finn, the little stone house, the garden, and James. A shiver ran through me. Finn barked, pulling me from my thoughts. Our morning walks had become a ritual, a way to start the day in sync with the land. It grounded me in ways I hadn't expected. I grabbed his leash, trying to shake off the weight of the email, and stepped outside. The forest path was familiar, the rhythm of Finn's paws against the earth soothing. But then, halfway through, Finn darted ahead, disappearing into the trees. "Finn!" Panic flared in my chest. I called again, running after him, the underbrush catching at my clothes. My lungs burned, my heart hammering. I crashed through branches, my vision blurring with fear. The idea of losing him, of this place suddenly feeling empty, was unbearable. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. I stumbled upon an opening in the woods, my breath coming in ragged gasps. And then, there he was. Finn, muddy and grinning, wagging his tail as if nothing had happened. Relief flooded me, but so did something else. The realization that I couldn't leave, that I didn't want to. The very thought of abandoning this life, this peace, twisted my stomach in a way that no city job ever had. I sank onto my knees, wrapping my arms around Finn, inhaling the scent of damp fur and earth. I had become attached, not just to Finn, but to this, the stillness, the rawness of life here, and to James. Nell's voice rang in my head as I sat in her kitchen later that day recounting the morning. She had a way of distilling truths I hadn't yet admitted to myself. Healing isn't about running away, love. It's about choosing what feeds your soul. Her words settled deep within me. I had been running for so long, thinking peace would come from achieving, from proving something. But maybe, just maybe, peace was choosing to stay still. That night I opened Mark's email again. My fingers hovered over the keyboard before I typed. "Thank you, but I've already found what I was looking for." As I hit send, Finn curled up at my feet. The garden swayed outside the window, bathed in moonlight, and I knew I was exactly where I belonged. The crisp morning air carries the scent of earth and late-blooming roses as I step onto the cottage's small porch, a cup of tea warming my hands. The summer is slipping away, but for the first time in years, I don't feel the familiar pressure of its passing. The countdown to reality isn't looming over me like a storm cloud. There's no looming return flight, no deadlines that feel like shackles, no expectation to slip back into a life that never quite fit. Instead, there is this, a slow golden morning in the place that has become home. I watch the garden sway gently in the early breeze. The tomatoes are heavy on their vines. The lavender spills onto the stone path. And the bread in the oven, Finn's favorite, will be ready soon. I feel the warmth of contentment deep in my chest. I made this garden, this home, this version of me who isn't rushing through life but actually living it. My phone buzzes on the table beside me, breaking the stillness. I pick it up, half expecting some tether from my old life to drag me back. Instead, it's an email from the editor of the small lifestyle magazine I had tentatively submitted an essay to. I hesitate before opening it, my heart a little too eager. Lily, we loved your piece. It's just the kind of voice we're looking for. We'd love to publish it. Let's talk about more work soon. A laugh bubbles out of me before I can stop it. I set my tea down, reading the email again just to make sure I'm not imagining it. I've always written in the quiet moments of my life, but I never thought it would amount to anything. But here it is. Proof that I can do this, that I can work on my own terms, that I don't have to give up this life to have a career. A bark sounds in the distance, and moments later, Finn comes bounding into the garden, his tail wagging wildly, his golden fur catching the morning light. He skids to a stop in front of me, his eyes bright with excitement. "What have you been up to?" I ask, scratching behind his ears. He huffs happily before turning toward the village path, as if urging me to follow. I do. The village is waking up slowly, and I savor every familiar sight. Mrs. Aldridge is outside her shop, sweeping fallen leaves from the doorway. She waves as I pass. The bakery smells of cinnamon and warm butter, its windows fogged from the heat of the ovens. The old bookshop owner, Mr. Harrow, nods at me from behind a stack of books. There is something deeply comforting about these routines, these people who have, over the summer, become my people. I'm nearly at the square when I hear my name. Lily. I turn to see James walking toward me, his hands in his pockets, his usual easy smile in place. He stops just in front of me, tilting his head slightly as he studies me. "You look like you belong here," he says after a moment. I smile. I feel like I do. His gaze lingers, and then he nods toward the path leading toward the orchard. "Do you want to stay for autumn?" Autumn. The thought of crisp air, golden leaves, and evenings spent by the fire fills me with something warm and undeniable. I could say yes just to that, to the season, to a little more time, but I know the truth as soon as the question leaves his lips. I'm not just staying for autumn, I'm staying for good. My smile widens as I nod. "I'd love to." James grins, as if he already knew the answer. And maybe deep down so did I. The Library of Forgotten Letters. I wasn't looking for anything in particular when I found the letters. Just another lazy Saturday spent wandering the aisles of the town's old library, where the scent of aged paper and worn leather wrapped around me like a familiar embrace. I had pulled a book from the highest shelf in the history section, a dusty, forgotten tome that hadn't seen the light of day in years. As I flipped through its yellowed pages, a small bundle of folded parchment slipped out and fluttered to the ground. My curiosity was instantly piqued. Kneeling, I carefully gathered the papers. The ink, though faded, still carried the looping elegance of old-fashioned penmanship. My fingers trembled as I unfolded the first sheet. Dearest Margaret, every day I am away from you, I count the hours until I can see you again. You are the rhythm in my heart, the air in my lungs. I love you more than I have ever loved anything, and I only wish to be by your side always. Yours forever, Henry. My breath hitched. It was a love letter, a real honest-to-God love letter from another era, tucked away inside a book that likely hadn't been checked out in decades. I glanced at the second letter, then the third. Each one addressed to someone different. Margaret, Ruth, Evelyn. The pages were filled with longing, devotion, and confessions of love so deep they felt almost sacred. But none of them bore an address. None of them had been sent. A mystery unfolded before me, and I couldn't ignore it. The name at the bottom of each letter was the same, Henry Whitmore. With the stack of letters clutched tightly in my hand, I made my way to the front desk. Miss Evelyn, the elderly librarian who had worked here since what felt like the dawn of time, peered at me over the rims of her glasses. "Something on your mind, dear?" she asked, noting my bewildered expression. I hesitated, then placed the letters on the counter. "Do you know anything about a Henry Whitmore?" She frowned and shook her head. "Not off the top of my head. But if you're looking for someone who might remember, Jimmy Lawson would be your best bet." I knew of Jimmy Lawson. Everyone did. He had been the town's postman for over 40 years before retiring. If anyone knew the names and stories tied to this town, it would be him. The next morning, I found myself at Jimmy's doorstep, the letters tucked neatly into an envelope. The old man answered on the second knock, his weathered face splitting into a grin when he saw me. "Well, if it isn't Mariah, what brings you to my neck of the woods?" "I need your help," I admitted, holding up the letters. His eyes narrowed as he took the envelope from me, his fingers brushing over the worn paper. He pulled out the top letter and read it silently. A moment later, he let out a soft chuckle. "Henry Whitmore," he mused, shaking his head. "Now there's a name I haven't heard in years." "You knew him?" I asked, my excitement mounting. "Knew of him," Jimmy corrected. "He was a young man back in the 50s, kept to himself mostly, but folks always whispered about him being in love with one of the town girls. No one ever knew which one, though." I swallowed. "These letters, they were never sent." Jimmy exhaled, his expression turning thoughtful. "Maybe he was afraid, or maybe it just wasn't meant to be." I couldn't accept that. Love like this didn't deserve to be forgotten. These words were meant for someone, even if time had buried them beneath layers of dust and lost memories. "Would you help me find out what happened to him?" I asked, hope lacing my words. Jimmy studied me for a long moment before nodding. "All right, Mariah. Let's see if we can give these letters the endings they deserve." The search led us to old town records, faded newspaper clippings, and conversations with people who still remembered the name Henry Whitmore. We discovered that Henry had once worked at the hardware store on Main Street, that he had a fondness for poetry, and that he had indeed been in love. But who had captured his heart? It was Miss Evelyn who finally led us to the answer. She pursed her lips when I brought up Henry's name again, then sighed as if recalling a long-buried sorrow. "Henry was a good man," she said. "He loved deeply, but he was also a man bound by circumstance." "What do you mean?" I pressed. "There was a girl," she admitted softly. "Margaret Jennings. I nearly gasped. The first name on the letters. They were sweet on each other, Evelyn continued. But Margaret's parents didn't approve. They wanted her to marry someone with a stable future. And Henry, well, he didn't have much to his name back then. So, what happened? Margaret's family moved away before Henry ever had the chance to tell her how he felt. The weight of the words settled deep in my chest. He had loved her, truly loved her, and never had the chance to say it. Instead, he had poured his heart into letters that had never found their way to her hands. But it wasn't too late. With Jimmy's help, I tracked down an address for Margaret Jennings. She was now Margaret Hayes, living 2 towns over. Her voice trembled when I called her, and when I mentioned Henry's name, there was silence. Then, in the softest whisper, she said, "He never wrote me." I met her in person that afternoon, and when I placed the letters in her hands, tears welled in her eyes. She traced the ink with delicate fingers, as if touching something precious and fragile. "He loved you," I told her, "more than you ever knew." Margaret looked up at me, her expression a mixture of sorrow and gratitude. "I loved him too," she confessed, and I never stopped wondering what might have been. As she read the letters, I saw something change in her, a piece of her past mending, a love story given a voice after so many silent years. And though time had stolen their chance, Henry's words had finally found their way home. Sometimes love doesn't need an ending, it just needs to be known. The moment Eleanor Hastings's trembling fingers brushed against the letter, I saw the years fall away from her. For an instant, she wasn't the stern, elderly woman with silver hair and eyes sharp as flint. She was a girl, standing at the edge of lost love, staring at something she never thought she'd see. Her lips parted, but no words came. Instead, she traced the edges of the envelope as if testing its reality. The moment stretched between us, fragile as a thread of silk, until finally her voice, hoarse, trembling, broke the silence. "Where did you find this?" "In an old box at an estate sale," I said, careful not to rush her. "There were dozens of them, all addressed to you." She looked up sharply, and the weight of a lifetime settled back into her features. "That can't be true. Henry never wrote to me." I hesitated before speaking, afraid of how much I might undo. "He did, Eleanor. He wrote to you again and again. But the letters were never sent." Her breath caught. "Never sent?" She whispered it, as if trying to make sense of the words. Then, with hands steadier than I expected, she broke the seal and unfolded the first letter. Her eyes scanned the faded ink, the elegant slant of Henry's handwriting, and the walls she had so carefully built around her memories began to crumble. "My dearest Eleanor," she read aloud, her voice thick with emotion. "I have written you 100 letters, and still I am a coward. I send none of them, because I fear your answer, and yet I am more afraid of your silence. I left you, but not by choice. If I had known the depth of my own heart, I never would have let you go." She stopped, swallowing hard, and pressed the letter to her chest. The room seemed smaller, filled with the weight of what could have been. I waited, uncertain if she wanted to continue, but Eleanor turned to me with tears glistening in her eyes. "All these years," she whispered, "I thought he abandoned me, that he didn't love me enough. But he did, didn't he? He loved me all along." I nodded, my own throat tightening. "I think he did." A tremor passed through her, and for a long time she simply held the letter. Then, in a movement that felt both fragile and fierce, she reached for another. She read, and then another. Each page unfurled a love that had been trapped in time, a love that was meant to be heard. I watched her, feeling the weight of history shifting. These letters weren't just ink and paper. They were second chances. They were the voices of the past, begging to be acknowledged. As the afternoon waned, Eleanor sat back, her expression distant, her heart, I suspected, fuller than it had been in decades. "Mariah," she said finally, her voice steadier now. "These letters, they could change everything." "They could," I agreed, "and not just for you." Her gaze sharpened, the old fire returning to her eyes. "You think they might rewrite more than just my past?" I nodded. "What if Henry wasn't the only one? What if there were other letters, other stories, that never reached the people they were meant for?" For the first time since I arrived, Eleanor smiled. It was small, but it carried the promise of something greater. "Then, my dear, I suppose we have work to do." And just like that, a forgotten love story became something much more. It became a mission. I could hardly breathe as Charlotte Whitmore's words settled over me like a heavy shroud. My hands trembled in my lap, my fingers clutching the yellowed letters as if they might disappear at any moment. Ethan sat beside me, his journalist's notepad resting on his knee, his eyes sharp and focused. But for once he had no words. The silence in Charlotte's dimly lit parlor was thick with old secrets and sorrow. "He wrote to me," I whispered, my voice cracking. "He wrote all this time, and I never knew." Charlotte nodded solemnly, her aged face creased with both time and pain. "Yes, my dear, Henry loved you. He never stopped." My heart ached at the thought. All these years I had believed he had simply moved on, forgotten me. I had suffered in silence, while he had done the same, not knowing that the letters he poured his heart into had never reached me. "Who?" Ethan finally spoke, his voice laced with determination. "Who kept them from her?" Charlotte sighed, her gaze dropping to her hands, knotted with arthritis. "I don't know for certain, but I have my suspicions." I swallowed hard. "Tell us." Charlotte hesitated before rising from her chair with effort. She moved to a wooden chest against the wall, opening it with shaking hands. From inside she pulled out a small bundle of letters tied with a faded blue ribbon. She returned to her chair and passed them to me. "These," she said softly, "are the letters Henry received from you." Confusion swirled inside me. I never wrote to him. Charlotte's lips pressed into a thin line. Exactly. I untied the ribbon and unfolded one of the letters. The handwriting was neat, precise, but entirely unfamiliar. My name was signed at the bottom, but the words on the page were not my own. My breath hitched. Someone had forged letters in my name. Someone had wanted Henry to believe I had written them. Ethan leaned in, his eyes scanning the letter in my hands. Someone wanted him to think she'd moved on, he murmured, that she didn't love him anymore. I turned to Charlotte, my stomach twisting in knots. Who would do this? Charlotte exhaled slowly. My husband, Richard. A sharp gasp escaped my lips. Richard? But why? She looked away, her expression full of regret. Richard was Henry's older brother. He never approved of Henry's relationship with you. He believed you were a distraction, that you weren't suitable for the Whitmore name. Ethan let out a low whistle. So he intercepted Henry's letters and had someone forge these replies to make him believe Mariah had rejected him. I felt dizzy, my world tilting at the revelation. He destroyed our love, I whispered. He kept us apart for no reason but his own pride. Charlotte nodded, her own eyes welling with unshed tears. And Henry never knew. Even in his last years he spoke of you, Mariah. He always wondered why you had stopped writing, why you had turned away. My chest tightened painfully. He died thinking I had abandoned him. Ethan reached for my hand, his grip warm and grounding. But now you know the truth. And so does Charlotte. Tears burned my eyes, but I blinked them away. There has to be something I can do, I said. I can't change the past, but I can make sure the truth is known. Charlotte offered a sad smile. That's why I kept these letters. I always suspected, but I never found them until after Richard passed. When I did, it was too late to tell Henry, but not too late for you. Ethan straightened. Mariah, we can publish this story. People deserve to know what happened. Henry deserves to be remembered for the love he never got to share. I glanced at him, my pulse quickening. You think people would care? I know they would, Ethan said firmly. This isn't just about you and Henry. It's about lost love, about family secrets, about the consequences of one man's selfishness. People will care. I turned back to Charlotte. Would you be willing to share your story? Charlotte reached for my hand, squeezing it gently. If it means setting the truth free, then yes. A sense of purpose filled me, replacing the sorrow that had threatened to consume me. I had spent my life wondering what had gone wrong, why Henry had stopped writing. Now I knew, and now I would make sure the world did too. Ethan pulled out his recorder and set it between us. Let's start at the beginning. I turned the delicate paper over in my hands, tracing the faded ink with my fingertips. The letter is fragile, its edges softened by time, yet the words remain, carrying the weight of years unsaid. The name on the envelope is unmistakable, Margaret Maggie Lane. My breath stills. Another lost letter, another story waiting to be told. Finding these letters had become more than a simple task. It was a calling. Each envelope I uncovered held whispers of the past, frozen moments that begged to be acknowledged. And yet this letter, more than any other, sent a chill through me. I had spoken to Miss Lane before. She was always kind but distant, her eyes reflecting a sorrow I had never understood. Now I knew why. I make my way to her house, the letter safe in my coat pocket. The afternoon sun slants through the trees, casting golden light onto the path. As I step onto her porch, I hesitate, feeling the weight of the moment pressing against my chest. What if this letter reopens wounds that had only just healed? Taking a deep breath, I knock. It takes a moment, but the door finally creaks open. Maggie Lane stands before me, her silver hair swept into a loose bun, her blue eyes sharp despite the fine lines of age. She blinks at me, then at the envelope in my hands. Her fingers tremble as she reaches for it. "I never thought I'd see this again," she murmurs, more to herself than to me. "Would you like me to stay?" I ask softly. She nods and steps aside, leading me into the parlor. The room is warm, filled with the scent of lavender and old books. She sits in her worn armchair, unfolding the letter with careful hands. I settle onto the settee, watching as she reads. Silence stretches between us, thick with emotion. Then, after what feels like an eternity, she exhales shakily. "I wrote a letter to Henry once," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "I told him everything, how I loved him, how I wanted nothing more than to spend my life by his side. But I never sent it. I thought he had forgotten me." I lean forward, my heart aching for her. "He didn't forget, Miss Lane." Tears well in her eyes, threatening to spill over. She presses the letter to her chest, a sob escaping her lips. "All these years? I never knew." I reach for her hand, offering what little comfort I can. "Sometimes fate is unkind, but you loved and you were loved in return." She smiles through her tears, a bittersweet expression. And now at least I have the truth. As I leave her home, my resolve strengthens. There are more letters out there, more stories left unfinished. I will find them. I will return them. Because love, no matter how long forgotten, deserves to be heard. The final letter slipped into place with a soft rustle, and with it a chapter of my life quietly closed. The library, my sanctuary, stood warm and inviting, its shelves whispering the stories of countless hearts before mine. But tonight, it wasn't just about the stories of others. It was about me. About how the letters had not only reunited lost loves, but it also brought me to a realization I had long been too afraid to face. I traced my fingers over the edges of the last envelope, my heart thrumming against my ribs. The letters had guided me through the lives of others, uncovering emotions, regrets, and second chances. They had made me believe in love again. And as each one found its home, I realized something profound. I, too, had a story waiting to be written. Ethan had been there all along, steadfast and unwavering. The patient listener, the reassuring presence, the one who made me feel seen when I was too afraid to step into the light. He had laughed with me, comforted me, and reminded me that love wasn't just found in the carefully scripted words of old letters. It was here, in the spaces between moments, in the silent understanding between two people who had always been meant to find their way to each other. Tonight, the library had transformed into a beacon of celebration. Fairy lights glowed softly from the high beams, illuminating the faces of those whose lives had been touched by the letters. The town had gathered, embracing the rekindled romances and the enduring magic of written words. The scent of old pages mixed with the comforting aroma of spiced cider, and laughter echoed through the aisles. I spotted Ethan near the fireplace, his hands tucked into his pockets, his eyes scanning the room with the quiet attentiveness I had come to adore. For years I had thought of him as my anchor, my friend. But now, standing amidst the love stories that had unfolded, I knew he was so much more than that. With a deep breath, I walked toward him, my pulse quickening. He turned as I approached, his lips curving into a familiar, gentle smile. "Mariah," he said, his voice warm, familiar. "Ethan," I murmured, feeling the weight of my emotions swell within me. "I have something to say." He tilted his head, waiting, always patient. I exhaled slowly, steadying my nerves. All this time I've been helping others find the words they couldn't say, but I think I was avoiding my own. I glanced down, gathering courage before meeting his gaze again. "I don't want to hide from this anymore. From you. I think I've been in love with you for a long time." For a moment, time seemed to suspend itself, the noise of the library fading into the background. Then Ethan took a step closer, his expression soft yet intent. "Mariah," he said, his voice a quiet confession of its own. "I was beginning to think I'd spend my whole life waiting for you to realize that." A breath of laughter escaped me, shaky but real. And then, just like the stories we had uncovered, just like the letters that had bridged distances and time, we found our way to each other. As Ethan reached for my hand, lacing his fingers through mine, the warmth of his touch spread through me like the promise of a new beginning. The library around us buzzed with life, with love, with the stories that would continue to unfold. And in that moment, I knew this was my story, our story. I arrived in Seabreeze Cove on a crisp autumn afternoon, my car rolling to a stop outside Maggie's Tea and Treats. The small shop, nestled between a bookstore and a bakery, had an old-world charm I wasn't in the mood to appreciate. The hand-painted sign swung lazily in the breeze, and the scent of sea salt and warm pastries filled the air. This wasn't a vacation. I was here to finalize the sale of this shop, to rid myself of the burden my late aunt had left me. Maggie's Tea and Treats had been her pride and joy, but to me it was just a piece of property I never asked for. As I stepped inside, a soft chime announced my arrival. The place was cozy, worn wooden floors, shelves lined with glass jars of tea leaves, and a counter filled with delicate pastries that looked almost too perfect to eat. Almost. "Hello there," a warm voice greeted me. A woman in her 50s with graying hair tied in a bun and kind eyes smiled at me. "You must be Sophie. I'm Ellie." I nodded. "Yes, Before I could launch into my carefully rehearsed speech about my intention to sell, a younger woman with auburn curls bounced over. "And I'm Lily. You're Maggie's niece, right? It's so nice to finally meet you." I wasn't sure what to say. Their enthusiasm was almost unnerving. "Nice to meet you, too." Lily tilted her head. "You look like you could use a cup of tea." I shook my head. "I'm fine, really, Ellie cut me off with a knowing smile. "Humor us. Just one cup of Maggie's special blend." I sighed. I didn't have the energy to argue, and, truthfully, I was a little curious. "All right. 1 cup." Ellie beamed and bustled behind the counter, measuring tea leaves with a precision that suggested years of practice. Lily leaned in. "Maggie's blend is special, you know. She always said it had a way of showing people what they truly needed." I wasn't here for cryptic wisdom, but I let them steep my tea in peace. The aroma that drifted toward me was warm, floral, and oddly familiar, stirring something deep in my memory. As I took my first sip, warmth spread through me, and for a brief moment I felt home. I shook the thought away. I couldn't afford to get sentimental. To distract myself, I excused myself to explore the back storage, under the guise of inventory checking. The room smelled of old books and dried herbs. I ran my fingers along the shelves, stopping when my hand brushed against something worn and leather-bound. I pulled it free, a book, old and well-loved. Curious, I flipped it open. Maggie's handwriting covered the pages, recipes, notes, and scribbles in the margins. I traced the ink, feeling the weight of my aunt's presence. And then I saw it. Near the back, in bold, underlined letters, the missing ingredient. Beneath it, a short note. The final touch, the one thing that makes it truly magical. Hidden where the sea meets the heart. My breath caught. What did that mean? My practical mind told me it was probably just a sentimental note. But another part of me, the part stirred by that cup of tea, wasn't so sure. I carried the book back to the front, setting it on the counter. Ellie and Lily exchanged a glance. "You found Maggie's book," Ellie said softly. I nodded. "She wrote something about a missing ingredient. Do you know what she meant?" Lily's eyes twinkled. "That's a mystery no one's been able to solve." A challenge. I should have ignored it. I should have signed the paperwork and left. But something about Seabreeze Cove, about the warmth in that cup of tea, about Maggie's words, made me hesitate. Maybe, just maybe, I wasn't ready to say goodbye just yet. When I first stepped into the little tea shop, the bell above the door jingled, sending a ripple of nostalgia through my chest. It had been years since I last walked these wooden floors, inhaling the familiar scents of chamomile, cinnamon, and lavender. But this time was different. This time the shop belonged to me. Maggie's tea house had been my great-aunt's pride and joy, a cozy nook where locals gathered, stories were exchanged, and life seemed to slow down just enough to savor. When she passed, leaving the shop in my hands, I assumed selling it would be the obvious choice. My life was in Boston, my career steady, my world meticulously structured. I had no business running a tea shop in a small town, yet something held me back. Maybe it was the warmth of the space, the handwritten labels on glass jars, or the well-worn wooden counter where Maggie used to stand, greeting customers with her ever-present smile. Or maybe it was the faded leather-bound book I found tucked behind the register, a book filled with Maggie's handwritten recipes and notes. I ran my fingers over the inked pages, some smudged with time, others filled with annotations in the margins. The names of the blends were familiar: Evening Comfort, Winter's Hug, Maggie's Remedy. I could practically hear her voice explaining the benefits of each ingredient, the care she took in every mixture. One in particular caught my attention: Maggie's signature blend. It was her most famous tea, the one that kept customers coming back. But as I skimmed the recipe, a frown formed between my brows. Something was off. The ingredients listed, black tea, dried orange peel, clove, a hint of vanilla, seemed correct. Yet when I tried to replicate it, the taste was wrong. Not bad, but missing something essential. I brewed it twice, 3 times, adjusting measurements, steeping times, even the order in which I combined the ingredients. Still, it lacked the depth I remembered. "Maybe you're overthinking it," a voice suggested behind me. I turned sharply, nearly knocking over a jar of peppermint leaves. Noah stood in the doorway, sleeves rolled up, tool belt slung low on his hips. He was exactly as I remembered him, broad-shouldered, dark-eyed, exuding a quiet steadiness that had once driven me absolutely insane in our teenage years. "Noah," I said, trying to sound unaffected. He nodded in greeting, his gaze scanning the shop. "I heard you might sell." I folded my arms. "I haven't decided yet." "Good," he said simply, stepping further inside. It would be a shame to see it go. I ignored the way his presence unsettled me and focused on the book in my hands. "I'm trying to recreate Maggie's signature blend, but it's not tasting right." He leaned against the counter, arms crossed. "Maggie had a way of making things special. Maybe it's not just about the ingredients." I let out a frustrated sigh, but before I could argue, he gestured toward the shelves. "This place has seen better days. Some of the cabinets are loose and the front window could use fixing. I can help." "I don't need—" "You do," he interrupted. "You're good at a lot of things, Sophie, but carpentry isn't one of them." I wanted to argue, to tell him I had things under control, but truthfully I didn't. The shop needed repairs, and I lacked both the skill and the time. Reluctantly I nodded. "Fine, but I'm paying you." He smirked. "We'll see." Over the next few days, Noah worked around the shop, replacing loose boards, fixing the stubborn back door, and restoring the wooden shelves that had started to bow under the weight of glass jars. I tried to ignore the way his presence made the space feel smaller, the way his quiet confidence unsettled something in my chest. Meanwhile, I kept testing the recipe, each failed attempt leaving me more perplexed. The locals, sensing my struggle, started to drop by, each sharing their own memories of Maggie. "She always said her tea was like a hug in a cup," Mrs. Thompson told me, her wrinkled hands cupping the warm ceramic. "It wasn't just the ingredients, dear. It was the love she put into it." "Have you checked her old supplier?" Mr. Lorne, the retired postman, asked. "She had a special way of getting her spices, something about how they were dried." I started to see Maggie through their stories, not just as my great-aunt, but as a pillar of the community, a woman who had built something far greater than a tea shop. She had built a home for people's hearts. One evening, as Noah finished tightening a stubborn cabinet hinge, I leaned against the counter, staring at the recipe book. "What if I'm missing more than an ingredient?" I mused aloud. He wiped his hands on a rag. "What do you mean?" I chewed my lip. "Everyone keeps telling me Maggie's tea wasn't just about the blend. It was about the feeling it gave people. Maybe I'm too focused on recreating it exactly instead of making it my own." Noah studied me for a long moment before nodding. "Sounds like you already have your answer." I glanced at the jars behind me, a thought forming. What if I added something subtle? Something that carried warmth in a way Maggie would approve of? I reached for a tin of honeybush, a naturally sweet, slightly smoky tea she had once loved. Carefully, I measured a small amount and mixed it into the blend before steeping a fresh cup. The moment the aroma hit my senses, I knew. This was it. I lifted the cup to my lips, and as the flavors unfolded, rich, warm, comforting, I felt something settle inside me. I wasn't just replicating Maggie's tea. I was honoring her by bringing a part of myself into it. I turned to Noah, holding out a cup. "Try it." He took a sip, his gaze meeting mine over the rim. "That's it." I exhaled, a slow smile forming. Maybe I wasn't meant to sell this place. Maybe Maggie left it to me for a reason. And maybe, just maybe, this was exactly where I belonged. The scent of dried herbs and aged paper lingered in the air as I flipped through Maggie's old notes again, the pages fragile beneath my fingertips. The shop was quiet except for the occasional creak of the wooden floorboards, as if the very bones of this place were urging me to uncover its secrets. Maggie's tea house had a history that wove through the heart of this town, but lately I felt more like an intruder than an inheritor. The business was struggling, and no matter how much I wanted to keep it alive, the practicalities weighed heavily on me. A tempting offer from a property developer loomed in my thoughts, promising financial relief in exchange for my surrender. But the idea of selling felt like betraying Maggie's legacy, and now, with these notes in front of me, I had an even stronger reason to stay. The special blend. A name kept appearing in her notes. Elysium Blend. It was described as the shop's most beloved tea, the one that once put Maggie's tea house on the map. Customers spoke of it in hushed reverence, but no one seemed to know what had happened to it. And frustratingly, her notes didn't reveal the complete recipe, only fragments of ingredients and cryptic references to a lost inspiration. Then I found it. Tucked between two yellowed pages was a faded photograph, edges curled with time. Maggie stood at the center, smiling in that knowing way of hers. But it wasn't just her that caught my attention. It was the man beside her. He wasn't someone I recognized. Tall, with a kind but unreadable expression, he stood close to Maggie in a way that suggested more than friendship. His hand was barely brushing hers, but the intimacy was unmistakable. Who was he? And why did no one in town seem to remember him? I took the photograph to the counter and stared at it under the warm glow of the shop's pendant lights. There had always been rumors about Maggie's past, whispers of a lost love that had inspired her most famous blend. Was he the key to the missing recipe? Determined, I locked the shop and made my way to the Historical Society. Mrs. Holloway, the town's unofficial keeper of history, raised an eyebrow at my request, but let me dig through old town records. Hours passed, and just when I was ready to give up, I found an old newspaper clipping with a photograph that made my breath hitch. It was him. The article mentioned a James Thornton, an herbalist who had lived here decades ago but had left town under mysterious circumstances. There was no mention of Maggie, but I knew in my gut they were connected. Just as I was piecing things together, my phone buzzed. "Miss Carter, I hope you've considered our offer." The smooth voice of Mr. Dempsey, the developer, filled my ear. "We can make the paperwork disappear within days. You'd walk away with more than enough to start fresh." I hesitated. The money would solve everything. No more struggling to keep the shop afloat. No more lonely nights wondering if I was making the right choice. But then my eyes drifted back to the photograph, to Maggie's secret, to the blend that had once made this place magical. "I need more time," I said, my voice firmer than I expected. Dempsey sighed. "Time is running out. Think carefully, Miss Carter." As I hung up, I knew one thing for certain. Before I made any decisions, I had to find out what happened to James Thornton and the Lost Elysium blend. And if that meant digging up a decades-old love story, so be it. The scent of Earl Grey and honey lingered in the air as I leaned against the counter, watching Noah wipe down the last of the teacups for the night. The tea shop, with its warm glow and shelves lined with vintage tins, had started to feel less like Maggie's domain and more like a place where I belonged. If only I could admit that to myself. "I used to hide in that corner when I was a kid," Noah said, pointing to the small nook near the window. "Maggie would pretend she didn't see me, but she always left a plate of shortbread right where I could reach." I smiled at the image of a younger Noah tucked away, stealing cookies. "She had a way of taking care of people, didn't she?" Noah nodded, his expression turning thoughtful. "Yeah. After my mom left, it was just me and Dad, and he wasn't really around. Maggie made sure I had somewhere to go." His voice was quiet, raw in a way that made me ache for him. I reached across the counter, covering his hand with mine. She was good at that, at knowing what people needed. He looked up, meeting my gaze, and for a moment there was something unspoken between us, something warm and steady. I squeezed his hand before pulling away, suddenly aware of how close we had gotten. Lily had been right, as usual. When she suggested I take over the shop for a week, I had laughed at the idea. I wasn't Maggie. I wasn't the kind of person who knew how to make a shop like this work. but standing here now, I wasn't so sure. The next morning I tied the apron around my waist and opened the shop for the first time on my own. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once. I fumbled with the tea orders, nearly burned a tray of scones, and forgot to unlock the door until an elderly couple knocked insistently from the other side. But by noon, I found a rhythm, one that, to my surprise, felt natural. And then I found the letter. It was tucked inside Maggie's old recipe book, between the pages stained with years of flour and sugar. The handwriting was hers, but the words weren't meant for just anyone. As I read, my hands trembled. Maggie had a secret that changed everything. I read the letter again, trying to process what it meant. It spoke of a child, one she had given up long ago, a child she had never spoken of. My heart pounded as I traced the ink, as if the answer would reveal itself with another glance. I thought of Noah, of the way he had clung to Maggie as a child, of how she had been his safe place. I thought of the tea shop, the way it had always felt like more than just a business. And I thought of myself, standing here now, at a crossroads I hadn't seen coming. This shop had been Maggie's life, but it was also full of stories, of choices made and paths untaken. And now, I had to decide if I was brave enough to follow my own. The ink on the letter had faded with time, but Maggie's words still carried the weight of a life-altering decision. I read them over and over, my heart pounding in my chest. She had the chance to leave Seabreeze Cove, just like I did, yet she had chosen to stay. Why? I set the letter down on the worn wooden table, the scent of steeping chamomile and lavender drifting up from my half-finished tea blend. Outside, the waves crashed against the shore, a rhythmic pull that had started to feel like home. When I first arrived, I never intended to stay. I was supposed to clean out my grandmother's shop, sell it, and return to my fast-paced city life. But the shop had a way of pulling me in, whispering stories in the scent of dried herbs and warm vanilla. I had tried to resist, but then I found the incomplete recipe for Grandma's signature tea blend, a blend that once wove magic into the town, drawing people in from miles away. One ingredient remained a mystery, a missing piece that left the tea incomplete, a little too bitter, a little too hollow. Just like me. Noah was the one who helped me find it. He showed up that morning, just as he had every day since I arrived. Never pushing, never asking too much, just offering help in the easy way that only he could. "You're still at it, huh?" he said, nodding toward the endless pages of old recipes scattered on the counter. "Stubborn as ever." I rolled my eyes. "It's not stubbornness, it's determination." He grinned. "Well, whatever you call it, I think I might have something that could help." Curious, I followed him outside, down the winding path toward the cliffs where the sea met the land in a breathtaking display of nature's power. "This is where she used to go," Noah said, pointing to a small patch of green nestled between two jagged rocks. She called it sea time. I crouched down, running my fingers over the delicate leaves, inhaling the sharp, briny scent mixed with something subtly sweet. The final piece. Back at the shop, I added the sea time to the blend, watching as the warm water coaxed out its essence. I took a tentative sip, and suddenly memories filled the room. Of laughter, of late nights spent at the shop with my grandmother, of townspeople gathering to share stories over steaming cups. The tea worked its magic once more. Word spread quickly, and soon the shop was bustling. Old friends and new faces gathered, drawn in by the nostalgic taste of something they thought they had lost. The town came alive in a way I had never seen before, as if a piece of its soul had been returned. And then the offer came. A crisp, white envelope placed neatly on the counter. A final, undeniable offer from the developer who had been chasing me since I arrived. The sum was staggering, more than enough to return to the city in luxury, to reclaim the life I had built before all of this. I read the numbers. Then I read Maggie's letter again. She had chosen to stay. Could I do the same? Noah found me standing by the window that evening, the letter and the offer both clutched in my hands. He didn't say anything at first, just watched as I stared out at the town that had somehow become a part of me. "You don't have to decide tonight," he finally said. But I knew the decision had already been made, because the shop wasn't just a building. It was stories and memories and a place where people felt they belonged. It was home. And maybe so was Seabreeze Cove. The golden glow of the lanterns flickered in the crisp evening air, casting a warm light over the little tea shop that had somehow, in the past few weeks, become the very center of my world. The scent of rediscovered blends, Maggie's blends, wafted through the open doors, inviting guests into a space filled with laughter, clinking cups, and murmured conversations. I had worried whether the grand reopening would bring the turnout I had hoped for, but those fears had been unfounded. The shop was brimming with people, locals who had missed its comforting presence, visitors who had heard whispers of a legendary tea, and old friends who wanted to pay homage to Maggie. My heart swelled as I moved through the crowd, greeting familiar faces, sharing stories, and watching as people savored the very essence of what made this shop special. For the first time in weeks, I felt at peace. No more second-guessing, no more running. Just the simple, unshakable knowledge that I had found something worth holding on to. As if sensing my thoughts, Noah appeared beside me, holding 2 cups of tea. He passed one to me, his fingers lingering against mine for just a second too long. The flicker of warmth made my breath hitch, but I quickly masked it with a sip of tea. "You did it, Sophie," he said, his voice thick with admiration. "Maggie would be proud." I let my gaze wander across the shop. "I hope so," I whispered. "She gave so much to this place, to these people. I just didn't want to let her down." "You haven't," he said, turning to face me fully. "You've done more than honor her memory. You've brought this shop back to life." His words settled deep inside me, weaving through my heart like a thread of certainty. The realization hit me then in the middle of the shop, surrounded by people and the soft hum of contentment. I had made my choice, not just about the shop, but about everything. I had been running for so long, searching for something I couldn't quite name, and all along, home had been waiting right here. The developer's offer had tempted me, not just because of the money, but because it had seemed like an easy way out. I had thought I needed a fresh start, something new and unknown. But standing here now, in a place filled with warmth and belonging, I saw the truth. I wasn't meant to leave. I was meant to stay. I turned to Noah, my heart pounding. I'm not selling the shop. His eyes locked onto mine, surprise flickering across his face before giving way to something deeper, something that made my breath catch. Are you sure? I nodded. More than I've ever been about anything. His lips curved into a slow smile, one that sent warmth curling through me. Good, he murmured, his voice low and rough. Because I was hoping you'd stay. Something in his tone made my pulse quicken. The world seemed to quiet around us, the air thick with something unspoken. I swallowed, feeling suddenly weightless. Why? Noah exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck as if steadying himself. Then he looked at me with a tenderness that made my chest tighten. Because He broke off, shaking his head as though he couldn't quite find the words. Because you belong here, Sophie. With this shop. With these people. He hesitated, his voice softer now. With me. The words settled over me like a warm embrace. My heart thudded against my ribs, each beat echoing the truth I had been too afraid to face. Noah had been here all along, steady and patient, waiting for me to see what had been right in front of me. I let out a breathless laugh, the weight of uncertainty slipping away. You could have told me that sooner, you know. He chuckled, shaking his head. I wanted to, 100 times, but I needed you to figure out where you belonged first. Tears burned at the back of my eyes, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming fullness of this moment, of knowing I had found my place. I reached for his hand, lacing my fingers through his. I think I have. His thumb brushed over my knuckles, his smile soft and certain. Good. The night stretched on, laughter spilling into the streets as the grand reopening became more than just a celebration. It became the beginning of something new, something whole. Hours later, after the last guest had departed and the lanterns had burned low, I found myself in the quiet of the shop, cradling a cup of tea between my hands. The scent of chamomile and lavender curled around me, soothing and familiar. I closed my eyes, breathing it in, letting it settle inside me like an old friend. The past few weeks had been a whirlwind, of loss, of decisions, of unexpected revelations. But here, now, in the gentle hush of the shop, I knew one thing for certain. I was exactly where I was meant to be. Drifting masterpieces. The moment the sun teetered on the horizon, I prepared for my ritual. The sky was my canvas, the clouds my willing subjects. Every evening the world held its breath as I reached for my softest pastels, hues carefully chosen from centuries of experience. My enchanted brush, delicate yet mighty, was my conduit between reality and dreams. I alone wielded its power, and I alone bore the responsibility of painting the sky. But tonight, fate had other plans. As my fingers closed around the handle, the wind conspired against me. A cruel gust swept through my fingers, and before I could react, the brush slipped from my grasp. It twirled and twisted, catching the dying light as it danced toward the unseen. I lunged, but my efforts were in vain. My brush, my soul's extension, vanished into the wind. For a moment I stood frozen, my heart hammering against my ribs. My breath faltered. Never in all my years had I lost control of my brush. The sky, once awaiting my touch, now loomed above me, blank and expectant. A painter without his tool, an artist without his craft. I was undone. I peered into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of it drifting back to me, but it was gone. The wind howled as if mocking me, swirling around my feet before vanishing into the twilight. The realization struck me hard. I had lost more than a brush. I had lost my purpose. Desperation took hold. I searched through the fields where the golden grasses swayed, through the ancient trees that whispered secrets of old. I scoured the rocky cliffs that jutted toward the heavens, hoping my brush had found refuge there. My fingertips brushed the earth, tracing runes in the soil, calling upon the magic that bound me to my task. Nothing. The sky darkened without my touch. The colors, once guided by my hand, bled together in chaos. A muddled gray swallowed the sunset, smothering the warmth and wonder I had once so carefully crafted. Below, the dreamers who often watched in awe at my work stirred in their evening musings, confused. Their slumber would be restless, their dreams unformed, broken. Panic flared within me. Was this the end? Had my duty been stripped from me by an unseen force? Or was this my own folly, a punishment for my arrogance in believing that I was infallible? No, I would not accept this. The brush was mine. It had chosen me, just as I had chosen this path. If I had lost it, I would find it. If it had been taken, I would reclaim it, even if it meant following the winds to the edges of the world. I would not let my art, my soul, be lost to the void. I turned my gaze toward the horizon, where the last shreds of gold clung stubbornly to the sky. My journey was beginning. The sky, now a wounded beast, needed its artist, and I, Marlowe, would not let it remain undone. For the first time, the sunset fades without color, leaving only a dull gray. The world, which once bled with the hues of dusk under my brush, now stands lifeless, a shadow of its former self. My fingers twitch, aching for the familiar grip of my paintbrush, but it is gone, lost, broken, or stolen. I do not know. I stand at the edge of the cliff, staring at the pale horizon, hollow with absence. Without my brush, without color, I feel like a specter, a man half-lived. Then, as despair wraps its cold fingers around me, a breeze stirs the air. It is not like the usual wind that skims the cliffs and rattles the dry grass. It moves with purpose, whispering secrets in a voice I barely catch. I close my eyes, willing myself to listen beyond the rustling. And there, in the hush of the moment, a name emerges from the sighing wind, Zephyra. The syllables dance in the air, curling around me, warm and knowing. The wind shifts, becoming more than air, more than sound. A presence forms within the currents, delicate and powerful, like the stroke of a master painter's hand against untouched canvas. "Marlowe," the voice speaks, weaving itself into the air, familiar yet otherworldly. I do not question how I know her name. It is as if I have always known it, as if she has been calling to me for years, waiting for me to finally listen. My breath shudders in my chest as I whisper back, "Zephyra." A shape emerges from the wind, swirling tendrils coalescing into form. She is not of flesh, but of movement, her hair a river of unseen currents, her eyes reflecting endless skies. She glides closer, the air around her charged with the scent of distant rains and sun-warmed fields. "You have lost your gift," she says, though it is not a question. I clench my fists. "It was taken from me." Her head tilts as if she weighs my words against unseen truths. "Perhaps it was never meant to be held in your hands alone." The ache in my chest sharpens. My art has always been mine, the colors flowing through my veins, the brush an extension of my very soul. To paint is to exist, and now, without it, I feel undone. Without it, I am nothing. Zephyra steps closer, the wind brushing my skin like fingers tracing forgotten melodies. "Then let me show you another way." The wind swells around me, lifting my feet from the ground. Panic seizes me, but before I can cry out, I am carried upward, higher than the cliffs, into the sky itself. The world below fades to a patchwork of grays and blues, the sea stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. I twist, trying to understand what she is doing, but then color blooms. Not on canvas, not through bristles soaked in pigment, but in the sky itself. The wind swirls in vibrant strokes, shades of crimson and gold dancing in unseen currents. I watch, transfixed, as the sky becomes my canvas and the wind becomes my brush. It moves as I will it, responding to the rhythm of my breath, the beat of my heart. I reach out instinctively and the air obeys, spinning into indigo spirals, bursts of ochre and amber. It is not paint, but it is art, alive and untamed. I laugh, pure, unrestrained laughter. The joy of creation sings through me again, a fire rekindled from dying embers. Zephyra watches, a knowing smile in her storm-lit eyes. "You were never meant to be confined to a brush," she says. "You are meant to paint the sky." The realization is as breathtaking as the view beneath me. I was never truly lost. I was merely searching for the wrong tools. The gift was never in the brush. It was in me all along. As the wind carries me through my first masterpiece, I know without doubt that I will never stop painting again. The wind stirred like a whisper, curling around Zephyra as she turned to me, her silver blue gaze shimmering in the fading twilight. "Beyond the horizon, Marlowe," she said, her voice a soft melody carried by the air. "That is where the brush has gone. I can feel it." The brush, that ancient relic, that singular tool capable of crafting constellations upon the blank expanse of night. It had vanished, swept away by unseen hands, and now Zephyra, guardian of the celestial canvas, had turned to me. "Will you fly with me?" she asked, extending a slender hand. The sky was deepening, shifting into an indigo sea speckled with the first pinpricks of starlight. I hesitated, glancing at the dark horizon, its secrets stretching beyond what my eyes could grasp. I was no stranger to the unknown, but this was something else entirely. Yet there was something in Zephyra's expression, an unspoken urgency, a need, and I knew there was only one answer I could give. I grasped her hand. A current of energy surged through me, cool as the evening breeze, lifting me from the ground. The earth fell away as we ascended, the air turning lighter, more fluid, as if the sky itself was welcoming us. Zephyra guided our ascent, her presence an anchor amidst the vast open space. Below, the world shrank into a patchwork of dark fields and silver rivers, a dreamscape suspended between dusk and dawn. Higher we soared, the stars waking in earnest, blinking open like watchful eyes. They pulsed, responding to Zephyra's presence, their light bending toward her as though whispering secrets only she could hear. "We must go beyond what is seen," she murmured, her voice brushing against my thoughts like silk. "Beyond the edge of night, where the horizon breathes and the sky remembers." A tremor ran through the air, something ancient stirring at her words. The very fabric of the sky rippled, and with a sweep of her hand, a fissure of light appeared before us, shimmering like the surface of a hidden lake. Zephyra turned to me, her gaze steady. "Are you ready, Marlowe?" There was no turning back now. I nodded, and together we stepped through. A sensation unlike any I had known before enveloped me, a weightless drift through a space that was neither here nor there. The air shimmered around us, thick with echoes of forgotten stars, their light whispering past in delicate strands of gold and silver. Then we emerged. The sky beyond the horizon was not like the sky I had always known. Here the darkness was rich and endless, yet alive, breathing in quiet pulses of luminescent color. Galaxies coiled like sleeping serpents, their light undulating with the rhythm of some unseen tide. And there, drifting amidst the cosmic waves, was the brush. It was as Zephyra had said, stolen by unseen hands and abandoned beyond the reach of mortal sight. Suspended in the vast expanse, it shimmered with a quiet, pulsing glow as if waiting. Zephyra reached out, and the universe seemed to hold its breath. Then, as if sensing her presence, the brush shuddered and veered away, spiraling deeper into the abyss. "No!" Zephyra cried, launching forward, her form a streak of silver against the dark. I followed, the air around us thickening as if resisting our pursuit. The brush weaved through the stars, dancing just beyond reach, its path erratic, wild. Then the shadows moved. A shape detached itself from the darkness, massive and slow, yet undeniably aware. A figure, neither solid nor entirely spectral, loomed before us, its presence humming with an energy that made my skin prickle. A guardian. Zephyra halted, hovering in the void, her hands tightening at her sides. "Why do you resist?" she demanded. "This brush does not belong here. The stars need their artist." The guardian's voice was not a voice at all, but a resonance, a ripple through the space around us. Zephyra's expression darkened, her light intensifying. "But not like this. The sky must not remain empty." The guardian regarded her, its form shifting like liquid shadow. A flicker of doubt passed over Zephyra's face, but only for a moment. Then she turned to me. "Marlowe," she said, her voice calm but firm, "it must be you." My breath hitched. "Me?" She nodded. "The brush will not yield to me alone. But you are neither guardian nor celestial. You stand between. It will listen to you." I looked at the brush, still hovering between us and the guardian, its glow faltering, uncertain. It was waiting. I reached out, my fingers grazing the edges of its light. A jolt ran through me, and suddenly the universe unfolded in my mind. The stories of the stars, the weight of creation, the whispers of all who had painted the night before. The guardian loomed closer. The choice was mine. I met Zephyra's gaze, saw the trust in her eyes. My heart pounded, but my decision was already made. I gripped the brush. Light exploded outward, rushing through me in waves of color and sound. The universe was no longer distant. It was within me, around me, a canvas awaiting its first stroke. I raised the brush, and I began to paint. The river was unlike anything I had ever seen. It arched across the sky as if suspended by invisible threads, a flowing ribbon of liquid light, glowing softly in hues that shifted like the embers of a dying fire. The reflections of past sunsets shimmered on its undulating surface, casting fleeting memories of warmth and color. It was a sight both familiar and foreign, a confluence of time and water, a stream where the past was not lost but transformed, cradled within the ripples of the present. Beside me, the old turtle observed in quiet reverence, his wise eyes mirroring the river's glow. He was a creature who had seen the shifting of countless tides, the slow, inevitable movement of ages. Keeper of the river's memories, he carried the weight of time upon his shell, each line etched into it like a story whispered by the universe itself. "Beauty is never lost," he said, his voice carrying the resonance of an ancient truth. "It simply changes form." I turned to him, my mind grasping at the words as they echoed within me. "Then all that we love, the things we lose, they are not truly gone?" The turtle gave a slow, deliberate nod. "Not as long as they are remembered. Not as long as they find new shapes in the ever-flowing current of existence." I stared into the river, watching the golden hues of long-forgotten sunsets shift beneath its translucent waves. In them I saw glimpses of places I had known, faces I had loved. My childhood home dappled in the light of late afternoon. My mother's laughter carried on the wind, the gentle touch of a hand I once held. They flickered there, momentary and luminous, before the river carried them away, reshaping them into something new. A sudden ache settled in my chest, not sadness, but a deep longing, a yearning to understand. If nothing is lost, then where does it go? How do we find it again? The turtle exhaled, a breath as slow and deliberate as the turning of the stars. You do not find it, Marlowe. You let it find you. His words wove through me like the river's current, and I let them settle. To chase the past was to chase the wind, but to stand still, to watch, to listen. Perhaps that was how one allowed beauty to return, reshaped by time, waiting to be seen anew. I stepped forward, my feet feeling weightless upon the soft glow beneath me. The river hummed, a melody of forgotten voices, and I knelt, dipping my fingers into its light. It was warm, warmer than I expected. It pulsed against my skin, tiny waves forming and dissipating as if responding to my touch. The sensation was neither water nor air, but something between, something alive. As I watched, the ripples solidified into an image, a face. It was my father's. My breath caught in my throat. His eyes met mine, familiar and full of things unspoken. He smiled, not as a ghost, not as a memory fading into darkness, but as something living within this radiant current. The turtle did not speak, but I felt his presence beside me, a silent guide bearing witness. The image shifted, and I saw my father not as he was in his final days, frail and fading, but as he had been, strong, laughing, lifting me high into the air as a child. It was a fragment of time I had nearly forgotten, now alive again within the river's embrace. The warmth in my chest grew, and the ache I had carried for so long softened into something else, something lighter. You see, the turtle murmured, he has not left you. He has merely changed form. I nodded, unable to speak. Tears welled in my eyes, not from grief, but from a quiet understanding. The river whispered against my skin, and as I withdrew my hand, the image faded back into the flowing light. My father was still there, somewhere within it, carried forward, transformed, but never truly lost. I turned to the turtle, my voice steady now. What is this place? It is the river of echoes, he answered, where time bends and memory lingers. It is a threshold, Marlowe, a place between what was and what will be. I looked again at the glowing current, feeling its rhythm, its pulse. If this was a threshold, then perhaps I had been meant to find it, not to retrieve the past, but to understand its place within me. What happens if I step in? The turtle studied me, his gaze deep and knowing. You will see as the river sees. You will walk among the echoes, feel their warmth, and understand their transformation. But remember, Marlowe, you cannot stay. You must return to the world beyond, carrying what you have learned. A choice lay before me, to remain on the shore, forever gazing at the flickering light of memory, or to step forward and embrace the current, to feel the past not as loss, but as something ever present, reshaping itself with every heartbeat. I inhaled deeply. Then, with steady resolve, I took a step forward, and the river rose to meet me. The morning mist clung to our clothes as Zephyra and I stepped forward, following the gentle beckoning of Willow's hand. Her fingers, long and delicate as trailing ivy, wove through the air, gathering the lingering fog into a billowing swirl. The forest around us felt hushed, as if even the leaves were waiting to witness her craft. "Close your eyes, Marlowe," Willow murmured, her voice as soft as the breath of the wind. I hesitated but did as she asked. The air shifted, growing lighter, ethereal. When she finally spoke again, her words carried an edge of quiet triumph. "Now open them." Before me, cradled in the golden hush of dawn, lay the perfect recreation of my missing brush. Every bristle sculpted with such precision it seemed to gleam despite its ephemeral nature. The handle curled into my palm like an old friend rediscovered. I let out a breath I hadn't known I was holding. Zephyra grinned. "Well, try it." I turned, eyes locking onto the blank canvas propped against a knotted oak. My heart drummed. I dipped the cloud brush into my paints, and as the bristles met the canvas, I expected, hoped, that something miraculous would unfold. But the stroke was wrong. The pressure was too light, the control too fleeting. It didn't glide the way my old brush had, didn't carry the same whisper of creation beneath my fingertips. The color smeared, aimless and unsure. I frowned, tried again. Still the paint wavered, unsteady, refusing to blend as it should. Zephyra's brows knit together. "Marlowe?" I clenched my jaw. This should have worked. It was perfect, wasn't it? Crafted by a weaver of clouds, spun from mist and memory. It should have been enough. I looked to Willow, but she only regarded me with knowing eyes, her hands now resting in the folds of her robe. There was no disappointment in her face, only patience. The kind of patience that spoke of understanding something I had not yet grasped. The realization came slow, a reluctant dawn over a storm-tossed sea. It was not the brush that had made my art. It was never the tool. It was me. My hands, my heart, the way I had once poured myself into every stroke. The brush had been a conduit, yes, but never the source. A hollow laughter bubbled from my throat, self-deprecating and bittersweet. "It's not the same." "No," Willow agreed gently. "It never could be." Zephyra shifted beside me, placing a hand on my shoulder. "So, what now?" The question lingered, heavy in the crisp morning air. My fingers curled around the mist brush one last time before I sighed and let it go. The cloud dissipated into the wind, twisting skyward in wisps of silver. "I start again," I said, determination threading through my voice. And so I did. With trembling fingers, I reached for a new brush. An ordinary one, wood and bristle, real and imperfect. I met the canvas anew, hesitance fading with every stroke. Not recreating what was lost, but forging something new, something true. As the morning stretched forward, color began to bloom where uncertainty had once lingered. And with it, so did I. I stood in the clearing, the damp earth cool beneath my feet, the air thick with the scent of wet leaves and the distant promise of a coming storm. Luna hovered before me, her silver wings flickering in the moonlight, a vision of ethereal grace. Her glow did not pierce the night, but rather danced with it, merging, shifting, a fluid interplay of light and darkness. "Marlowe," she murmured, her voice like the whisper of wind through treetops. "Sometimes beauty is found in the unexpected." I did not know how to answer. My heart still carried the weight of a long journey, the ache of something lost. But Luna did not wait for my reply. She raised a delicate hand and gestured to the misty sky above. The rain had begun to fall, thin and fleeting at first, then in gentle, shimmering sheets. "Look," she said, tilting her head. I followed her gaze and saw the raindrops catch in the slanted beams of moonlight, suspended for a breathless instant before descending. They shone like silver pearls, a luminous cascade, each droplet carrying its own momentary brilliance before vanishing into the earth. The trees bowed beneath the weight of the storm, but in that fragile light they bore no sorrow, only a solemn kind of peace. "Magic exists in the places we forget to look," Luna continued, drifting closer. "Even in the shadows there is wonder. Even in sorrow there is light." I turned my eyes to her, searching. "But what if the darkness is all that remains? What if the light is gone?" She regarded me for a moment, her silver eyes unreadable. Then, with the faintest smile, she reached out and touched my hand. A warmth spread through me, something deep and old, something I had not felt in a long time. "Light does not disappear, Marlowe. It only waits to be seen." The words settled in my bones, their truth undeniable. I looked again at the world around me, the moonlit rain, the swaying trees, the way Luna's glow reflected in the trembling puddles at my feet. Everything was alive with quiet radiance, even in the heart of the night. For the first time in an age, I did not feel lost. The rain deepened, the wind rising with it, but Luna remained, her presence unwavering. She moved toward the trees, where the forest whispered in unseen tongues. I hesitated only a moment before following. The world within the trees was different than before. The path ahead shimmered, the puddles upon it not mere water, but mirrors reflecting constellations that should not have been there. The wind carried voices, not words, but the essence of forgotten stories, of ancient laughter, of something timeless calling me forward. "This way," Luna beckoned. I stepped forward, my reflection breaking upon the starlit puddles, and knew there was no turning back. I trailed Zephyra into the quiet sky forest, my footsteps hushed against the spongy silver moss that blanketed the ground. The trees here stretched impossibly tall, their trunks woven with threads of deep cerulean and soft gold, leaves catching the glow of unseen moons. The wind curled through the canopy, carrying with it something strange, an echo, a voice I had not heard in years, a whisper. I stopped. My pulse quickened. Zephyra glanced over her shoulder, her iridescent eyes narrowing. "You hear it, don't you?" she murmured, her voice a note against the hush. I swallowed hard, my fingers twitching at my side. My brush. The words tumbled from my lips before I could catch them, barely louder than the sighing wind. It's calling me. The last time I had touched it, my brush, my gift, my curse, I had sworn never to pick it up again. I had cast it away, left it behind in the wreckage of my old life, buried beneath regret and the weight of what I had once created. Yet now its whisper curled through the air, threading through the trees like a forgotten melody, a whisper not just of bristles against canvas, but of something deeper, something ancient. Zephyra nodded as if she had expected this. "Come," she said, stepping forward. I hesitated. "Where are we going?" "To what calls you." I wanted to protest. I wanted to tell her that some things are better left lost, that not everything should be found. But my feet betrayed me, following her through the drifting light of the sky forest. The trees breathed around us, shifting as though alive. It felt like stepping through the pages of an unfinished painting, one that had been waiting all this time for me to return. The whisper grew stronger. It was not just a sound anymore. It was a feeling, a pull, a weight pressing against my ribs, threading through my bones, reminding me of something I had tried to forget. Zephyra moved like a ghost through the trees, and I wondered how long she had known I would come here. How long had she been waiting? How much did she know about the thing I had abandoned? The path curled downward, spiraling toward the roots of the sky forest. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of rain and memory. The deeper we went, the more the colors around us changed, darkening into twilight hues, as though the forest itself was a canvas bleeding into a deeper shade. And then, in the clearing below, I saw it. There, half buried in the roots of an enormous tree, was my brush. I stopped breathing. It looked untouched by time, its handle smooth, the bristles dark with ink that had not dried. It pulsed, just slightly, as though alive, as though waiting. I should not have come here. I turned to Zephyra. "This is a mistake." She didn't answer. Instead, she knelt before the brush, brushing her fingers along its length. "It remembers you," she said softly. I wanted to laugh or run. Instead, I stepped forward. As soon as I did, the wind shifted. A low hum trembled through the clearing, through the roots, through my very skin. My fingers curled. My breath shallowed. I had left this behind for a reason. I had stopped painting for a reason. Yet as my hand reached for the brush, I knew I had never truly let it go. The moment my fingers wrapped around the handle, the world fractured. I gasped, stumbling back. The sky rippled, the trees bending, colors bleeding outward. My vision blurred, but not with darkness, with light. A flood of memory surged through me, unraveling everything I had tried to bury. I saw my past creations, my painted worlds, the ones I had abandoned. I saw the figures I had brought to life, the landscapes I had shaped with strokes of ink and color. And I saw the mistake, the thing I had created and lost control over, the thing that had destroyed everything. My grip tightened on the brush. The sky forest melted around me, and in its place came the echoes, echoes of a world that should not exist, one that I had locked away with my own hands. But it was waking. It had been waiting for me, and now it had found me again. I stood at the edge of the valley, staring at the mountains cloaked in mist. The air was thick with silence, as if the land itself was holding its breath. My boots sank slightly into the damp earth, and the scent of rain yet to fall lingered around me. The drowsy giant, his form blending with the heavy fog, had just spoken, his voice like the rustling of wind through deep caves. Your brush passed through here, carried by the northern winds. The words curled through my thoughts, heavier than the mist itself. My brush, my only tool of creation, lost in the vastness of this strange world. The northern winds were fickle, unpredictable, and yet they had a way of finding their own path. I clenched my fingers, a slow-burning determination replacing my initial despair. "Where did it go?" I asked, my voice uncertain against the weight of the giant's words. His eyelids fluttered, lazily considering the question. Beyond the silver peaks, where the clouds gather before the dawn. I glanced at the towering mountains before me. Their silhouettes were barely discernible through the mist, their sharp edges softened by the dreamlike haze that clung to them. If the northern winds had carried my brush there, then that was where I must go. And what awaits me there? I pressed, though I wasn't certain I wanted the answer. The giant exhaled, and the mist around me thickened, coiling around my ankles like whispers of forgotten stories. That which seeks to be painted, that which is waiting. The cryptic nature of his words sent a shiver down my spine. I had always known my brush held something more than mere color. It captured pieces of the world, glimpses of things unseen. But now, it seemed, the world was searching for me just as I was searching for it. I tightened my cloak around me and took my first step forward. The giant's eyes flickered shut, and I knew he would say no more. The path ahead was mine alone to walk. The mist clung to me as I climbed. My breath came in slow, measured gasps, blending with the cool air. The further I ascended, the more the world seemed to shift. Shapes formed and faded at the edges of my vision, figures of ink and shadow dancing just beyond reach. At first I thought them tricks of the mist, but then one of them turned and looked at me, a woman, or something like one. Her form was blurred, her limbs smudging like watercolor bleeding into paper. Her eyes, however, were sharp and clear, as if they had been painted last, with careful strokes. "You are the one who paints," she said. I stopped, my heart hammering. "I am." Her head tilted, her gaze never leaving me. "Then you must find the frame before you find the brush." "The frame?" I echoed, confusion knotting my brow. "I don't—" But she was gone, dissolved into mist, as though she had never been there at all. A deep unease settled in my bones. I had thought my journey would be simple, retrieve my brush, continue my work, but something larger was at play, something that twisted through the fabric of this world like a hidden thread. Still, I had no choice but to continue. Hours passed, or perhaps days. Time had little meaning in the fog. The ground beneath me shifted from damp earth to rough stone, and then to something else entirely, something smooth and cold, like glass beneath my fingers. I knelt, brushing away the mist. A frame, perfect in shape, lay embedded in the ground. Its edges gleamed faintly as if whispering light back into the sky. My chest tightened. The frame before the brush. But what did that mean? As I stared, a gust of wind roared through the valley, and suddenly the mist began to clear. Through the frame I saw a world that was not my own. A world of swirling colors and half-formed images, of things waiting to be made real, and at the center of it all my brush, suspended in the air, waiting. I reached out, and the world shattered around me. The moment we breached the edge of the world and entered the northern skies, my breath caught in my throat. Above us, luminous veils of green, violet, and indigo wove themselves through the heavens, shifting like the ocean's restless tides. Zephyra, ever composed, tilted her head back to take in the splendor, the glow reflecting off her silvered eyes. She said nothing, but the faintest trace of a smile curved her lips. We had arrived. Oriel awaited us, perched upon a crystalline ledge that jutted out from the sky itself, his figure bathed in the glow of the auroras. He was neither young nor old, with hair that rippled like the lights above, shifting through shades of gold and silver. His robes shimmered with the night's brilliance, woven from some celestial thread no mortal hands could fashion. As we landed upon the ledge, I felt the weight of his gaze settle upon us, and though his features were kind, there was an unreadable depth in his eyes. "Marlowe," he greeted me, his voice like the whisper of wind through chimes. "And Zephyra, you have traveled far." I inclined my head, for what words could do justice to what I saw before me. "We seek the truth, Oriel. We believed your brush was lost, but—" "It was never lost," he interrupted gently, "only changed." At this he lifted his hand, and between his fingers something pulsed with the light of the auroras. It was not a brush, not anymore. The wooden handle had melted away, and in its place a rod of pure light shimmered. The bristles had dissolved, forming strands of liquid radiance, suspended in an ever-shifting dance. It was no longer a tool for painting the skies. It had become a part of them. Zephyra stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. "But how? Brushes do not simply transform." Oriel smiled, and the lights above flared in response. "Because creation does not end, Zephyra. It evolves. When I sought to mend a tear in the northern sky, my brush did not break. It ascended. It became one with the heavens themselves, a conduit rather than a mere instrument. It is the auroras now, and the auroras are it." A silence stretched between us, thick with understanding and questions left unspoken. I reached out, hesitant, but the moment my fingertips brushed the light, a surge of warmth coursed through me. Images flooded my mind, colors flowing like rivers, shaping the sky, whispering the secrets of the cosmos. I gasped, staggering back as Zephyra steadied me. "The power of creation," Oriel murmured, "is not held in tools, but in the hands of those who dare to wield it." I looked to Zephyra, who met my gaze with a knowing look. This journey had been about more than retrieving a lost artifact. It had been about understanding the nature of change. We had sought a brush, but what we had truly found was something far greater, a force that shaped the very fabric of the heavens. Oriel extended his hand, and the swirling light settled into my palm, weightless yet potent. "The auroras must continue their dance, Marlowe. Will you help guide them?" I inhaled deeply, the vast expanse of the northern skies stretching before me, endless and full of promise. "Yes," I whispered, the answer settling into my very bones. "I will." And with that, the light surged, painting the heavens anew. The first stroke was a trembling one, not from fear, but from the awe that held me captive. The moment my brush met the sky, I felt it, a shiver that ran up my arm and into my very bones, an energy that was neither mine nor entirely foreign. The bristles, now part of the aurora itself, became an extension of my hand, my mind, my soul. Oriel stood beside me, silent but watchful, their golden eyes reflecting the iridescent dance above. "You see now," they murmured, "what it means to be a creator." I could hardly speak. Every color that bled from the brush was something I had never seen before, hues that had no name, shades that shifted and pulsed with a life of their own. They unfurled across the heavens like ink dropped into water, spiraling, blending, growing. It was more than beauty. It was truth. It was possibility. The sky had always been a canvas, but now I realized it had been waiting for hands that dared to touch it, to change it. My hands. I drew a slow line across the stars, and the light answered. Not passively, not as mere pigment would, but actively, hungrily. It reached forward, twisting and bending into something new, something I hadn't anticipated. The brush hummed in my grip, urging me to continue. And so I did. Colors wove and rippled in endless waves. An ocean turned skyward. Deep violets melted into ember reds, which in turn gave way to golds that shimmered like liquid fire. I lifted the brush, and the light pulsed, holding its breath. A single drop of turquoise lingered in the air before blooming outward like a flower. I marveled at it. I had never imagined anything could feel like this. Oriel chuckled softly, their presence a steady warmth at my side. "You're afraid of it," they observed. "Afraid of what it might mean." I turned to them, my chest tight. "It's more than I thought it would be," I admitted. "More than I ever thought I could do." Oriel nodded, their wings shifting slightly. Power is often like that. The word made me hesitate. Power. I had never thought of it that way. I had always seen art as an expression, a way to understand the world, not to shape it. But now the world bent to my touch. I looked back at the sky. The aurora was still alive with the echoes of my strokes, moving as though the heavens themselves had breath. It wasn't static. It never would be. The brush pulsed again. My hand twitched. There was so much more to create. I could feel it. The unspoken invitation lingering in the air. What if I get lost in it? The question slipped out before I could stop it. Oriel's expression softened. You won't. How do you know? Because creation does not consume, it expands. I considered that. The sky was different now. It would never return to what it had been before. And neither would I. I lifted my brush, heart hammering. The stars were waiting. I hesitated, my fingers hovering in the air, an artist without a brush, a magician without a wand. Yet the colors obeyed me. A flick of my wrist sent waves of lavender crashing into a golden sea of light, spilling over the horizon in delicate tendrils. The sky shimmered with my thoughts, each hue an echo of something deeper within me. Memories, emotions, fleeting whispers of dreams I hadn't yet dared to voice. A deep breath, another. I reached out again, hesitant but yearning, and this time the colors did not just respond, they sang. Soft, melodic hums vibrated through my fingertips as I blended dusk into twilight, the sky breathing with me, shifting with every exhale. I was no longer just a spectator in the grand artistry of nature. I was the artist, the conductor, the creator. And it terrified me. I stepped back, the sky still rippling with the aftershock of my influence. My hands trembled, tingling with the power that had surged through them. And for a moment, I wondered if I had imagined it all. But the proof hung above me, painted across the heavens in hues I had only ever dreamed of capturing on canvas. What was this? A gift? A curse? A test? The last thought gripped me, cold and sharp. Was there a limit to what I could do? If I could paint the sky, could I mold the earth beneath my feet? Could I rewrite the world itself? The thought both exhilarated and unnerved me, a temptation I wasn't sure I had the strength to resist. The wind stirred, as if sensing my turmoil, whispering through the trees like an old friend, offering comfort. I turned my gaze downward, searching for something, anything to ground me. And that's when I saw her. She stood at the edge of the clearing, watching me, eyes wide with something I couldn't quite place. Awe? Fear? Recognition? The sunset I had painted cast a halo around her, making her seem almost ethereal, like she had stepped out of the very sky I had just shaped. "You did that," she whispered, more statement than question. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. "I think so." She stepped closer, her footsteps silent on the soft grass. How indeed? I had no answers, only the sensation, the pull, the way the colors had felt like an extension of myself. "I don't know," I admitted. "It just happened." Her gaze flickered to the sky, then back to me. "Then it's happening for a reason." The certainty in her voice unsettled me. She spoke as if she knew something I didn't, as if she had been waiting for this moment. "Who are you?" I asked. She hesitated, then took another step forward, the sunset catching in the strands of her dark hair. "Someone who's been looking for you." My pulse quickened. Looking for me? Why? A small smile touched her lips, enigmatic, knowing. "Because you're not the only one who can do this." My breath hitched. The world tilted slightly, the weight of her words heavier than anything I had carried before. I wasn't alone. "Come with me, Marlowe," she said, holding out her hand. "There's so much more you need to see." I looked at her, then at my hands, still tingling with the remnants of the sky's touch. I had stepped into something vast and unknown, and there was no turning back. With one last glance at the masterpiece I had unknowingly created, I reached for her hand and stepped forward into a world I had yet to understand. I stepped through the door of my home, the scent of aged wood and distant rain welcoming me back. The journey had reshaped me, carved away the excesses I once mistook for necessity, and left me with something purer, something I had not known I was searching for. It wasn't the kind of beauty one could touch or hold. It was the kind that settled deep within, an understanding, a peace. I was finally home, not just in walls and a roof, but within myself. The night was still, save for the rustling of wind through the trees beyond my window. I traced the familiar contours of my desk, my fingers brushing over old sketches, half-written letters, remnants of a past self I no longer recognized. The Marlowe who had left this place had been grasping for beauty in all the wrong ways. He had measured it by the sharpness of lines, the vibrancy of colors, the perfection of a moment frozen in time. But the Marlowe who returned had learned that true beauty was never stagnant. It lived, it breathed, it changed, just as I had. I lowered myself into my chair and gazed at the empty canvas before me. In the past, I would have been filled with frustration, desperate to control the scene that would emerge, the strokes that would define it. But tonight, I simply observed. My fingers itched to create, not for validation, not for approval, but simply because beauty demanded to be expressed, in whatever form it chose to take. For the first time in a long while, I did not pick up a brush. Instead, I leaned back, closed my eyes, and let my thoughts wander through the landscapes of memory. The fields of golden wheat swaying in the afternoon light. The quiet, knowing gaze of a stranger who had once shared their story with me. The sea, endless and wild, daring me to lose myself in its depths. Each moment, a stroke upon the canvas of my heart, a color I had never before understood. Sleep found me effortlessly that night. No longer burdened by the weight of expectation, no longer haunted by what I had lost, I drifted into dreams unburdened, unchained. The sky stretched before me in my mind, vast and unmarked, but it did not ask for paint, nor for precision. It asked only for the truth of my soul, and I gave it freely. Somewhere between wakefulness and slumber, I smiled. Beauty was never about perfection. It was about presence, about knowing that every line, every flaw, every shadow cast by the light was necessary, was right. And so I slept, dreaming of skies yet to be painted, not with a brush, but with my heart. The Arcane University. I arrived at Eldrin Academy with a heart pounding from excitement rather than nerves. The towering spires of the academy stretched toward the heavens, their sleek marble surfaces catching the sunlight like enchanted beacons. Beyond the gates, the air thrummed with magic, unseen but palpable, like the gentle hum of a song just at the edge of my hearing. This was where I was meant to be. The moment I stepped inside, my senses were overwhelmed. The scent of old parchment and burning incense curled in the air, and students bustled past, robes in shades of deep blue and emerald swirling behind them. I had dreamed of this moment for years. Of course, I had trained in magic before, but Eldrin Academy was different. It was legendary, a place where the greatest wielders of magic had been shaped. It wasn't long before I made friends. Cassian, with his silver-flecked eyes and a mischievous smirk, had a knack for illusion spells that left us all laughing. Then there was Alira, serious and studious, but fiercely loyal, and Miko, whose fiery spirit rivaled even the wildest magic. We clicked almost instantly, bound by our shared wonder at the academy and the magic it promised to teach us. In my first week, I realized I had a natural affinity for spellcraft. During an introductory incantation class, while others struggled to channel their energy, mine flowed effortlessly. Professor Sorel, a sharp-eyed woman with a gaze that could pierce stone, watched me with interest. By the end of the lesson, she called me aside. "You have a gift," she murmured, her fingers tapping against the ancient tome in her hands. An untrained but formidable gift. I basked in the praise, but there was something in her voice, a curiosity tinged with caution. I brushed it off, too caught up in the thrill of finally wielding real magic to pay it much mind. As the days passed, my abilities continued to grow, but so did my awareness of an undercurrent of unease. The older students whispered in hushed tones when no instructors were around. Even among the faculty, I caught glimpses of tension, furrowed brows, hurried conversations cut short when students drew near. It was subtle but unmistakable. One evening, as I practiced in the courtyard under the violet hues of the setting sun, I overheard a conversation that sent a chill through me. Two upper-year students stood partially hidden in the shadow of a grand archway, their voices low but urgent. "It's happening again," one of them whispered. "Not here," the other hissed. "If they hear us—" Their words were cut off as they noticed me. They exchanged a sharp glance before vanishing into the depths of the academy. Something was wrong at Eldrin. I confided in my friends, but they dismissed it as paranoia. "The academy has always had its secrets," Alira said. "That's what makes it so fascinating." But I couldn't shake the feeling. And as my own magic grew stronger, so did my awareness of something lurking beneath the surface of Eldrin's grand halls. Then, one night, the veil of secrecy began to crack. A professor vanished, Professor Kale. the one who had always smiled at me kindly in the halls. There was no explanation. No one spoke his name as if he had never existed. But I remembered, and I wasn't about to let it go. The moment Leora and I crossed the threshold into the restricted section, a chill ran down my spine. It wasn't just the forbidden knowledge that lurked behind these towering bookshelves. It was the whispers, soft, insidious, curling through the air like phantom tendrils of a spell gone awry. We had followed them here, the murmurs slipping through the cracks of the Academy's polished facade. A hidden war council, an unspoken curriculum, secrets buried beneath years of deception. And we had found it. Leora's hand trembled as she reached for mine. I squeezed back, though my own fingers felt like ice. A dim torchlight flickered at the far end of the aisle, casting long shadows against the floor. The air smelled of parchment, ink, and something else, something metallic, like blood soaked into the very foundation of this place. I should have turned back. We both should have. But curiosity is a cruel mistress, and she pulled us deeper. We crept forward, careful to keep our footfalls light. The voices became clearer now. We must act soon. The students are restless. They are not ready. We risk exposure. A pause, then a sigh. We are already exposed. The council suspects. I glanced at Leora. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the torchlight like a pair of twin moons. There was something unspoken between us, a silent agreement. We had to know more. We pressed closer to the shelves, our breath held as if exhaling too hard would shatter the illusion of secrecy that surrounded us. The headmistress cannot protect them forever, a third voice interjected. This one was deeper, more commanding. If they discover what we've been hiding. A loud thunk cut through the conversation. A book slammed shut. The figures in the chamber tensed. Leora yanked me backward just as a shadow flickered at the edge of my vision. My heart pounded as we stumbled behind a stack of ancient tomes, pressing ourselves into the darkness. We're not alone, the first voice hissed. Silence followed. Then the unmistakable creak of footsteps approaching. I clenched my jaw, trying to steady my breathing. If they caught us, there would be no excuses, no plausible deniability. We had trespassed into knowledge that was not meant for us. A book on the shelf beside me quivered, as if disturbed by an unseen force. I swallowed hard. "Aria," Leora mouthed. I nodded, slowly reaching for the smallest of my concealed daggers. If they found us, we would not go quietly. The footsteps stopped. "Whoever you are," the deep voice called, "show yourselves." Neither of us moved. The torchlight flickered violently, casting erratic shadows. Then a low chuckle. "Very well. You leave us no choice." A gust of wind howled through the aisle, and the books around us flew from the shelves, scattering into the air like startled birds. The unseen force yanked at our hiding place, exposing us to the light. Leora gasped, and I spun on my heel, dagger in hand. 3 figures stood before us. Their faces were shrouded, their robes lined with silver embroidery. Symbols I had only ever seen in the deepest recesses of the Academy's oldest tomes. They weren't just professors, they were something more. Students, one of them mused, tilting their head. Clever ones. Leora's fingers dug into my arm. "Explain yourselves," the leader demanded. I lifted my chin. "We heard whispers," I said, "about a war, a secret curriculum." The leader stepped forward, their face still obscured by the shadows. "And what do you intend to do with this knowledge?" I swallowed. "That depends on what you tell us." For a moment, there was only silence. Then, to my surprise, the leader laughed. "Bold," they murmured. "Foolish, but bold." They exchanged a glance with their companions. "Perhaps they are ready after all." I frowned. Ready for what? The leader gestured toward the chamber behind them. "To learn the truth." I shouldn't have noticed. I should have kept my head down, focused on my own training, and ignored the whispers threading through the academy halls. But once I saw them, saw the way their spells burned too bright, the way their movements were too precise, too deadly, I couldn't look away. At first I thought it was a simple mistake. Maybe I had stumbled upon an advanced class, something reserved for students far beyond my current level. But the more I watched, the more uneasy I became. Combat magic wasn't just being practiced. It was being honed, sharpened like a blade meant for something far more dangerous than any exam or tournament. The air buzzed with raw power as fire arced across the courtyard, barely missing the target dummies, and instead leaving deep scorch marks in the stone walls. Lightning crackled between fingers with a level of control that should have taken years to master. These weren't just students training, they were preparing for battle. I had to know why. Confronting Professor Duskbane was not a decision I made lightly. He was an imposing figure, his presence alone enough to quiet an entire lecture hall. He was not unkind, but he was strict, and he carried the air of someone who had seen far more than he let on. If anyone knew what was going on, it would be him. I waited until after class, lingering by my desk as the other students filed out. When I finally approached, he barely looked up from the book he was annotating. "Professor," I began, my voice steadier than I expected, "I need to ask about the combat training some students are doing outside class." His quill stilled. Slowly he lifted his gaze, piercing and unreadable. "Do you now?" I swallowed but pressed on. "They're using spells beyond our curriculum. Dangerous spells. It's not normal training, is it?" For a moment there was only silence. Then he sighed, closing his book with deliberate care. "Arya, there are things at this academy that do not concern you. I suggest you focus on your studies." His tone was calm, but the weight behind his words pressed against my chest like a physical force. "I don't think that's true," I said before I could stop myself. "I think something is happening, and I think you know what it is." His expression darkened, and when he spoke again, it was with an edge I had never heard from him before. "Curiosity is a dangerous thing, especially when it leads you down paths you are not prepared to walk." I clenched my fists. "That's not an answer." "No, it is a warning." He held my gaze for a moment longer before turning away, dismissing me as though the conversation had never happened. But I wasn't going to let it go. I had seen too much, and now I needed to know the truth. If Professor Duskbane wouldn't give me answers, I would find them myself. The clang of steel against steel still rang in my ears as I stumbled out of the training hall, my breath ragged, my pulse hammering against my ribs like a war drum. Sweat slicked my palms, mixing with the sting of the shallow cut Cedric had landed across my forearm. It wasn't deep, but it served as a reminder. This wasn't just a practice duel. This was something else entirely. My mind reeled as I pieced together the fragments of what had just happened. The duel had been arranged last minute, supposedly for practice. But the way Cedric moved, the way he pressed his attacks with calculated precision, told me he was testing me, pushing me, and worse, I had the sickening feeling that he had been holding back. I cast a quick glance over my shoulder. Cedric was still inside, speaking in hushed tones with Master Riven. His expression was unreadable, but there was something in the way he carried himself, in the way he had hesitated at the end of our fight, that sent a chill crawling up my spine. I needed answers. I pressed a hand against my wound to stem the bleeding and made my way toward the Academy's infirmary, forcing myself to move quickly despite the unsteadiness in my steps. The corridors were dimly lit at this hour, the torches flickering shadows across the cold stone walls. My thoughts raced. If these duels weren't just for training, then what were they for? And why did Cedric, of all people, seem to know more than he was letting on? As I pushed open the heavy wooden doors of the infirmary, I was met with the sharp scent of herbs and the soft rustling of parchment. Healer Miri looked up from her desk, her keen eyes narrowing slightly as she took in my disheveled state. "Another duel gone too far?" she asked, already rising from her seat to fetch supplies. I nodded, too drained to offer much more. "Cedric," she hummed, her fingers brushing against the wound as she examined it. "You're not the first to come in tonight, and I doubt you'll be the last." My stomach twisted. "Others?" Miri dipped a cloth into a basin of water, wringing it out before dabbing at the cut. "3 before you, 2 of them barely able to walk." A chill ran through me. "Who?" She shook her head. "I'm not at liberty to say. But you should be careful, Arya." I swallowed hard. This was worse than I thought. If others had been pushed as hard as I had, or harder, then whatever was happening here wasn't just about gauging skill. It was a test, a brutal, unforgiving test. And I had no doubt now that failure meant more than just losing a duel. I waited until Miri finished tending to my wound before slipping out of the infirmary, my mind already forming a plan. Cedric knew something, and I intended to find out what. I found him later that night, leaning against the archway of the courtyard, his arms crossed over his chest. The moonlight cast shadows across his face, accentuating the sharp angles of his jawline and the storm brewing in his eyes. He had been waiting for me. "I was wondering when you'd come," he said, his voice even, but there was something guarded beneath it. I stopped a few paces away, my fingers still curled instinctively as if I held a sword. What's really going on, Cedric? He sighed, shaking his head. You weren't supposed to figure it out this soon. Anger flared in my chest. Figure what out? That we're being tested like caged animals? That someone is trying to push us past our limits without telling us why? Cedric met my gaze, and for the first time since the duel, I saw something almost like regret flicker across his features. It's bigger than you think, Arya. Then tell me. He hesitated, then stepped closer, lowering his voice. The Academy isn't just training us to be warriors. They're preparing us for something else. Something coming. My breath hitched. Coming? Cedric nodded. I don't know all of it, but I know this. These duels, they're not practice. They're selection. A cold dread settled in my bones. Selection for what? He hesitated, and for a moment I thought he wouldn't answer. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, For war. The word landed like a hammer to my chest. War. The Academy was training us, testing us, not for defense, not for tournaments, but for something far more dangerous. And the worst part? We hadn't even known. My mind raced. If Cedric was right, then every duel, every injury, every relentless push to our limits wasn't just preparation, it was a culling. Only the strongest would make it. The rest? I didn't want to think about what would happen to them. I met Cedric's gaze, my voice steady despite the turmoil raging inside me. Then we need to find out the truth, before it's too late. He nodded, a grim determination settling over his features. Agreed. As we stood beneath the moonlit sky, the weight of what lay ahead settled heavily on my shoulders. Whatever this academy was truly preparing us for, I knew one thing for certain. This was only the beginning. I held my breath as the heavy oak doors creaked open, the dim torchlight from the hallway barely illuminating the forbidden knowledge within. The restricted section of the Eldrin Academy library was colder than the rest, the air thick with dust and the faint scent of parchment aged beyond centuries. My heart pounded, echoing in my ears as I stepped forward, my fingers tingling with anticipation and fear. We weren't supposed to be here, but the truth had been buried too long. Behind me, Finn and Leora slipped inside, closing the door as quietly as possible. Finn's eyes, usually filled with mischief, were dark with apprehension. Leora clutched the strap of her satchel, her fingers flexing like she was ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. I couldn't blame her. If we were caught, we wouldn't just be expelled. We'd be erased. We don't have much time, Finn whispered. What are we looking for? Anything about the factions, the war, why they've been lying to us? My voice barely carried in the cavernous space. Rows upon rows of towering shelves loomed over us, stuffed with books bound in cracked leather and arcane symbols. Some pulsed faintly, the magic in them barely restrained. A shiver crawled down my spine, but I pressed forward, running my fingers along the spines. My hand stilled on one, its title obscured by time. I tugged it free, dust spiraling into the air. Here. I set the book on the nearest table, flipping open the brittle pages. The ink was faded, but the words were unmistakable. Eldrin Academy had never been just a place of learning. It was a training ground, its students groomed as pawns in a magical war that had raged for centuries. Leora gasped as she read over my shoulder. This says that the factions have been using us as soldiers, that our exams are actually battles, disguised as evaluations. Finn let out a low whistle. That explains why the third years keep disappearing. I swallowed hard. The official story was that students who failed to meet Eldrin's rigorous standards were transferred. But according to this book, they were conscripted, sent to the front lines of a war none of us even knew existed. I turned the page, my pulse quickening. There were names here, names of students, instructors. Some were marked with symbols, their meanings lost to time. But one name stood out, scrawled in the margins as if someone had desperately tried to preserve it. Professor Merrowind. Leora sucked in a sharp breath. She teaches advanced elemental theory. She's one of them. I finished, my throat tight. She's been preparing students for combat under the guise of teaching. Finn ran a hand through his hair. So what do we do? Take this to the headmaster? I shook my head. If the academy is in on this, the headmaster won't help. We need to find proof, more proof, something they can't deny. As I turned another page, the candlelight flickered, casting shadows that seemed to stretch toward us. A chill whispered through the room, setting every nerve in my body on edge. Something was watching us. Leora reached for my hand, her grip icy. We need to go. Now. The words had barely left her lips before the door slammed open, a gust of energy knocking over books and scattering parchment into the air. A figure stepped inside, their silhouette framed in the flickering light. My stomach dropped. Professor Merrowind. Her gaze swept over the chaos before settling on us, unreadable and cold. Curiosity, she murmured, stepping forward. It will be your undoing. Magic crackled at her fingertips, the air humming with restrained power. My mind raced. We had to escape, but how? We were trapped, cornered by an instructor who had likely trained dozens before us to be nothing more than weapons in a war we never chose. Finn's hand twitched toward his pocket, where I knew he kept his enchanted dagger. Leora was already murmuring a quiet spell under her breath. But I had no plan, no strategy, just the burning need for answers. Why? My voice was steadier than I felt. Why lie to us? Professor Merrowind tilted her head. Because the truth would break you before the battlefield ever could. The air turned electric. We had seconds before she struck. I met Finn in Leora's eyes. We had come searching for answers. Now we were fighting for survival. And we were not leaving without the truth. I held my breath as the heavy oak doors creaked open, the dim torchlight from the hallway barely illuminating the forbidden knowledge within. The restricted section of the Eldrin Academy library was colder than the rest, the air thick with dust and the faint scent of parchment aged beyond centuries. My heart pounded. echoing in my ears as I stepped forward, my fingers tingling with anticipation and fear. We weren't supposed to be here, but the truth had been buried too long. Behind me, Finn and Leora slipped inside, closing the door as quietly as possible. Finn's eyes, usually filled with mischief, were dark with apprehension. Leora clutched the strap of her satchel, her fingers flexing like she was ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. I couldn't blame her. If we were caught, we wouldn't just be expelled. We'd be erased. "We don't have much time," Finn whispered. "What are we looking for?" "Anything about the factions, the war, why they've been lying to us." My voice barely carried in the cavernous space. Rows upon rows of towering shelves loomed over us, stuffed with books bound in cracked leather and arcane symbols. Some pulsed faintly, the magic in them barely restrained. A shiver crawled down my spine, but I pressed forward, running my fingers along the spines. My hand stilled on one, its title obscured by time. I tugged it free, dust spiraling into the air. "Here." I set the book on the nearest table, flipping open the brittle pages. The ink was faded, but the words were unmistakable. Eldrin Academy had never been just a place of learning. It was a training ground, its students groomed as pawns in a magical war that had raged for centuries. Leora gasped as she read over my shoulder. This says that the factions have been using us as soldiers, that our exams are actually battles, disguised as evaluations." Finn let out a low whistle. "That explains why the third years keep disappearing." I swallowed hard. The official story was that students who failed to meet Eldrin's rigorous standards were transferred. But according to this book, they were conscripted, sent to the front lines of a war none of us even knew existed. I turned the page, my pulse quickening. There were names here, names of students, instructors. Some were marked with symbols, their meanings lost to time. But one name stood out, scrawled in the margins as if someone had desperately tried to preserve it. Professor Merriwind. Leora sucked in a sharp breath. "She teaches advanced elemental theory. She's one of them," I finished, my throat tight. "She's been preparing students for combat under the guise of teaching." Finn ran a hand through his hair. "So what do we do? Take this to the headmaster?" I shook my head. "If the academy is in on this, the headmaster won't help. We need to find proof, more proof, something they can't deny." As I turned another page, the candlelight flickered, casting shadows that seemed to stretch toward us. A chill whispered through the room, setting every nerve in my body on edge. Something was watching us. Leora reached for my hand, her grip icy. "We need to go. Now!" The words had barely left her lips before the door slammed open, a gust of energy knocking over books and scattering parchment into the air. A figure stepped inside, their silhouette framed in the flickering light. My stomach dropped. Professor Merriwind. Her gaze swept over the chaos before settling on us, unreadable and cold. "Curiosity," she murmured, stepping forward. "It will be your undoing." Magic crackled at her fingertips, the air humming with restrained power. My mind raced. We had to escape, but how? We were trapped, cornered by an instructor who had likely trained dozens before us to be nothing more than weapons in a war we never chose. Finn's hand twitched toward his pocket, where I knew he kept his enchanted dagger. Leora was already murmuring a quiet spell under her breath. But I had no plan, no strategy, just the burning need for answers. Why? My voice was steadier than I felt. Why lie to us? Professor Merowyn tilted her head. Because the truth would break you before the battlefield ever could. The air turned electric. We had seconds before she struck. I met Finn and Leora's eyes. We had come searching for answers. Now we were fighting for survival, and we were not leaving without the truth. The heavy oak doors shut behind me with a weighty finality. I stood before Headmistress Solenne's grand mahogany desk, my pulse thudding in my throat. The candlelight flickered against the stone walls, casting eerie shadows that felt like they were watching me, waiting to see if I would break. You have a choice, Arya, Solenne said smoothly, her fingers steepled beneath her chin. Join the elite war training program, or... She let the sentence hang, as though the alternative didn't need words. I swallowed hard. There was no misunderstanding her meaning. Students who refused were never seen again. Disappearances turned to whispers, then silence. No one dared ask questions, and those who did often vanished themselves. My mother's voice echoed in my mind. Keep your head down, stay unseen. But how could I remain unseen when Solenne had placed me in the center of the storm? What happens to those who decline? I asked, though I already knew. My voice came out steadier than I felt. Solenne's lips curled into a small smile, cold and knowing. It is not refusal that dooms them, Arya. It is weakness. A student unwilling to fight is a liability, a burden. Her piercing gaze locked onto mine. And we do not suffer burdens here. I clenched my fists at my sides. Every fiber of my being told me to run, but where? The walls of the academy stretched higher than any escape I could imagine, the guards ever watchful. Running wasn't an option, so I did the only thing I could. I lifted my chin. I accept. Solenne's smile widened, a glimmer of satisfaction in her sharp eyes. Good. Training begins at dawn. She dismissed me with a flick of her hand, and I turned on my heel, each step feeling heavier than the last as I left the office. The corridors of the academy were colder than usual, the air thick with the weight of the choice I had made. War training. The words alone sent ice down my spine. I had spent my years here carefully navigating around the brutal combat programs, blending into the academic shadows. I wasn't strong like the others. Not like Jax, whose talent with a blade was legendary, or Cassia, who could fell a grown man with a single blow. But now I would be among them, one of them. I reached my dormitory, my hands trembling as I shut the door behind me. My roommate, Lyra, sat on her bed, her dark eyes scanning a book on war strategy. She looked up at me, her gaze sharp. "You're pale." I forced a tight smile. Headmistress Solenne summoned me. Lyra's expression darkened. "And?" I hesitated before answering. I'm joining the war training program. Silence, the kind that stretched and clawed at the air, full of unspoken words. Lyra's jaw tightened. You didn't have a choice. No. She exhaled sharply and shut her book. Then you survive. That was the unspoken rule of the academy. No matter what, you survived. But I couldn't shake the feeling that by accepting Solenne's offer, I had sealed my fate in a different way. Dawn came too soon. I dressed in the training uniform left at the foot of my bed. Black tunic, fitted pants, boots laced up to my knees. The fabric felt foreign, heavier than my usual attire. Lyra watched me quietly as I tied my belt. Don't show weakness, she said. Not even once. I nodded, though I wasn't sure I could manage it. The training grounds were already buzzing when I arrived. A dozen students stood in formation, their expressions unreadable. Some glanced at me, calculating, assessing. Others ignored me entirely. Jax was among them, arms crossed over his chest, his usual smirk absent. He gave me a single look before turning away. Cassia, beside him, merely raised an eyebrow. Instructor Veros strode in, his presence commanding silence. He was built like a fortress, every inch of him scarred from battles I could only imagine. New recruit, he said, eyes locking onto me. Step forward. I hesitated only a fraction of a second before obeying. Veros circled me like a predator. You don't belong here. I bit the inside of my cheek. Headmistress Solenne disagrees. A flicker of something, amusement, crossed his face. We'll see. Without warning, he lunged. I barely had time to react before his boots swept under my feet, knocking me to the ground. Pain jolted through my body as I hit the dirt, gasping. Laughter rippled through the other students. Veros loomed over me. This is war training. You either fight or you fall. Blood pounded in my ears. I scrambled to my feet, chest heaving, my fingers curled into fists. I wasn't strong, I wasn't fast, but I had spent years watching, learning. If I couldn't overpower, I could outthink. Veros attacked again, but this time I moved. I sidestepped, his strike missing by an inch. His eyes narrowed. Better, he admitted. Again. The hours blurred into exhaustion, bruises forming faster than I could count. Every moment was a test, every glance a challenge. But I didn't fall again. Not because I was strong, but because I couldn't afford to. When training finally ended, my body screamed in protest. I dragged myself back to my dorm, every muscle aching. Lyra looked up from her desk. You're still standing, she said. Barely. A ghost of a smile. Good. I collapsed onto my bed, but sleep didn't come. My mind raced with the reality of what I had signed up for. The war training program wasn't just about combat, it was about survival. And I needed to do more than just endure it. I needed to outlast it, outsmart it, because if I didn't, I would disappear like the rest. My wrists ached from the tight iron cuffs binding them, but the pain was nothing compared to the icy dread curling in my stomach. The betrayal still burned, raw and fresh, more painful than any wound. I should have seen it coming. I should have been more careful. The war council sat before me like gods passing judgment. Draped in deep crimson robes, their faces were shadowed by flickering torchlight. Chancellor Drevin, the man who once claimed to see promise in me, now regarded me with the cold detachment of a man appraising a broken tool. His steely gray eyes fixed on mine as he leaned forward, fingers steepled beneath his chin. "Aria Valkane," he intoned, voice smooth as polished steel. "You stand accused of conspiracy against the Academy and by extension the High Order. You have been seen consorting with traitors, sowing discord among your peers, and worst of all—" He paused, letting the weight of his next words crush down upon me, endangering the stability of the very institution that has given you everything. I swallowed hard, but refused to lower my gaze. Given me everything? You mean stripped away everything I had and rebuilt me in your image? My voice came out steadier than I expected. Drevin's lips curled into a smirk, as if amused by my defiance. "And yet you played along for so long. Tell me, was it guilt that made you turn? Or merely ambition?" I clenched my fists, the metal cuffs biting into my skin. I wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing my fear. I had worked too hard, sacrificed too much to let it end like this. I forced myself to breathe slowly, to focus. "You expect me to justify my actions to you?" I said. "The Academy is not what it claims to be. You shape us into weapons, not protectors." A murmur rippled through the council chamber. Some among them, I knew, were not entirely convinced of the Academy's righteousness. I had spent months uncovering the truth, gathering others who saw what I saw. Those who knew the Academy's power did not come from noble intent, but from control and fear. And then someone betrayed us. I still didn't know who. I replayed every moment leading up to my capture, searching for the weak link. But it didn't matter now. The damage was done. Drevin's smirk deepened. He turned slightly, addressing the shadowed figure to his right. "You knew her best. Perhaps you should be the one to ask her the necessary questions." My stomach twisted. I already knew who it was before they stepped into the light. Cassian. The sight of him nearly stole the breath from my lungs. His dark eyes, once filled with quiet warmth, were now unreadable. The betrayal cut deeper than I could have imagined. He had stood beside me in the shadows, whispered plans of resistance in the quiet safety of candle-lit rooms. He had been the one I trusted most, and now he was the one to break me. His expression betrayed nothing as he spoke. "Aria, why did you do it?" I stared at him, searching for the man I once knew. "I should be asking you that." Cassian's jaw tightened. "You don't understand what's at stake." "Oh, I understand," I said bitterly. "I understand that you were afraid, that you sold us out to save yourself." Something flickered in his eyes, but it was gone too quickly for me to grasp. He turned to Drevin. "She won't talk easily." Drevin chuckled, rising from his seat. "Then we will help her. 2 guards moved forward, gripping my arms roughly. I thrashed, but their hold was unyielding. Drevin reached into his robe, withdrawing a small vial filled with a shimmering, silvery liquid. My heart pounded. I recognized it immediately. Veritas serum, a truth serum, but not the kind that simply forced words from your lips. No, this one twisted into the mind, unraveling thoughts like tangled thread, breaking down even the strongest resistance until nothing was left but raw, painful truth. Cassian's expression didn't change, but I thought I saw a flicker of hesitation. Or maybe that was just hope trying to deceive me. Drevin held the vial up, letting the torchlight dance over the liquid. We will know everything soon enough. The guards forced my head back, my struggles useless against their strength. The vial tilted, the liquid sliding closer to my lips. I had one chance, one moment before the serum took hold. I let my body go slack, feigning defeat. The moment their grip loosened, I lashed out. My foot connected with one guard's knee, and he let out a startled cry. Using the distraction, I wrenched free and lunged forward, grabbing the vial from Drevin's hand. A chorus of shouts erupted. Cassian moved, but I was faster. I spun, hurling the vial to the ground. It shattered against the stone floor, the shimmering liquid sizzling as it spread. Drevin cursed. The guards regained themselves, charging toward me. No escape. I met Cassian's gaze one last time. For a fleeting moment, regret flashed across his face, but regret wouldn't save me now. Pain exploded at the back of my skull as a guard's strike sent me crumpling to the ground. My vision blurred. Darkness crept at the edges of my mind, pulling me under. The last thing I saw was Cassian turning away. The revelation struck me like a bolt of lightning. This wasn't just a war between rival factions. It was a battle for the very essence of magic itself. Some wanted to shackle it, to regulate and control it, while others sought to let it run free, wild and unrestrained. And Eldrin Academy, my school, my supposed sanctuary, was training us for one side of this war. But which side? My hands trembled as I gripped the worn leather cover of the book before me, an ancient tome that had revealed these horrifying truths. The candle beside me flickered, casting long shadows against the library's high stone walls. It felt as if the very air around me was holding its breath, waiting for my next move. I thought back to everything I had been taught here. We learned precision, control, discipline. We were warned about the dangers of magic's untamed force. But was that out of wisdom or fear? A whisper of movement caught my attention. I turned just in time to see the head librarian, Master Corwin, step into the dim glow of the candlelight. His gaze fell to the book in my hands, his expression unreadable. "That is not a text meant for students, Arya," he said softly. "Then why leave it here?" My voice was steady, but inside my heart pounded. Why let the truth hide in the open? He sighed, running a hand through his graying beard. Because in time, every student must decide where they stand. You mean every student must choose a side in this war? Not just the war, Arya, the future. The weight of his words settled over me, heavier than any spell I had ever cast. This wasn't just about battle tactics and magical duels. It was about deciding what magic should be. Should it be harnessed, kept in check, wielded only by those deemed worthy? Or should it be allowed to shape itself, a force of nature as untamable as the sea? "And Eldrin?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Which side are we on?" Master Corwin hesitated, his blue eyes darkening. "That, my dear, depends on who you ask." I swallowed hard. I needed answers, and I needed them fast. That night, sleep evaded me. The moonlight streamed through the high windows of my dormitory, illuminating the threads of doubt weaving through my mind. I replayed everything I had been taught. Our lessons on focus and precision, our constant warnings against reckless casting. And then I thought of my friend Kieran, whose magic had surged wildly beyond his control once, only to be locked away in the Academy's dungeons. Was that an act of mercy or oppression? I had to know the truth. Dawn had barely begun to paint the sky when I made my way toward the restricted archives. My cloak billowed around me as I slipped through the Academy's silent halls. If there were answers, they would be there. The guards at the archive entrance were slumped against the wall, asleep. A sleeping spell, faintly shimmering in the air around them, told me someone else had beaten me here. I pressed on, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. I stepped into the vast chamber lined with towering shelves, their contents hidden beneath layers of dust and secrecy. And in the center of the room, by the grand oak table, stood Kieran. He looked up sharply, eyes widening when he saw me. "Arya, you're looking for answers too," I guessed. He hesitated before nodding. "You don't know everything they've done, Arya. The Academy doesn't just train students, it chooses them, shapes them, the ones who don't fit the mold. They get locked away," I finished, my stomach twisting. "Like you almost did." Kieran's jaw tightened. "Like I almost did, and others weren't so lucky." The words hung between us like a storm cloud. A flicker of light caught my eye. A parchment spread out before Kieran, its ink glowing faintly in the dimness. "What is that?" I asked. "A list," he murmured. "Names of students who've disappeared, ones who refused to conform, ones who dared to ask questions." I stepped closer, scanning the names. Some I recognized, others I didn't, but all had one thing in common. None had ever graduated. A cold realization settled over me. Eldrin Academy wasn't just preparing students for war. It was ensuring that only those who followed their vision of magic survived it. A door creaked in the distance. Kieran tensed, shoving the parchment into his cloak. "We have to go. Now." I didn't argue. Together, we slipped back into the shadows, the truth burning inside me. This war wasn't just about magic. It was about control, and I would not be controlled. Whatever it took, I would find the other side of this battle. I would learn what the Academy feared, and when the time came, I would decide for myself what magic was meant to be. I pressed my back against the damp stone wall, my breath shallow as I listened for any signs of pursuit. The tunnels beneath the academy stretched out like a labyrinth, dark and musty, winding deeper into forgotten passageways. The War Council had nearly caught us, and I could still feel the ghost of their grip tightening around my wrist. We had barely escaped. One moment too late, and we would have been dragged back into their clutches, silenced before we could expose the truth. A dim lantern flickered beside me, casting elongated shadows on the rough-hewn walls. My allies were scattered in the narrow tunnel, catching their breath, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and determination. Ronan crouched by a stack of old crates, his brows furrowed as he sketched a crude map in the dust on the ground. "We can't stay here long," he muttered. "The council will search every inch of the academy for us. They'll assume we're in hiding, but they won't expect us to strike back." I nodded, my mind racing. "That's exactly what we need to do. We can't just run. We have to make them regret ever trying to control us." Beside me, Kale exhaled sharply. "Easier said than done, Arya. They've spun their webs so tight that no one even questions what's happening inside these walls. We need proof. Something undeniable." I turned to Alira, the only one among us who had access to the Council's most guarded secrets before our escape. Her dark eyes flickered in the lantern's glow. "You said there's a hidden archive beneath the library. If we can get in there, we can find the documents, the records, everything they've been hiding." Alira hesitated, then gave a slow nod. "It's dangerous, but it's possible. The only way in is through a passage that connects to the headmaster's wing. If we're caught..." She didn't need to finish. We all knew the price of failure. Ronan wiped his dusty hands on his tunic. "Then we don't fail. We need a plan. We'll split into teams, one to create a diversion, the other to get into the archive. Arya, you're the only one who can get past the security runes. You'll lead the infiltration team." I met his gaze, my pulse thrumming. "Then let's do it." The academy was quieter at night, but the silence held a weight to it, like the air itself was waiting for something to break. We moved like shadows along the hidden tunnels, our footfalls muffled by the damp earth. The scent of old parchment and dust drifted through the cracks in the stone, a reminder of how close we were to our goal. Ronan and Kale peeled away first, heading toward the alchemy wing where they would trigger the first stage of our distraction. That left Alira and me to press forward toward the library. My fingers tightened around the hilt of my dagger as we neared the hidden passage. Alira whispered a quick incantation, her voice a thread of sound against the dark. The stone wall before us trembled, then slid open just enough for us to slip through. The air inside was thick with the scent of old tomes and magic, a heavy presence lingering in the darkness. We stepped inside, our movements precise and silent. The archive loomed before us, a chamber lined with towering shelves, stretching beyond the reach of our lantern's glow. My heart pounded as I scanned the rows of locked cabinets, each one holding secrets the War Council never wanted to see the light of day. Alira moved with purpose, tracing her fingers over a series of ancient runes carved into the wooden panels. "They warded these," she whispered. "It'll take time to break the seals." I kept watch, my eyes flickering between the entrance and the shadows beyond. A distant rumble echoed through the walls. The diversion had begun. We had to move fast. Alira let out a sharp breath. "Got it." The locks released with a faint hiss, and she swung open the cabinet, revealing rows of parchment, bound volumes, and sealed scrolls. My hands trembled as I reached for the nearest document, my eyes scanning the elegant script. Experimentation logs, reconditioning protocols, proof that the academy was more than just a place of learning. It was a prison, a place where minds were reshaped, where students were forged into weapons against their will. "This is it," I whispered. "This is what we need." Alira quickly bundled the documents into a satchel. We turned toward the exit, but before we could move, the air in the room shifted. A whisper of movement. Too late. I spun, my dagger already in hand. A figure emerged from the darkness, their eyes gleaming like polished steel. Going somewhere? I had always known this day would come, but knowing did not soften the terror that gripped me as the sky darkened with smoke and fire. The war factions had finally made their move, breaking the fragile illusion of peace that the Academy had clung to for so long. Alarms shrieked through the air, mingling with the cries of the wounded and the deafening roars of spellfire. I stood at the highest tower, looking down at the battlefield that had once been the hallowed grounds of my education. The Academy's banners, once symbols of knowledge and enlightenment, were now tattered and burned. Mages fought desperately, their incantations lighting up the dusk like falling stars. The scent of scorched earth and blood thickened the air, pressing against my senses with suffocating weight. "Arya!" A familiar voice snapped me from my trance. Professor Calum, his robes torn and smeared with soot, grabbed my shoulder. "You need to fight. We cannot let them take the Academy." Fight. I had spent my years here studying magic, practicing control, refining my ability to wield power. But nothing had prepared me for this, for the screams, for the bodies lying motionless where students had fallen, for the realization that magic was not just knowledge, it was devastation. A monstrous force exploded at the outer gates, sending shockwaves through the ground. I stumbled but caught myself in time to see the faction warriors storming in. Their armor gleamed with runes, their weapons pulsed with stolen magic. They were ruthless, cutting down anyone in their path. The Academy had taught us that we were protectors, guardians of knowledge, but knowledge did not protect the students who now lay dead. And the Academy, for all its teachings, had been built on a foundation of lies. Lies that had kept us complacent. Lies that had led us to believe we were safe. "Arya!" Calum called again, shoving a staff into my hands. "Do not falter. The Academy needs you." The Academy needs me. But what had the Academy ever done for me? For us? It had trained us, yes, given us power, but it had also shackled us with its rules, its politics. It had hoarded magic, claiming to be its rightful keeper while the world outside suffered for lack of it. A faction warrior broke through the courtyard defenses, his blade dripping with blood. He locked eyes with me, and in that moment I had to choose. Did I fight for the academy? Did I fight for the institution that had raised me, even if it was flawed? Or did I defy it, seize my own path, and decide for myself what magic should be used for? My grip tightened on the staff, my heart hammering against my ribs. The battle roared around me, and for the first time I understood what true power was. It was not in the academy, it was in choice. And I had made mine. The battlefield shimmered with broken spells, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood and burnt magic. I stood across from Cedric, his blade still crackling with residual energy, his breathing heavy. His eyes, always so unreadable, now flickered with something raw. Pain, regret, determination. Arya, he called my name, voice strained yet resolute. You think I do this blindly? That I serve the academy without reason? I gritted my teeth, the weight of my exhaustion pressing down on my limbs. You don't have to do this at all, Cedric. His lips curled into something akin to a bitter smile. If only it were that simple. He lifted his free hand, and in the palm of it, a wisp of silver magic coiled, memories unfolding like an unwelcome dream. The vision struck me before I could prepare. A younger Cedric, no more than a boy, kneeling over a fallen figure. A woman with raven-dark hair, her breath shallow, her lips trembling as she whispered something I couldn't hear. Then a shadow loomed over him, cold and unyielding, the mark of the academy branded upon its chest. I staggered as the vision snapped back to the present. They took everything from you. Cedric nodded. And then they gave me purpose. His grip on the blade tightened. I was broken, Arya, and they put me back together. If you tear this down, what happens to the ones like me? I clenched my fists. I had spent years fighting against the Academy's tyranny, uncovering their corruption, trying to carve a new future for those who suffered beneath their rule. But Cedric wasn't wrong. There were others, countless others, who had known nothing but the Academy's shelter, however cruel. A tremor split the ground between us. In the distance, the battle raged on, our allies and enemies locked in a war that I had started. I could see them. Dain, his fire barely holding back the onslaught of soldiers. Mira, her healing spells flickering as she knelt beside the wounded. They were all waiting for my choice. Cedric stepped forward, his blade lowering slightly. There's still time, Arya. We can stop this before more lives are lost. My heart pounded. Every choice I had made had led to this moment, this single breath where the world teetered on the edge of ruin or rebirth. I took a step forward, the weight of my destiny settling in my chest. No more half measures. Cedric's eyes widened as I reached for his hand, my magic unraveling in golden threads. What are you? I pressed my palm against his, and a surge of warmth erupted between us. Not an attack, not a restraint, a connection, a merging of understanding. His memories surged into mine and mine into his. A lifetime of losses, of battles, of choices that had shaped us into the warriors we had become. Tears welled in Cedric's eyes. For the first time his mask cracked completely. "Arya, there's another way," I whispered. "Help me find it." The battlefield stilled, as if holding its breath for what would come next. And in that moment, Cedric let his blade fall to the ground, and the tides of war shifted forever. The dust settles, swirling in slow spirals around me, catching in the dim light of the smoldering wreckage. My breaths come shallow, each inhale tinged with the scent of ash and burnt earth. The battle is over, but the war is far from won. I stagger forward, each step a test of will. The ground beneath me is littered with bodies, the fallen strewn across the battlefield like forgotten relics of a war that history will soon twist into legend. Some I knew by name, others only by their final cries. All of them ghosts now, haunting the edges of my vision. My hand presses against the deep wound in my side. The fabric of my tunic is soaked, warm and slick, but I force myself to stand tall. I cannot afford weakness. Not now. Not when so many have sacrificed everything for this single moment. Kieran is gone. The thought strikes me like a blade to the heart, sudden and cruel. I squeeze my eyes shut, willing away the image of his lifeless form crumpled beneath the shattered ruins of the citadel. He had stood beside me, fought for this cause as fiercely as I had, and yet the fates had claimed him first. But I cannot mourn him yet. Not when there is still so much left to do. I turn my gaze to the horizon where the sky bleeds into a crimson dusk. The world is watching. The council, the rebels, the hidden enclaves of magic that have long been waiting for a sign. They will look to me now, expect me to guide them, to lead them into the next battle. Because though we won this fight, the war for magic's future is only beginning. A shuffling sound draws my attention, and I pivot, drawing what little magic remains in my bones to my palm. A faint glow gathers, flickering like a dying ember. But the figure that emerges from the ruins is not an enemy. Lyria's face is streaked with soot, her robes tattered, her left arm hanging limp at her side. But she is alive. Barely. "Arya," her voice is hoarse, brittle. "It's not over. I know." She sways on her feet and I reach out, steadying her. Her body trembles beneath my touch. "The council. They still hold the archive, if they unlock its secrets." "They won't," I vow, though the certainty in my voice is a fragile thing. She meets my gaze, searching for something, hope, reassurance, maybe just an anchor to keep her from falling apart. I offer her my hand, and she takes it. The wind shifts, carrying the scent of rain and the distant sound of battle drums. They are regrouping, preparing for the next move. And so must I. I glance once more at the battlefield, at the wreckage of all that we've lost, before turning my back to it. Grief can wait. Regret can wait. I must move forward for them, for Kieran, for the future that still remains within our grasp. My steps are slow but certain as I lead Lyria away from the ruins. The path ahead is treacherous, and I have no illusions of what it will demand of me. Blood, sacrifice, more loss than I am ready to bear. But I will not falter. The war is far from over, and I will see it through to the end. I swallowed hard but held my ground. A challenge. I, Nadia Harmon, challenge you to a duel. The laughter only grew. Some mages doubled over, unable to contain their mirth, while others jeered outright. The idea was preposterous. Never in the history of Burrowton had someone without magic issued a duel against an archmage. I felt the burn of embarrassment creep up my neck, but I refused to look away. Hello there, and welcome. This session is designed to help you ease into deep, restful sleep. We'll begin with a simple meditation to calm your body and quiet your mind. Then, as you drift closer to sleep, I'll introduce a gentle bedtime story, just enough to carry you into your dreams. Before we begin, press the like button and subscribe for more sleep story videos. I'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment saying where you're listening from and what time. Find a comfortable position, close your eyes, and take a deep breath in and out. Take a slow, deep breath in and exhale gently. One more time, inhale deeply, filling your lungs with fresh, soothing air. And as you exhale, let go of the day, releasing any tension, any thoughts that no longer serve you. With each breath, feel your body becoming lighter, more at ease, sinking into comfort. You're doing great. Next, bring your awareness to the top of your head. Imagine a warm, gentle light resting there, like the soft glow of a bedside lamp. This light begins to spread slowly, easing away any tension in your forehead, softening the space between your eyebrows, relaxing your eyelids, your cheeks, your jaw. There's nothing you need to hold on to. Just let everything soften, loosen, unwind. Feel your shoulders drop slightly as if a weight has been lifted. Your arms become heavy, sinking into deep relaxation. With every breath, this warmth moves lower, your chest rising and falling effortlessly, your stomach soft and calm, your legs and feet completely at rest. The world around you fades into quiet. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be. Just this moment, just rest. Imagine yourself wrapped in a cozy, soft blanket of stillness, safe, warm, and peaceful. Each breath carries you deeper into comfort, deeper into rest, deeper into sleep. And here's tonight's cozy bedtime story. The Duelist's Code. I stepped into the bustling town square of Burrowton, my heart hammering against my ribs. The marketplace was teeming with life, merchants shouting over their wares, children weaving through the crowd with laughter, and the ever-present scent of freshly baked bread wafting through the air. But none of that mattered right now. Today, Borotin gathered for the grand tournament of arcane might, and today I would do the unthinkable. I clenched my fists, the weight of my decision settling heavily on my shoulders. Every fiber of my being told me this was madness. I was no mage. I had no magic. I had no business standing here amongst the greatest spellcasters in the realm. Yet, my feet carried me forward until I stood at the foot of the grand marble podium where Archmage Valor presided over the opening ceremony. Valor was a legend. The most powerful spellcaster Borotin had ever known. His presence alone commanded the awe and respect of all who laid eyes upon him. Clad in flowing robes of deep violet, his silver hair cascaded down his back like a river of moonlight. His piercing gaze swept over the assembled mages, brimming with confidence and control. I took a deep breath and threw the heavy leather gauntlet onto the ground before him. The sharp sound it made as it struck the stone sent a hush through the square. The crowd, once lively and boisterous, fell into stunned silence before bursting into laughter. "What is this?" Valor's voice was smooth, yet laced with amusement. I swallowed hard, but held my ground. "A challenge. I, Nadia Harmon, challenge you to a duel." The laughter only grew. Some mages doubled over, unable to contain their mirth, while others jeered outright. The idea was preposterous. Never in the history of Borotin had someone without magic issued a duel against an archmage. I felt the burn of embarrassment creep up my neck, but I refused to look away. Valor smirked, descending the steps of the podium until he loomed over me. "You, a common girl, challenge me, the Archmage of Borotin, to a duel?" I met his gaze and nodded. "Yes." His smirk deepened. "And what, pray tell, makes you think you stand a chance?" "I don't," I admitted. "But that doesn't mean I won't try." For a moment there was only silence between us. Then, to my surprise, Valor threw his head back and laughed. It wasn't the cruel laughter of the crowd, but one of genuine amusement. He looked down at me, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "Very well," he said. "I accept your challenge. 1 week from now at high noon we shall duel. Prepare yourself as best as you can. There will be no mercy." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The laughter died instantly. No one had expected him to take my challenge seriously, least of all me. I exhaled, the reality of what I had just done crashing down on me. There was no way to back out now. 1 week. 1 week to prepare for a duel I had no chance of winning. 1 week to prove that even without magic, I was not to be underestimated. Finn's voice echoed in my ears, an urgent, desperate plea. "Nadia, this is madness. Valor isn't just any duelist. He's a monster. He doesn't lose." I didn't turn around. I didn't stop moving. I had already made my choice, and I would see it through. "You're not listening to me," Finn snapped, rushing ahead to block my path. His dark eyes flashed with frustration. "He will kill you." "I don't need to beat him at his own game," I said, keeping my voice steady, confident. "I just need to beat him." Finn exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "You don't have magic. You don't have experience. What do you have? A plan, I said simply, and I needed Mistress Calla to make it work. Mistress Calla lived in the ruins of the Old Quarter, a district long abandoned after the mage lords declared it unfit for habitation. It was said she once had power, influence, and a name whispered with reverence and fear. But that was a lifetime ago. Now she was just a ghost in a forgotten place. When I finally found her, she was seated atop a broken column, whittling a piece of wood with a small knife. Her silver hair was tied back, her eyes sharp as they flicked toward me. "You're not lost," she said. It wasn't a question. "No," I said. "I need to learn." She let out a dry chuckle. "Everyone who comes to me does. I want to beat Valor." That got her attention. She tilted her head, regarding me as if I were an oddity she wasn't sure how to categorize. "You? Against him?" I nodded. "You have magic?" "No," she smirked, hopping down from her perch. "Then you'll lose." "Not if you train me." Mistress Calla circled me like a predator assessing a potential meal. "I teach deception, misdirection, tricks. Valor is a hammer, and you want to be the shadow he swings at and misses." She paused, then added, "What makes you think you can learn?" "Because I have to," I said. "And because I'm not asking you to teach me how to fight. I'm asking you to teach me how to make him lose." Something flickered in her expression, something almost like approval. 3 days, she said. "I'll see what you're made of." Mistress Calla was ruthless. By the first day's end, I had bruises in places I didn't know could bruise. She taught me to move unpredictably, to faint, to let my body lie while my mind stayed 5 steps ahead. She taught me how to read an opponent's tells, the small shifts in weight, the tension in their shoulders. Every move, every breath, a conversation that I had never learned to hear before. By the second day, I was exhausted beyond reason. Calla did not allow rest. If I stumbled, she made me get up. If I failed, she made me do it again, and again, and again. By the 3rd day, something clicked. I saw patterns where before there had been only chaos. I learned that hesitation was a weapon, that confidence could be faked, that the illusion of weakness was often more dangerous than strength itself. And more than anything, I learned to believe that I could win. On the 4th day, Calla gave me a single piece of advice. "Valor wins because people play by his rules. Don't." She handed me a small, unassuming object, an old cracked pendant. "Wear this." I turned it over in my palm. "What does it do?" "Nothing," she said. "But he doesn't know that." A slow smile spread across my face. The duel was set for dawn. The first lesson Mistress Calla drilled into me was this: power isn't always about strength. It's about control, and sometimes control means letting your enemy think they have already won. Valor had always been stronger than me. That was undeniable. His magic came to him as naturally as breathing. He was a storm barely contained in human form, and I had seen him level entire fields with a flick of his wrist. Against raw power like that, I had no chance of winning in a fair fight. But Mistress Calla had made one thing very clear. Fights are never fair. Not if you want to win. The training yard was quiet except for the rhythmic crunch of my boots against the packed earth. Valor stood across from me, arms folded, an amused smirk tugging at his lips. He wasn't worried. That was his first mistake. Mistress Calla's voice echoed in my mind. I had done exactly that. I had spent days watching Valor spar against others, cataloging his habits, the way he always led with his right hand, the subtle twitch of his fingers before he cast a spell, the overconfidence that left him open just long enough for an opponent to strike, if they were fast enough. I wasn't fast enough. Not in the way he expected, but I didn't need to be. Mistress Calla had taught me the art of deception. A well-placed feint, a trick of the eye, a moment of distraction. These were my weapons, and tonight I was going to use them. Valor tilted his head. Are you just going to stand there? His voice carried the same arrogance it always did. Or are you going to at least try to fight? I let my shoulders drop slightly, let doubt flicker across my face. A deliberate tell, subtle enough to seem real. His smirk widened. He thought I was nervous. Good. I lunged. Not at him, never at him. My foot landed short, my hand darting to my belt where a small smoke bomb rested. In one swift motion, I smashed it against the ground. The world exploded in thick, curling fog, swallowing us both whole. Valor laughed. Really, Nadia? Is that the best you can? I moved before he could finish, slipping through the smoke, silent as a shadow. He had power, but he relied on sight. I had learned to fight blind. I had counted his steps before the fog had taken us. I knew where he stood, and I knew he would lash out with magic the moment he sensed movement. He was predictable that way. A gust of wind tore through the smoke, clearing it in seconds. Valor's eyes darted around, searching. His frustration was quick to surface. Coward, he muttered. I grinned. He still hadn't noticed the thin wire looped around his ankle. I gave the wire a sharp tug, and Valor stumbled. It wasn't enough to take him down, but it was enough to break his focus. And without focus, his magic faltered. He barely had time to recover before I struck again. A feint to his left, a real strike to his right. He dodged the first and fell straight into the second. My wooden training blade rapped against his ribs, not hard enough to injure, but enough to sting. His eyes widened. You... I didn't give him time to finish. A retreating step, a slight stagger, feigned, of course, just enough to tempt him forward. He took the bait, lunging at me, magic crackling in his palm. I threw another smoke bomb. He growled in frustration as the fog enveloped him once more. He swung wildly, trying to hit me with a spell, but I was already gone, slipping around him, setting another trap. This was how I won. Not with strength, but with misdirection, with trickery. Valor's anger made him reckless. He lashed out blindly, magic tearing through the air. I let him. Every wasted attack drained his energy. Every missed strike fed his frustration. And the more frustrated he became, the sloppier he fought. I waited for the right moment. The second his magic faltered, I struck again. A twist of his wrist, a sharp kick to his shin, another wire pulled tight. He went down hard this time, cursing as he hit the dirt. Silence stretched between us. I stood over him, my training blade pressed lightly to his throat. His chest rose and fell with rapid breaths, his eyes still wide with disbelief. "Well," I said, grinning, "that was easy." Vaylor scowled, but there was something else in his expression. A flicker of something that looked suspiciously like respect. Mistress Calla's voice echoed in my mind once more. I had done exactly that. I stood at the edge of the dueling platform, heart pounding against my ribs, as the sneers of my rivals echoed in my ears. Their laughter was sharp, cutting through the cool evening air like blades. They didn't even try to hide their disdain. To them, I was a pretender, a fool playing at a game meant for the truly gifted. "Is she serious?" One of them, a tall boy with silver hair, scoffed. "She doesn't even have her staff out. She'll be gone in the first 5 minutes." "She won't last 3," another added, flipping a small dagger between his fingers. I let their words roll off me like water over stone. Their arrogance was my greatest weapon. Overconfidence made people sloppy, and I had no intention of playing by their rules. Magic was only as strong as the mind that wielded it, and I had spent years training mine to see through deception, to plant doubt, to control perception itself. The signal to begin rang through the air, a crisp chime that marked the start of the preliminary duels. Around me, the other competitors wasted no time in unleashing their spells. Flames erupted, lightning crackled, and waves of raw energy surged forward. It was a spectacle designed to impress, but I saw through the bravado. They were showing off, not strategizing. I did not move. Instead, I let my illusions do the work. The first opponent to approach me was a boy clad in dark robes, his hands glowing with arcane energy. He smirked, raising a hand to cast. But before he could release the spell, he hesitated. His eyes flickered to his left, where a second version of me stood, mirroring my stance. Confusion rippled across his face. Was I real? Was I a projection? The uncertainty stalled him for just a moment, but that was all I needed. A small, timed mechanism beneath the floor clicked. A gust of wind burst from the vents, sweeping dust into his eyes. He stumbled back, momentarily blinded. I moved in swiftly, tapping the sigil on his belt, the one that marked him as a participant. A simple touch, and his mark turned to ash. He was eliminated before he could even react. Gasps rippled through the crowd. My rivals, who had mocked me mere moments before, watched with narrowed eyes. The next attacker came at me from behind, thinking I was unaware. He was fast, his dagger gleaming as he lunged. But the instant before his blade could reach me, he swiped through empty air. I had never been there at all. A reflection of myself, crafted through a carefully placed mirror, had fooled him. The real me stood to the side, untouched and waiting. He turned, bewildered, and in his hesitation, I triggered another trick, a perfectly positioned light burst, flashing just as he regained his senses. He winced, blinking rapidly. and I pressed my advantage, knocking his sigil away with a calculated flick of my wrist. Another one down. The murmurs in the audience grew louder. Whispers spread like wildfire, questioning what they were seeing. Was it magic, trickery, or something else entirely? My rivals weren't laughing anymore. They were watching me now with suspicion, their bravado cracking at the edges. The silver-haired boy from earlier, the loudest of them all, stepped forward, expression darkening. He hadn't attacked yet. He was smart enough to see the pattern. "No spells," he muttered, eyes scanning the area around me. "No power, just tricks." He flicked his fingers, and a surge of energy rippled outward, disrupting the air, distorting reflections, shattering illusions. The mirrors I had hidden cracked under the force, revealing the simple devices I had planted. The crowd gasped. For a brief moment, silence hung between us. Then he smirked. "I knew it. You're nothing but a fraud." The others took up his cry, emboldened by the sight of my shattered deceptions. I smiled. They thought they had won. They thought unveiling my tricks had robbed me of my power. But they had only played into my hands. I stepped forward, meeting the silver-haired boy's gaze. "Then come and face me." He didn't hesitate. He launched his attack, a spear of lightning aimed directly at my chest. And then I was gone. Not an illusion, not a mirror trick, just simple, calculated movement. I had studied the patterns of every fighter here. I had watched their stances, their tells, the slight shifts in weight that revealed their intentions. He had fallen for the same mistake as the others, assuming I was static, assuming that once my illusions were broken, I had nothing left. But deception wasn't just about smoke and mirrors. It was about expectation. I reappeared behind him in an instant, my movements precise, my hand already reaching for his sigil. He turned too late, his reflexes a fraction slower than my calculation. My fingers grazed his mark, and just like that, his symbol burned away. Eliminated. The crowd erupted. The rivals who had mocked me stood frozen, disbelief painting their faces. I exhaled, steadying my breath, and turned to face the remaining duelists. One by one, they took a step back. Perhaps I wasn't a joke after all. I stand before the Grand Magister, my breath steady, my heart a controlled fire beneath my ribs. The chamber hums with the murmurs of the gathered nobles, their judgment pressing against me like a weight I refuse to carry. I have fought, I have bled, and now the Grand Magister has spoken. I am a legitimate duelist. Yet Valor remains unimpressed. His gaze, sharp as a dagger, rests on me from his grand throne, his lips curling in disdain. "A trickster playing pretend," he scoffs, his voice carrying across the hall. A few chuckles ripple through the room, but I catch the uneasy shifting of some, those who have seen me fight, those who know the truth. I do not argue. I do not defend myself. Instead, I grin. Let him underestimate me. Let them all think I am nothing more than a mirage, a shadow, a fleeting illusion. The Grand Magister's eyes flicker with amusement, but he remains silent. He knows better than to challenge Valor outright. Instead, he gestures towards me, his golden robe flowing as he does. "Nadia," he says, voice even, "as you have proven yourself, you shall be granted another duel to solidify your standing. The council will select your opponent." My grin widens. "Very well." Valor leans forward now, interest sparking behind his cold exterior. "Allow me to select her opponent, Grand Magister. If she is truly worthy, she should have no issue." There it is. The moment I wanted. The trap he believes he has laid for me. The Grand Magister lifts a brow, but does not deny him. "Very well, Lord Valor. Who do you propose?" Valor's smirk is slow, measured. "Darius the Red." A collective gasp swells in the chamber. Darius, one of the most fearsome duelists in the kingdom, his blade said to sing through the air like a cursed melody. He is a warrior who has felled men thrice my size, whose swordplay is as merciless as it is precise. I feel the weight of their stares, the anticipation thick like fog. I do not waver. I accept. The Grand Magister regards me, his expression unreadable. He inclines his head slightly. "Then it is decided. You will face Darius the Red at dawn. Prepare yourself." Valor's smirk deepens, satisfied. He believes he has won before the duel has even begun. But he does not know me. He does not know what I am capable of. That night, I do not sleep. I do not waste time fearing what is to come. Instead, I prepare. My blade, my footwork, my mind, all must be sharper than ever. The stars watch over me as I practice. Their light my silent witnesses. Every movement is calculated, every strike a whispered promise of victory. At dawn, as the sky burns with the first kiss of the sun, I step onto the dueling grounds. Darius is already there, his red cloak fluttering behind him. He is a mountain of a man, his presence alone enough to crush weaker souls. His eyes flick over me with mild curiosity but no fear. Good. I want him to think this will be easy. The arena is silent as we take our places. The Grand Magister stands as the overseer, while Valor watches from above, waiting for my downfall. Darius draws his blade, the steel glinting cruelly. I draw mine, exhaling slow. I feel the weight of it, the familiar promise of its edge. The Grand Magister raises his hand. "Begin." Darius lunges first, as I expected. A straightforward assault, meant to overpower me with sheer force. I sidestep, my blade whispering against his as I redirect his strike. He blinks, surprised, but recovers quickly. Good. I want him to keep underestimating me. Our blades clash in a flurry of motion, his strength meeting my precision. He presses forward, each strike heavier than the last. I yield where needed, let him chase me, let him believe he is in control. And then, when the moment is right, I strike. My blade slips past his defenses, drawing a thin line of crimson across his forearm. It is shallow, a mere whisper of what I am capable of. Darius exhales sharply, stepping back. Surprise flickers in his eyes. I do not let him dwell on it. I press forward, my attacks coming faster, sharper, unpredictable. He is forced to adjust, forced to acknowledge that I am no mere trickster. The fight rages on, our movements blurring into a deadly dance. I can feel the shift in the air, the moment realization dawns in Darius's eyes. I am not playing pretend. With a final decisive strike, I send his sword clattering to the ground. The chamber holds its breath. Darius stares at me, his chest rising and falling. Then, slowly, he inclines his head. Acknowledgement. I turn to Valor, my grin sharp, triumphant. Still think I'm a trickster? The roar of the crowd is distant, muffled by the thunderous pulse in my ears. Valor looms before me, his form crackling with an unnatural fusion of fire and lightning, his eyes burning with a confidence I refuse to acknowledge. I am not afraid. I will not be afraid. His first strike comes swift and brutal. A lance of fire spears toward me, hissing through the air like a serpent of molten fury. I twist, letting my instincts guide me, rolling just as the flames scorch the ground where I stood a heartbeat ago. The heat brushes my cheek, but I am already moving. Valor scowls. He expected fear, hesitation, neither of which I intend to grant him. He lifts his hand, electricity sparking between his fingers, and hurls a bolt of lightning toward me. The bright flare nearly blinds me, but I use the moment to slip behind one of the stone pillars dotting the arena. The bolt strikes the column, shattering part of it into a shower of debris. I don't wait for the dust to settle. I vault over the fallen rubble, closing the distance between us. He's powerful, far more than I expected, but he underestimates me. That is his first mistake. You're fast, Valor muses, eyes narrowing. He lifts his hand again, this time summoning a wall of flame that encircles me. But how long can you dance? The fire rushes in. The heat is suffocating, curling at my lungs, but I refuse to yield. I step forward, my mind racing. Fire and lightning, destructive forces, but forces that rely on control, on precision. I turn sharply, kicking a broken stone from the shattered pillar into the flames. As expected, the fire does not consume it completely. It merely displaces it. An opening. With a breath, I lunge through, my body twisting mid-air to avoid the licks of fire that grasp at my limbs. The moment I clear the flames, I roll and regain my footing, my eyes locking onto Valor's. For the first time, his smug expression falters. I grin. You talk too much. With a flick of his wrist, the ground beneath me trembles as lightning crackles along the stones, racing toward my feet. I leap to the side, my boots skidding against the polished floor, narrowly avoiding the shock meant to paralyze me. I need to change the rhythm of this fight. Ducking low, I push forward in a blur of motion, forcing him to react. He raises a wall of fire between us, but I don't stop. Instead, I feint left, then dive right, rolling beneath the flames before launching myself upward. My fist connects with his jaw, sending a sharp shockwave of pain up my arm, but I feel the satisfying impact before I pull back. Valor staggers, fire sputtering at his fingertips. His gaze sharpens with something almost akin to respect, but I see the flicker of irritation there as well. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, his lip bleeding. No more games, then, he growls. He raises both hands and the temperature in the arena spikes. The very air hums with energy. The crowd falls silent. I brace myself as the storm gathers around him. Fire erupts from the ground, spiraling toward the sky in a massive inferno. Lightning streaks through the flames, creating a vortex of raw, untamed destruction. The entire arena trembles under the force of his magic. I grit my teeth. I can't outrun this. My mind races. If I can't dodge, I have to redirect. But how? Then it clicks. Fire needs air. Lightning needs a path. If I can break his concentration. I exhale sharply, lowering my stance. The moment he releases the inferno, I sprint toward it. The audience gasps, but I trust my instincts. At the last second, I pivot sharply, using the heated currents to propel myself sideways, avoiding the brunt of the attack. As I do, I grab a handful of sand from the scorched floor and hurl it toward Valor's face. It's a small trick, but it works. The grit catches in his eyes and his concentration wavers. The flames falter. The lightning disperses. I don't waste time. I charge forward, seizing the moment. Before he can recover, I land a solid kick to his chest, sending him stumbling backward. He crashes onto the ground, his breath leaving him in a sharp exhale. The crowd erupts in chaos. I don't move, my body coiled like a spring, waiting for him to rise. Valor groans, pushing himself up onto one elbow. He looks up at me, blinking away the dust. Then, to my surprise, he laughs. "Well played, Nadia," he says, rubbing his jaw. "I underestimated you." I offer him no reply, my pulse still racing, my hands still clenched. I do not trust this sudden shift in demeanor. The duel is not yet over, and I intend to win. The moment the fog bomb burst, a thick silver haze swallowed the battlefield whole. The acrid scent of burning minerals bit at the air, and for the first time in this match I had space to breathe. I knew better than to assume that would last. Valor's sneer cut through the smoke as clearly as if I could still see his face. "Child's play, Nadia. A bit of mist won't save you." I didn't answer. Instead, I pressed my back against the cool metal of the reflective shard I had embedded into the stone floor moments before launching the fog bomb. A trap woven into a performance. A perfect illusion of desperation masking careful design. He wouldn't see it, not yet. The first crackle of magic split through the mist, electric blue and searing hot. I felt it more than saw it, the energy slicing through the fog, looking for me. But Valor wasn't aiming at me. Not exactly. He was guessing, reading movements that weren't there, striking shadows cast by my own deceptions. A second blast followed, and then a third, each one striking reflective surfaces I had hidden through the field. A shimmer in the fog, a fractured beam of energy, and then the sound I had been waiting for. A startled grunt. The first sign of doubt. Valor had miscalculated. The crowd gasped, the sound rolling through the arena like the first tremors of an earthquake. My heartbeat surged. I had turned his own magic against him. "Tricks," Valor spat, but there was something new in his voice. frustration. Good. I moved quickly, shifting through the fog like a whisper, my feet barely scuffing the stone. Another pulse of magic struck behind me, but this time I didn't have to look to know it missed. The echoes of its impact against my hidden mirrors sent light splintering in all directions. Even if Valor couldn't see me, I knew exactly where he was. More importantly, I knew where his magic was bouncing. I flicked my fingers, sending a small, near-invisible thread of energy to one of the large mirrors positioned just to his left. My trap was nearly complete. Valor's magic rebounded again, deflected by the reflective shards. His own spell lashed toward him, and this time he saw it too late. A searing arc of energy grazed his shoulder. He let out a sharp breath, staggering back. It wasn't a lethal hit, but it was enough. Enough to prove he could bleed, enough to rattle his confidence. The fog swirled between us, thick and unrelenting. I could see him now, a vague silhouette through the mist. His posture was rigid, one arm lifted to the wound at his shoulder, the other clenched into a fist. Anger, resentment, maybe, just maybe, a touch of fear. I smiled. Still think it's just theatrics? Valor didn't answer immediately. Instead, he lifted his free hand, palm up, magic swirling to life in a slow, deliberate pulse. A golden glow stark against the silver haze. No more reckless strikes. He was thinking now, adapting, dangerous. "I'll admit," he said at last, "you're more of a nuisance than I expected. Flattery won't save you." I shifted my stance, already calculating my next move. The mist was beginning to thin. The audience would want a finale, and I intended to give them one. With a sharp breath, I reached into my belt, fingers curling around the final ace up my sleeve. A prism shard. Small, unassuming, but laced with a very particular enchantment. I only had one shot at this. Valor made the first move, hurling another bolt of energy my way. Controlled this time, directed right at me. Perfect. I threw the prism shard into the air, twisting my body to avoid the strike at the last possible moment. His magic hit the shard mid-flight, and the enchantment took hold. Light fractured in every direction, a cascade of colors dancing through the dissipating fog. The audience gasped again, dazzled by the spectacle. But I wasn't just putting on a show. The spell, split a dozen times over, rebounded not once, but in a chaotic storm of reflections. Valor's own power turned against him, streaking toward him from every angle. For the first time, I saw real panic flicker across his face. He threw up a shield, barely managing to absorb the brunt of the attack, but not all of it. A second strike caught him square in the chest, sending him stumbling back. Dust and shattered stone erupted around him as he hit the ground. The fog was gone now, fully dispersed, revealing the battlefield in all its devastation. Scorched lines where magic had struck. Splintered mirrors reflecting the stunned expression on Valor's face. And me, standing in the center of it all, very much still on my feet. Silence. Then thunderous applause. I let out a slow breath, the tension in my limbs easing just enough to let the moment settle. I had done it, not just survived. I had won. Valor groaned, pushing himself up onto one elbow. His expression was unreadable, his pride no doubt bruised more than his body. And yet, when his gaze met mine, there was something else there too, a begrudging respect. I tilted my head, offering him the barest hint of a smile. "Still think it was just theatrics?" I repeated. He let out a short, breathless chuckle. "Maybe not." I took a slow, measured step to the left, feeling the weight of Valor's gaze pressing against my skin. His fury had begun as a controlled fire, steady and hot, but now it was untamed, a wildfire consuming the careful precision of his magic. His brow furrowed, his lips curled in distaste, but I could see the hesitation creeping in at the corners of his expression. He had underestimated me. Good. My hand twitched near my waist, just a flicker of movement. Nothing drastic, nothing to set off an actual attack, but enough to make him wonder. Was I reaching for a weapon? Had I already set a trap? His fingers twitched in response, conjuring a faint glow of magic at his fingertips before fading again. A mistake. A waste of energy. "I expected more from you, Valor," I murmured, letting the disappointment drip from my voice like honey. "They say you're a master of the arcane, but so far all I see is a man afraid of his own shadow." His nostrils flared and a thin vein pulsed at his temple. He was trying to rein himself in, but I had him. I knew men like Valor, proud, intelligent, but prone to emotion. If I couldn't outmatch his magic, I would make him outmatch himself. Behind him, Finn lingered, silent but wide-eyed. He'd seen me fight before, but this wasn't about combat. This was about control. The moment Valor stopped thinking, the moment he let his rage dictate his actions, he was mine to command. I shifted again, barely a breath of movement, but I saw the way his eyes flicked toward my hands, toward the ground beneath us. He was imagining things now, seeing traps where there were none. He stepped to the right, then hesitated as if reconsidering his own instinct. "What's wrong?" I cooed, tilting my head slightly. "You seem tense." The flare of magic at his fingertips pulsed again, erratic now, unfocused. He was unraveling. "I don't need tricks to best you," he sneered, but his voice lacked its usual venom. He was trying to convince himself more than me. "Are you sure?" I raised a brow. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're hesitating. Do you feel it, Valor? The doubt creeping in, the uncertainty?" I took another slow step forward, and he flinched before covering it with a sneer. "You can't even tell if I'm bluffing, can you?" His jaw clenched. Then, in a burst of frustration, he slashed a hand through the air. A streak of searing blue magic crackled toward me. I barely twisted out of its path, feeling the heat graze my arm as it splintered into the stone behind me. A reckless move. "You missed," I taunted. His eyes darkened, and I knew then that he was done thinking. He was going to rely on brute force now. Perfect. I darted sideways, forcing him to turn sharply. His breathing was heavier, his movements jerky, uncoordinated. I was leading him exactly where I wanted him, just a few more steps. Another flicker of my fingers, another sharp glance downward as if he had stepped into something. His gaze darted to the ground instinctively, and I lunged. With a twist of my body, I slid behind him, my blade, real this time, flashing to his throat. His breath hitched, and for the first time I felt the raw vulnerability in his stance. "Checkmate," I whispered into his ear. Silence stretched between us. Finn exhaled from across the room, an incredulous laugh caught somewhere in his throat. Valor stiffened, his pride and rage warring with the undeniable truth. He had been played. I pressed the blade just enough for him to feel the bite of steel against his skin. "Magic's a wonderful thing," I mused, "but it's nothing compared to the human mind." I stepped back, releasing him. He jerked away, spinning on me, his magic flaring again. But this time it flickered and died in his palm. He was spent. His own frustration had drained him more than my blade ever could. Finn approached cautiously. That was incredible. I sheathed my dagger. "That," I said, "was the art of distraction." I barely had time to brace myself before the explosion rocked the arena. The raw force of it surged through my bones, sending me skidding backward in a cloud of dust and magical debris. But I had planned for this moment. I had calculated every step, every breath, leading to this. When the dust settled, I saw him sprawled on the ground. Valor, the undefeated, the sorcerer who had brought kingdoms to their knees, lay before me. His robes tattered, his silver hair streaked with soot. His chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, and his fingers twitched as if trying to summon another spell. But his own wards had turned against him, his arrogance blinding him to the trap I had woven into his own magic. I took a slow step forward, feeling the power hum beneath my skin, the remnants of my spellwork crackling around me. My heart pounded in my ears, but I kept my voice steady. "It's over, Valor." His head snapped up, his eyes, still burning with defiance, fixing on me. He was wounded, but not broken. Not yet. "You think you've won," he rasped, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. "You think I will fall so easily?" I clenched my fists, forcing myself to ignore the exhaustion gnawing at my limbs. "You already have." He let out a dry, mirthless laugh and struggled to push himself up. For a moment, I considered letting him, but then I saw it. The flicker of magic, the last-ditch effort to weave another spell, a desperate attempt to turn the tide once more. "No," I murmured. With a flick of my fingers, I sent a current of energy surging toward him, shattering his half-formed spell before it could take shape. He hissed in pain, his body collapsing back onto the scorched ground. I exhaled sharply. "You can't keep doing this, Valor. You're done." For a long moment he said nothing. Then, to my surprise, a chuckle rumbled from his throat, low and bitter. "I underestimated you." I tilted my head, studying him. "You did." His lips curled into a wry, pained smirk. "Clever girl." I had spent years preparing for this fight, for the moment I would stand against the most powerful sorcerer of our time. But now that I had him at my feet, the weight of it settled heavily on my shoulders. "I should kill you," I said quietly. "End this once and for all." Valor's smirk faded, replaced by something unreadable. "Then do it." I hesitated. He was testing me, seeing if I had the resolve to finish what I started. Killing him would be the logical choice, the safest choice. But logic had never been my greatest strength. I had always relied on instinct, and instinct told me something else entirely. Instead of striking him down, I reached into the folds of my cloak and pulled out a small crystal vial. The shimmering liquid inside pulsed softly with light. A containment spell. Valor's eyes narrowed. "What are you?" I didn't give him time to finish. With a whispered incantation, the vial's magic surged outward, wrapping around him in tendrils of silver light. He struggled, but he was too weak to fight it. Slowly, the magic pulled him inward, drawing him into the containment spell, sealing him within the crystal prison. I closed my fingers around the vial and let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. It was over. The world around me seemed eerily silent now, as if even the air itself was holding its breath. I looked down at the vial, at the swirling magic within. Valor had been defeated, but I knew this was not the end. His power, his knowledge, it still existed, trapped but not destroyed. And something told me that one day I would have to face him again. But for now, I turned away from the battlefield and walked toward the rising sun, the weight of victory heavy in my grasp. The cheers are deafening, filling the grand hall like rolling thunder. The people of Burrowton chant my name, their voices swelling with admiration, disbelief, and sheer exhilaration. I can hardly believe it myself. My chest rises and falls in heavy breaths, my pulse pounding in my ears. I brace myself as Valor's fury crackles in the air, his face contorted in disbelief. "No!" he seethes, his voice like a blade scraping against stone. "No! This is not how it ends." But it is. I can feel it in my bones. The spell he had woven, intricate and layered with centuries of knowledge, lies broken at my feet. And I, a girl with no magic, have unraveled it. The Grand Magister watches me with an unreadable expression, his robes shimmering with residual magic. He strokes his beard slowly, eyes narrowing as he looks between me and Valor. "You cannot argue with what has already been decided, Valor. She won. The trial is over." Valor turns sharply to him. "But she cheated. She must have. No one without magic." "No one without magic," I interrupt, my voice cutting through his protest, "has ever beaten you before. And that terrifies you, doesn't it?" His expression twists into something darker, something unhinged, and for a moment I fear he might lash out. Consequences be damned. The tension in the room coils like a snake about to strike. I lift my chin, standing tall. "I didn't cheat, Valor. I studied, I watched, I learned. And I found the flaw in your spell. You relied too much on your magic, too little on your wits." His fists clench at his sides, white-knuckled. The air around us hums, his magic seething beneath his skin, desperate for release. But he can do nothing. Not now. Not after losing in front of all of Burrowton. The Grand Magister raises a hand, silencing the last remnants of Valor's protests. "The girl has spoken. The people have seen. Nadia of Burrowton has won, and this matter is settled." The murmuring crowd surges again, voices bubbling with excitement. I feel a hand on my shoulder, firm yet reassuring. I turn to see Lior, his bright eyes gleaming with something between awe and relief. "You did it," he whispers, just for me to hear. "You really did it." A shaky laugh escapes me. I think I did. The Grand Magister steps forward, his gaze heavy upon me. "You have accomplished what no one thought possible, Nadia, and yet there is much to discuss." I swallow hard. This victory, though thrilling, though won fairly, has undoubtedly shaken the foundation of everything Burroton has believed for centuries. A girl with no magic bested the greatest wizard. That kind of truth does not sit easily in a world where power is measured by the arcane. The Grand Magister turns to the crowd. "Tonight we celebrate," he declares. "Tomorrow we reckon with what this means for our future." The revelry begins at once, as townsfolk surge toward me, congratulating me, marveling, asking questions I have no answers to. My heart swells, my mind races. Somewhere in the corner of my eye, I see Valor storming from the hall, his robes billowing behind him like a tempest. I should feel triumphant, and yet a shiver runs down my spine. Valor will not forget this, and neither will Burroton. The moment the Arcane Council made their decision, the air in the Grand Chamber changed. Whispers turned to murmurs, murmurs to excited chatter. The unthinkable had happened. Non-magical duelists were now permitted to compete at the highest level, and it was because of me. I should have felt victorious, triumphant even. Instead, an uneasy thrill ran through me, like the moment before a storm hits. Finn turned to me, his blue eyes blazing with something I couldn't quite name. Admiration, determination, or maybe a little bit of both. "Nadia, do you know what you just did?" I swallowed hard. "I think I just changed the game." He let out a breathless laugh, shaking his head. "You did more than that. You changed the world." The world. That felt too big, too heavy. I wasn't some chosen hero or grand strategist. I was just someone who refused to believe that magic was the only answer to everything. I had spent years studying, training my body and mind to react with precision and instinct. And now, for the first time, that skill had been acknowledged as something worthy. But with recognition came responsibility. The moment the council made their announcement, I felt the weight of every duelist's gaze settle on me. Some looked at me with curiosity, others with disdain. There would be those who embraced the change, but many more who would resist it. After all, traditions don't shatter overnight. I felt Finn's hand on my shoulder, grounding me. "You're not alone in this." I turned to face him, and for the first time since my victory, I let out a slow, relieved breath. No, I guess I'm not. The training grounds hummed with energy. The air was thick with the scent of charred wood and scorched stone from previous duels. Finn and I stood at the edge of the main sparring arena, watching two students battle. One hurled fire bolts, the other dodged, summoning a shimmering wall of water to counter the attacks. It was classic magical dueling, pure explosive power clashing against equally formidable spells. Do you think you can take them? Finn asked, his arms crossed, a small smirk playing at the edges of his lips. Without magic, I mused. Maybe. Finn gave me a sideways glance. You're not just saying that, are you? I met his gaze evenly. No, he grinned. Good. I watched as the fire wielder launched another barrage of attacks, their opponent narrowly avoiding each strike. Magic, for all its power, had its weaknesses. Mages often relied on their abilities like a crutch, assuming their opponent would meet them with equal force. They didn't account for unpredictability, for strategy, for a fighter who knew how to slip between the cracks of their defenses. Finn had realized this too. That was why he had asked me to train him. All right, I said, turning to him fully. If you're serious about this, we need to start with the basics. Your magic is an advantage, but you need to stop depending on it. He frowned. That's easier said than done. I smirked. Which is why you'll need to unlearn what you think you know about fighting. For the next few weeks, we trained in the quiet hours of the morning, before the rest of the academy stirred to life. I pushed Finn harder than I had pushed anyone before, because he wasn't just learning for himself. If he succeeded, if he truly mastered a balance between magic and physical combat, then he would be the first of his kind. At first he struggled. He moved too predictably, relying on magic for things that should have been second nature. But over time, he began to change. His stance became steadier, his reactions sharper. He learned to anticipate movement, to recognize patterns, to think 2 steps ahead of his opponent rather than throwing out a spell and hoping it worked. The first time he bested me in a sparring match, I knew he had crossed a threshold. He panted, sweat dripping from his forehead, but his expression was triumphant. I did it, I grinned. Yeah, you did. He took a deep breath, his excitement barely contained. This changes everything. It did. Because if Finn could do it, others could too. Word spread quickly. It wasn't long before more duelists, both magical and non-magical, began to take notice. Some laughed, dismissing Finn's training as a foolish experiment. Others watched with curiosity, and then, one by one, they started coming to me. They wanted to learn, and I taught them. At first it was just a handful of students, then a dozen, then more. Fighters who had never been given a chance. Mages who wanted to sharpen their instincts. They trained together, learned from each other, grew stronger. It was slow, but it was happening. Of course, not everyone was happy about it. One afternoon, as I was packing up from a session, a voice cut through the air. So, you think you're some kind of revolutionary, do you? I turned to see Elias standing near the edge of the training grounds. He was one of the Academy's most skilled duelists, a prodigy of elemental magic. He regarded me with thinly veiled contempt, arms crossed over his chest. Teaching people to fight like common brawlers. Do you really think this will change anything? I met his gaze steadily. It already has. He scoffed. You're naive. Magic has always been the defining force of power. You can't just train your way to an equal playing field. I stepped closer, feeling the weight of every decision that had led to this moment. Then fight me. Elias's eyes narrowed. What? Duel me, I said. No magic, just skill. He hesitated. For a moment I thought he'd refuse, but then he smirked. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. The duel was set for the next evening. Word spread like wildfire. By the time we stepped into the arena, the stands were packed. I saw Finn in the front row, his jaw tight with tension. Elias stood opposite me, rolling his shoulders. Last chance to back out, I smirked. I was about to say the same to you. The signal was given. The duel began. Elias was fast. I was faster. He lunged. Fists aimed for my ribs, but I sidestepped, letting his momentum work against him. He stumbled, barely recovering before I struck, my foot sweeping his leg out from under him. He hit the ground hard, breath rushing from his lungs. The crowd went silent. Elias scrambled up, glaring. He attacked again, this time more measured, more controlled. But I had spent my life learning how to read opponents. I saw the tension in his muscles before he moved, the slight shift in his stance that telegraphed his next strike. I countered, twisting around him, locking his arm behind his back in a flash. Yield, I murmured. His breath was ragged. He struggled but found no escape. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he said, I yield. Silence. Then cheers. The world had changed, and it wasn't done changing yet. The wind sweeps over the battlefield, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant fires. The ghosts of past struggles whisper in my ears. But today, there is no fear, only hope. I stand where I once fell, where I once rose again, and now where others gather with hesitant but determined hearts. Men and women of all ages, of all walks of life, stand before me. Some grip crude weapons, others wear only the rags of those who have spent too long under the heel of those with magic. But their eyes burn with something familiar, something I recognize in the deepest parts of myself. Mistress Calla watches from a short distance away, arms crossed, her usual severe expression softened by pride. I feel her gaze settle on me, but I don't turn. I already know what she will say. You've done something incredible, she says, and her voice is firm but warm. I smile, the weight of her words settling over me like a comforting cloak. But I do not need them to know what I have done. I was never fighting to prove myself. I fought because someone had to. And now, standing before those who come seeking the same strength, I realize that my battle was never just mine to begin with. A young woman steps forward from the group, her fists clenched, shoulders squared. How? She asks. The single word is filled with so much. How do we fight? How do we stand when they crush us? How do we win against those who wield power beyond our grasp? I glance at Mistress Calla once before turning my full attention to the gathered souls before me. Not with magic, I say, and I hear the ripple of uncertainty move through them. Not with what they expect, but with something they cannot understand. The young woman nods, her fear giving way to something sharper. Teach us. I crouch, pressing my fingers into the dirt beneath me. We begin here, I say, not in strength, but in understanding. We learn how they fight, we learn how they think, and then we do what they believe is impossible. More step forward, hesitant at first, but then bolder. They listen, they ask, and for the first time I see a movement growing. Not just a handful of rebels fighting in the dark, but something greater. Mistress Calla moves beside me, her voice low. They will call you a legend. I shake my head. They don't need a legend. They need a chance. And so I give it to them. I teach them what I learned through blood and hardship. That power is not always in what is gifted, but in what is earned. That standing is sometimes enough. That courage is a weapon they cannot take from us. Days pass, then weeks. We train in the dead of night, away from watching eyes. We learn to strike where it will hurt most, to move where they least expect, to fight with everything except what they assume we must. The first time we win, it is a small victory. A supply caravan overturned, a message intercepted, a guard post abandoned before it could report back. But the small victories build, and with each success, those without magic realize what I have known all along. They are not powerless. The legends will speak of my name, but I do not fight for them. I fight for the ones standing beside me, for the ones who have yet to step forward, for the ones who have always believed they had no choice but to bow. One day we will stand together not as rebels, but as equals. One day the battlefield will no longer be needed, but until that day comes, I will fight, and I will teach, and I will lead. Not as a legend, but as one of them. the sleepy dragon's lullaby. In the Valley of Dragons, nestled between jagged peaks and shrouded in mist, young Luma struggled to find her place. Unlike the other dragonlings who practiced their fierce roars and belched searing fire, she preferred to hum soft melodies that danced like whispers on the wind. Her voice, though soothing, was often met with disapproval, particularly from Elder Draknor, the oldest and most formidable dragon in the valley. "Dragons are creatures of might and power, Luma," he would often chide, his voice a deep rumble that made the ground tremble, "not of song and softness." Yet no matter how hard she tried, Luma could not summon the roaring flames that her peers produced so effortlessly. Her fire came only as a weak ember, and her roar was little more than a breeze through autumn leaves. The other young dragons laughed, calling her names, Feather Breath, Hush Flame, but Luma did not mind. She had her songs, and they filled her heart with warmth in a way fire never could. One evening, as the sun dipped low, casting golden light over the valley, a disturbance rippled through the air. The scent of something unfamiliar wafted through Luma's keen nostrils, something neither dragon nor beast. The others smelled it too, and soon a deep collective growl echoed through the valley. "A human!" one of the elder dragons hissed. Luma's golden eyes widened as she spotted the source of the commotion. Stumbling through the undergrowth was a boy, no older than 10, his clothes tattered and his face streaked with dirt. Fear was painted across his features, his wide eyes darting between the towering dragons that loomed above him. The valley was forbidden to humans, and the elder dragons prepared to chase him away. "Shall we burn him out?" growled Elder Draknor, his great wings unfurling. "No, he's just a child," Luma said, stepping forward, her voice barely above a whisper. But the other dragons were unmoved. Luma knew she had to act fast. Without thinking, she opened her mouth and let her song spill into the air, a melody woven with warmth and peace. It floated like the first gentle snowfall of winter, threading its way into the ears and hearts of those who heard it. The effect was immediate. Rowan, the lost boy, blinked sluggishly, his terror melting like morning mist. His trembling ceased, and a peaceful sigh escaped his lips as he slumped onto a bed of moss, his breathing steady, his face serene. Even the elder dragons hesitated, their aggressive stances softening ever so slightly. Elder Draknor's gaze snapped to Luma, a flicker of something unreadable in his ancient eyes. "What is this?" he murmured. Luma didn't know the answer. She only knew that her song had calmed the boy, where fire and ferocity would have only fueled his fear. The other dragons murmured among themselves, puzzled yet intrigued. Never before had a dragon's voice possessed such an effect. Fire could destroy, claws could tear, wings could soar, but Luma's song could soothe, could mend, could lull even fear itself into slumber. Elder Draknor studied her for a long moment before turning away. "Keep watch over him," he rumbled, the weight of a decision hanging in his words. "Perhaps there is more to your gift than we realized." As the night fell and the stars blinked into existence, Luma curled around the sleeping boy, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of belonging. Maybe she wasn't meant to be fierce like the others. Maybe, just maybe, there was a different kind of strength and gentleness, a power that the Valley of Dragons had yet to understand. And so, beneath the silver moon, Luma sang once more, her lullaby weaving dreams of peace, of warmth, of a place where even the softest voice could be heard. The kingdom of Eldoria stood on the brink of ruin. Nights stretched endlessly, each hour burdened by the weight of sleeplessness. Fields withered, artisans lost their touch, and healers grew too fatigued to tend to the ill. Even the grand halls of the castle, once alive with music and laughter, had become somber chambers filled with whispers of despair. The people's strength waned, their hope diminishing like a candle flickering in the wind. King Aldrich, weary and desperate, sent his fastest riders in search of a dragon, a mighty ancient force that could perhaps shatter the curse that plagued Eldoria. Legend spoke of dragons as beings of immense power, creatures capable of reshaping the world with their will alone. Yet in the castle's highest tower, Princess Elira stood gazing out over the restless city, her heart weighed with doubt. Was it truly brute strength that they needed? Elira had spent days searching the archives, poring over tomes and scrolls that chronicled the land's history. Hidden within an old, fragile manuscript, she had found mention of a dragon unlike any other, a dragon not of fire and fury, but of wisdom and serenity. It was said that this dragon, called Siltharion, had once aided the rulers of old, not through battle but through the gift of peace. If there was any truth to the ancient texts, then perhaps Siltharion was the key to lifting the curse. Determined, Elira presented her findings to her father. "We must not seek a beast of war," she urged. "What if the curse is not something that can be broken with fire and destruction? What if it is something that must be undone with understanding and balance?" King Aldrich, though skeptical, could not ignore the wisdom in his daughter's words. He granted her leave to embark on her own quest, to seek out this dragon of peace. Accompanied by a small company of trusted knights and scholars, Elira set out toward the Whispering Highlands, where the manuscripts claimed Siltharion had last been seen. Their journey was long and arduous. As they traveled, they encountered villages where the people, too weak to continue working their lands, had begun to abandon their homes. Stories of restless nights and shadowed dreams followed them, reinforcing the urgency of their mission. When at last they reached the Whispering Highlands, the wind howled through the cliffs like a mournful song. No fires burned, no signs of life marked the craggy expanse, only silence and the distant call of the wind. Yet Elira refused to turn back. For days they searched, until one evening, as the sun bled into the horizon, they found themselves at the mouth of an ancient cavern. There, beneath the light of the dying sun, a voice, deep as the roots of the world, echoed through the air. "You seek me, child of Eldoria?" A great form emerged from the darkness, its scales shimmering like silver in the twilight. Unlike the fearsome dragons of legend, Siltharian's presence exuded an aura of calm. His eyes, vast pools of wisdom, studied them with quiet patience. Elira stepped forward and knelt. Great Siltharian, our kingdom suffers. A curse has robbed us of sleep, draining the life from our people. We were told only a dragon's power could lift it. But I believe it is your wisdom we need, not your might. The dragon regarded her in silence before speaking. The curse upon Eldoria is not born of magic alone, but of imbalance. The land is wounded, and so its people suffer. You seek to banish the affliction, yet the true path lies in healing the breach that caused it. Elira's heart pounded. How do we heal it? Siltharian's wings unfurled slightly, casting shifting shadows across the cavern walls. Long ago, your ancestors forged a pact with the spirits of nature, a bond of harmony between the land and those who dwelled upon it. But over generations, greed and ambition led to neglect. The wells that once flowed with enchanted waters have run dry. The sacred groves, once tended with care, now wither. The land's voice is lost beneath the clamor of industry and war. Realization dawned upon Elira. If the kingdom had broken its pact with nature, then the sleepless curse was a consequence, not a random affliction. What must we do? She asked. You must restore the balance. Find the ancient wells, awaken the sacred groves, offer reverence where it has been forgotten. Only when the land is at peace will its people find rest. Elira bowed deeply. Then guide us, great Siltharian. Help us mend what was broken. The dragon's gaze softened. I shall lead you to the first of the lost wells, but the journey ahead will not be easy. There will be those who resist change, those who would rather seek power than harmony. Are you prepared for this? Elira lifted her chin, determination burning in her eyes. For Eldoria I will do whatever it takes. And so, with Siltharian as their guide, the princess and her companions set forth on a new path, not one of war, but of restoration. The fate of Eldoria hung in the balance, and only through understanding and unity could the kingdom find solace once more. The royal messenger had barely dismounted before he collapsed, his face streaked with sweat and dust from the arduous journey. The kingdom, Eldoria, is under siege, he gasped, clutching his side as though the very weight of his words drained him. Elder Draknor, his golden scales catching the dim sunlight, listened intently. The council of dragons gathered around, their keen eyes filled with skepticism and intrigue. And you ask us for aid, human? Draknor's voice was deep, reverberating through the valley. The messenger nodded vigorously. The shadow horde grows stronger by the day. The royal army cannot hold them off much longer. Without your help, Eldoria will fall. A murmur spread among the dragons. Many looked toward Bralnok, the fiercest of their warriors, his obsidian scales glinting ominously. But before Draknor could summon him, a smaller voice interrupted. Wait! Rowan stepped forward, her emerald eyes blazing with determination. Luma should go. The valley fell silent, save for the rustling of the wind through the trees. Then laughter erupted from several of the gathered dragons. "Luma?" one of the elders scoffed. "The little one who sings to the stars? What use is a lullaby against an army?" Luma, their pale blue wings tucked in uncertainty, took a hesitant step forward. "My gift may not be of claws and fire, but songs have power too. Let me prove it." Draknor studied Luma for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Very well, let Luma fly to Eldoria." The doubts of the others lingered in the air as Luma spread their wings and took flight, leaving the Valley of Dragons behind. Their heart pounded as they soared toward the distant kingdom, uncertain but hopeful. The journey was long, and Eldoria came into view just as the first stars flickered in the evening sky. Smoke curled from the city walls, the acrid scent of battle filling the air. The streets were lined with desperate soldiers, their armor dented, their faces weary. Luma landed atop the castle battlements where King Aldrich stood with his generals. The sight of the dragon startled them, but the royal messenger, now rested, stepped forward. "This is the aid from the Valley of Dragons." The king frowned. "One dragon?" His voice held both disbelief and desperation. Luma met his gaze. "Not just a dragon, a song." Skepticism flashed across the faces of the gathered warriors, but they had little choice. The shadow horde was already gathering beyond the walls, their monstrous forms moving like a dark tide. As the enemy advanced, Luma took to the sky. Hovering above the battlefield, they closed their eyes and began to sing. The melody was soft at first, weaving through the wind like a whisper. Then it grew, a celestial chorus echoing over the land. The very air seemed to hum with the song's magic. Soldiers on both sides faltered. The warriors of Eldoria stood taller, their exhaustion lifting, but the shadow horde staggered, their monstrous howls turning to confused cries. The dark magic binding them wavered. Some dropped their weapons, others turned and fled, their wills broken by the lullaby's embrace. The battle raged on, but with renewed strength, Eldoria's warriors pushed forward, driving the shadow horde into retreat. As dawn broke over the battlefield, the enemy was gone, scattered like a bad dream. Luma landed, their wings trembling with exhaustion. The king approached, awe in his eyes. "You have saved Eldoria. Your song has done what swords could not." The valley's dragons had doubted. But now, as Luma lifted their head in quiet triumph, they knew they had found their power, and the world would never doubt them again. The first light of dawn stretched its golden fingers over the spires of Eldoria, illuminating a kingdom caught between wonder and disbelief. I sat on the castle's highest balcony, the cool stone pressing against my scaled belly, watching as the city below stirred to life. A hush of astonishment still lingered in the air. Hushed whispers and stolen glances exchanged between citizens who, for the first time in months, had awoken from a full night's rest. I curled my tail around myself, letting out a satisfied hum. My voice had worked. My lullaby had reached even the farthest corners of Eldoria. Yet I could feel the tension lingering in the wind. Not all were convinced that peace had truly returned. A sharp knock at the door drew my attention. "Enter," I called, keeping my tone light despite the unease curling in my gut. The heavy wooden doors creaked open, and Princess Alira stepped inside. Her silver hair caught the morning light, glistening like strands of moonlight. Her violet eyes held a mixture of relief and concern. She had fought for me when the king and his council had doubted. It was because of her faith that I had been given a chance at all. "Luma," she greeted softly, stepping closer. "The people are waking refreshed, but some among the council still fear this is only a temporary reprieve. They demand proof that the curse is truly broken." I sighed, unfolding my wings slightly. I expected as much. Curses are not so easily unraveled. The magic that plagued your kingdom was powerful. Alira nodded, her delicate fingers twisting in the fabric of her gown. "We must find the source. If the sleepless curse was merely a symptom of something greater." She trailed off, concern knitting her brows. A deep, weathered voice echoed from the hall. "And what if this dragon's magic is but another trick?" I turned to see the king himself enter, his long royal robes flowing behind him. His presence carried the weight of his people's suffering, and though his eyes were softer than the night before, I could see the shadow of doubt in them. I met his gaze without wavering. "Your Majesty, I have no desire to deceive you. If there is a deeper darkness at play, I will help you find it." He studied me for a long moment before giving a slow nod. "Then you will accompany my knights and my daughter to the ruins of Veldrin. The court sorcerers suspect the curse may have originated there." A shiver passed through my scales. I had heard whispers of Veldrin, a place where magic had once thrived but had long since been abandoned. If the darkness had festered there, then we were not facing a mere curse. We were facing something older, something patient. I nodded. "I will go." Alira smiled, though the worry never left her eyes. "Then we leave at sunset." The ruins of Veldrin loomed before us as the last rays of sunlight bled from the sky. The wind howled through crumbling stone, carrying with it the scent of ancient magic. My claws dug into the earth as I inhaled, sensing something cold and insidious slithering beneath the surface. Sir Aldrich, the commander of the Royal Knights, held his torch high. "Stay close. These ruins are cursed ground." I could feel the weight of his suspicion pressing against me, but I said nothing. Instead, I focused on the whispers that curled in the shadows, voices too faint to understand, yet too persistent to ignore. Alira stepped beside me. "Do you hear them?" she murmured. I nodded. "They are restless." As we ventured deeper, the ruins pulsed with a heartbeat not my own. My scales prickled. The sleepless curse had been but an echo of something much larger, something that was waking. Then the ground trembled. A deep, guttural voice rasped through the air. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" A figure rose from the darkness, a wraith-like form wreathed in shadows, its hollow eyes burning with an eerie blue light. My breath caught. This was no ordinary curse. This was a being of old magic. The knights drew their swords, but steel would be of little use here. I stepped forward. I am Luma. I broke the curse upon Eldoria, and I will face you. The entity's laughter was like the creak of old bones. Then let us see if your voice holds power against the song of the forgotten. As it spoke, a chorus of whispers rose, weaving together in a melody that clawed at my mind, seeking to unravel me from within. I closed my eyes, steadying myself. Then I let my own song rise, a lullaby of warmth and light, a melody spun from hope itself. The ruins shuddered, the wraith recoiling as my voice met its ancient dirge. I stood at the heart of Eldoria, my voice trembling as my latest lullaby faded into the hush of night. The air was thick with uncertainty, and the hush was not the peaceful one I had hoped for. It was the weight of fear, the silent grip of doubt tightening around every heart, including my own. The Shadowcaster's laughter echoed through the streets, threading through the alleys like smoke, seeping into my bones. How quaint, they mocked, stepping from the darkness. Cloaked in shadows, their presence felt like a wound in the fabric of the world, a tear through which nightmares bled. You think a mere song can fight what I have built? I clenched my fists, my breath shaky. I know it can. They tilted their head amused. And yet the people still wake with haunted eyes. They dream of fire, of monsters, of their deepest regrets. Tell me, little songbird, why do you persist? Because I had to. Because if I let go, if I gave in to despair, then who else would stand against them? Yet the seed of doubt had been planted. Were my lullabies only a fragile balm, a fleeting comfort before the nightmares returned? Was it even possible to drown out a force so deeply rooted in darkness with mere melodies? The Shadowcaster's smirk deepened as though reading my mind. You see the truth now, don't you? Chaos is the only constant. Fear is the most loyal companion. My nightmares take root because they are what lies beneath all illusions of peace. I shook my head, stepping forward. No, that's not true. People dream of hope, of love, of futures worth waking up for. Do they? The sorcerer flicked their wrist, and darkness pooled at their feet. It slithered like ink, curling into the shape of a child, eyes hollow, face contorted in silent terror. Tell me, what do you sing to a child who has seen war, who has lost their family? My voice wavered. I had sung to orphans, to the grieving, to those who knew pain as intimately as breath. But their suffering was real. No song could erase the past. The Shadowcaster watched me, triumphant. You cannot sing away truth. You cannot lull reality into something softer. I wanted to refute them, but their words gnawed at me. Was I only offering empty dreams? Then from the crowd a voice rose, a small trembling voice. Luma? I turned to see a young girl, her face familiar. She had been among the first I had sung to. She had once wept every night, haunted by memories of fire. But now she stood blinking at me, her hands clenched at her sides. I still dream, she whispered. I still hear your songs even when I sleep. The Shadowcaster's expression darkened. A coincidence, they spat. A murmur ran through the people gathered around us. Others stepped forward. I dreamed of my mother's embrace last night. I saw the stars again, not fire. I remembered laughter. Their voices joined, growing stronger, a chorus of defiance against the nightmares. And in that moment I understood. My songs were not a cure. They were not spells to banish fear forever. But they were light, a candle in the darkness, a reminder that even in the worst of times, there was something else, something other than fear, to hold on to. I lifted my chin, turning back to the Shadowcaster. "You're wrong," I said, voice steady. "Darkness might always exist, but so does kindness. So does hope, and I will never stop singing." Their smirk faltered, their shadow writhing in unease. "Fool," they hissed. "You think your lullabies can break my curse?" I took a deep breath and began to sing. Not to defy them, not as a weapon, but for the people of Eldoria, for the girl who still dreamed, for the ones who had found even the smallest comfort in my voice. And as my song filled the air, the darkness did not vanish. The curse did not break, but it recoiled. The nightmares hesitated. The grip of fear loosened, if only by a thread. I saw the Shadowcaster clench their fists, their form flickering. The last notes of my song hung in the air, shimmering like golden threads woven into the fabric of Eldoria itself. The Shadowcaster's form, once a towering storm of obsidian tendrils, had crumbled, reduced to nothing more than whispering echoes fading into the void. The darkness that had plagued our land for so long was no more. A hush fell over the kingdom. Then, as if awakening from a long nightmare, the people of Eldoria gasped, their breath catching in unison before erupting into joyous cries. The skies above, once cloaked in swirling black clouds, now shone with hues of soft pink and brilliant gold. Sunlight streamed down upon the castle walls, illuminating the faces of the people who had lived too long under fear's heavy weight. I swayed where I stood, my body trembling. Power unlike anything I had ever known had flowed through me, a force of warmth, courage, and unity manifesting into song. The very air still hummed with it. But now that the battle was over, exhaustion crashed into me like a wave against the shore. A pair of strong arms caught me before I could collapse. I turned my head and met the worried gaze of Prince Adric, his emerald eyes searching mine. "Luma," he breathed, his voice a mixture of relief and awe. "You did it. The kingdom is free." Adric's words barely registered before I found myself enveloped in the embrace of the people. Villagers, knights, children, everyone reached for me, their hands brushing against my arms, my shoulders, as if touching me would assure them this was real, that the darkness was truly gone. Their joy surged through me, and I let out a breathless laugh, my heart swelling with their warmth. "Luma, Luma, the light-bearer!" they chanted, lifting me onto their shoulders. The title was new, yet it settled into my soul as if it had always been mine. Eldoria had suffered under the Shadowcaster's tyranny for years. I had suffered, My parents, taken by his wretched sorcery, had left me an orphan, my home burned to cinders. My voice, once something I used only for quiet songs in the dark, had become my greatest weapon. And now it had become the kingdom's salvation. As the celebration swelled around me, a familiar figure stepped forward. Queen Isolde, regal even with tears streaming down her cheeks, placed a hand upon my shoulder. "Eldoria owes you a debt we can never repay," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "You have saved us, Luma. You have proven that true strength does not always come from steel or fire, but from the light within." I bowed my head, humbled. I only did what my heart told me was right. She smiled, cupping my face gently. "And that is why you prevailed." That evening, the kingdom held a grand feast in the palace square. Tables overflowed with food and drink, laughter rang through the streets, and music filled the air. For the first time in years, Eldoria knew peace. Yet as I sat among my friends and newfound family, a quiet thought nestled itself into the corner of my mind. The Shadowcaster was gone, but darkness was a part of the world. It always would be. If I had the power to banish it once, then I had the power to keep it at bay. My voice, my song, could be a beacon for more than just Eldoria. Adric must have noticed my distant expression, for he leaned closer. "What troubles you?" I met his gaze, a new determination solidifying within me. This was only the beginning. There are other lands beyond Eldoria that still suffer under shadows of their own. I cannot turn my back on them. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Then you won't face it alone." The warmth of his words settled deep in my chest. I glanced around at the people who had once been strangers, now bound to me through song and light. They would rebuild, they would thrive. And if ever darkness returned, I knew they would stand strong. Tomorrow I would set out beyond Eldoria's borders. My journey was far from over. But tonight, under the stars that had once seemed so distant, I allowed myself to simply be, to celebrate, to love, and to embrace the light we had all fought so hard to reclaim. The decision was mine to make, and though the weight of it pressed heavy on my heart, I knew there was no other path for me. I had wielded swords, danced through battlefields, and felt the searing heat of war in my veins. Yet, in the hush that followed victory, as Eldoria stood on the brink of something new, I found my purpose not in the clamor of combat, but in the quiet that followed it. I would stay, not as a warrior, but as a guardian of peace. The sky above Eldoria stretched wide and endless, streaked with the warm hues of dawn. My dragon Cithril rumbled a low purr beneath me as I sat atop the cliffs overlooking the valley. The kingdom below was still waking, the faint chiming of blacksmiths and the distant laughter of children carrying on the breeze. It was a sound I had once feared I would never hear again. Now it was a promise of what was to come. "My lady," a voice called behind me. I turned to see Elendor, the king's advisor, his robes brushing against the ground as he approached. His eyes, wise and knowing, searched mine for certainty. "You are sure of this?" I nodded. "Eldoria has seen enough bloodshed. It does not need another warrior. It needs something else." His lips parted as though to object, but he found no words. He had seen me in battle, knew well the force I could command, and yet he had also seen me in the quiet moments, when my hands reached for the wounded instead of my blade. "Then may the kingdom know peace under your watch," he said finally, bowing his head. Cithril exhaled a warm breath, scales shimmering like liquid gold under the rising sun. I pressed my forehead against his, feeling the deep pulse of his heart, steady, unshaken. He had been my strength in battle, but he too understood that our strength did not lie in destruction, but in something greater. The days that followed were filled with change. The walls of Eldoria, once built for war, now bore banners of unity instead of conquest. I walked among the people, not as a knight, but as a presence of assurance. Farmers who had once taken up arms returned to their fields. Healers no longer feared an influx of the wounded. Children, wide-eyed and curious, followed me through the streets, daring each other to ask if they could touch a dragon's wing. At night, when the world quieted and worries lingered in the hearts of those who had suffered loss, I would sit atop the tallest spire of the castle, Cithril curled around me. It was then that I would hum an old lullaby, one my mother had once sung to me. A song of peace, of hope, of a world not ruled by the clash of swords, but by the gentle strength of those who sought to protect it. The people of Eldoria came to recognize it. Whenever hardship arose, when storms tore through crops or disputes threatened to divide, they needed only to listen. The lullaby would rise through the night, carried on the wind, a reminder that peace was not a fleeting dream, but something we could hold if only we dared to believe in it. Some days I wondered if I had made the right choice. There were still battles beyond Eldoria, wars fought in distant lands where my blade might have made a difference. But then I would see a father lift his daughter into his arms without fear of losing her to war, or watch a merchant return home without the dread of raiders along the road. And I would know I had chosen well. Strength is not always in force. It is in the patience to mend, in the courage to forgive, in the steadfastness to stand for peace even when war whispers its tempting call. Eldoria had seen enough warriors. Now it had a guardian, and whenever they needed me, they had only to listen for the song of the dragon's lullaby, the surface of a lake catching the last light of day. "You have asked about my past, Elias," he said, his voice smooth as though aged like fine tea. "It is not a tale I tell lightly, nor one I often share, but tonight the leaves whisper that you should hear it." I nodded, settling deeper into my chair as he began. "Once I was not the tea wizard you see before you. I was merely a man, wandering with neither direction nor peace. My name then was Aldrich." The name felt weighty in the air, as if it held within it the weight of centuries. I was a scholar, drawn to the mysteries of the arcane, but my My heart belonged to a woman named Lyria. A wistful smile crossed his lips, the kind that carried both warmth and sorrow. She was light where I was shadow, laughter where I was silence. It was she who taught me that magic was not just in the runes and relics, but in the simple act of kindness. A shared cup of tea on a cold night, a whispered secret beneath the stars. His fingers tightened slightly around his cup before he continued. But fate is rarely kind to those who believe they have found happiness. The war came. Magic itself became a weapon, and I was called to wield it. A silence fell over us, heavy and thick as fog. Lyria begged me not to go, but I was young, foolish. I believed I could protect what I loved by standing on the battlefield. I was wrong. His voice cracked barely above a whisper. The battle lasted 3 days. When I returned, our village was nothing but embers. The house we built together had crumbled. And Lyria, his breath hitched. She was gone. A cold hand gripped my heart. I had never heard such raw grief woven into words before. I searched for her, he said, for years. Every spell, every scrap of knowledge I gathered was in pursuit of undoing what had been done. But death does not return what it has taken. The wizard exhaled, slow and deliberate, as if steadying himself against the weight of memory. I was lost, Elias, truly lost, until I stumbled into a small village, weary and near collapse. And there an old woman invited me into her home. She offered me nothing more than a cup of tea and a place by the fire. His eyes lifted to meet mine, and I saw the embers of something resolute. That moment changed me. For the first time in years I felt warmth, not just in my hands, but in my soul. That single act of kindness, as simple as it was, anchored me back to the world. And so I chose to dedicate my life to creating a place where others might find what I had lost. A sanctuary, a moment of warmth in a world often too cruel. I swallowed, the weight of his story settling deep within me. That is why this place exists, Elias. Not for power, not for magic's sake, but for those who are lost, so they might find their way again, even if only for a moment. The tea in my hands had gone cold, but I did not mind. My heart was warm. The moment the warm tea slid down my throat, a fire kindled in my chest. It spread rapidly, not as a burn, but as a sensation of undeniable clarity. The wavering doubts that had coiled themselves around my thoughts unraveled in an instant. My mind, fogged with indecision just moments ago, was now razor sharp. I knew where Leora was. More importantly, I knew I had to find her now. The tea wizard observed me with an amused yet knowing glint in his eyes. "Ah, you feel it now, don't you? The courage, the clarity. This is the tea of second chances. It does not merely gift you bravery. It reminds you of what your soul already knows." I stood abruptly, nearly knocking over the delicate porcelain cup on the wooden table before me. My fingers trembled, but not with fear. No, fear had abandoned me. It was urgency that set my limbs in motion. "She's near the Whispering Falls," I said, my voice resolute. I don't know how I know, but I do. The tea wizard nodded approvingly. Then go, Elias. Time is as fluid as the tea we drink. Waste none of it. Without another word, I bolted from his cozy, lantern-lit shop and into the cool night air. The cobbled streets of Eldermere were quieter than usual, the moon casting elongated shadows along the buildings. My feet barely made a sound as I ran, my heartbeat keeping pace with my determination. Leora had been missing for days, and every attempt to find her had led to dead ends. But now it was as if a thread of fate had been placed into my hands, leading me directly to her. The Whispering Falls. Why had I not thought of it before? It was our place, a secret haven nestled deep within the moonshade forest. As I veered past the town's gates, the scent of damp earth and pine filled my lungs. The forest loomed ahead, its trees towering like silent sentinels. I plunged into its depths, moving swiftly along the familiar paths we had once walked together. The further I ran, the louder the distant murmurs of the falls grew, mingling with the rustling leaves and nocturnal calls of unseen creatures. Then I heard it. A voice, faint, carried by the wind, but unmistakably hers. Elias. I skidded to a stop, breathless. Leora, I called, my voice breaking through the night. A rustling from behind a dense thicket made my heart leap. I pushed through the branches, barely feeling the sting of leaves against my skin. And there she was, Leora, sitting near the water's edge, her form illuminated by the moon's glow. She looked up, her eyes wide with surprise and something else, relief. Elias, you found me. I dropped to my knees beside her, grasping her hands as if she might disappear. You're safe. I thought I lost you. She shook her head, her golden hair reflecting the soft light. I never meant to be lost. I was searching for something I thought I needed, but now I see what truly matters. I studied her face, noting the exhaustion. The traces of tears dried upon her cheeks. Come back with me, I urged. We have another chance. We can set things right. A tear slipped down her cheek, but she nodded. Yes, let's go home. With her hand in mine, I helped her to her feet, feeling the magic of the tea still thrumming through my veins. The tea of second chances had led me to her, and this time I wouldn't let go. The colors in the sky above me waver, shimmering like a mirage, before dulling at the edges. The brilliant spectrum that had painted the horizon is slowly retreating, as if second-guessing its return. I stand frozen, my mind tangled in an impossible choice. The tea wizard watches me from his place beside the low wooden table, his expression unreadable beneath the shifting candlelight. His robes, the color of steeped amber, rustle as he leans forward slightly. You feel it, don't you? His voice is gentle but firm. The pull of the unknown, the whisper of a path not yet walked. I nod, swallowing hard. The tea he brewed for me was more than just a drink. It was a key, unlocking visions of places I had never been, of people I had yet to meet. Possibilities stretched before me, vibrant and enticing, but fleeting like the colors now dimming in the sky. If I go, I murmur more to myself than to him, I might never come back. The tea wizard tilts his head slightly, considering me. True, but if you stay, you may never know what lies beyond the rainbow's edge. I let out a slow breath, watching the last slivers of violet and gold dissolve into the evening. My heart pounds with indecision. My time here has been brief but profound. The tea wizard's lessons, his stories steeped in wisdom and ancient knowledge, have altered me in ways I can barely understand. To leave now means stepping into uncertainty, but to stay means turning my back on the very thing that calls to me. What would you do? I ask, knowing full well that the answer is mine to find. The tea wizard chuckles softly, reaching for his cup and taking a slow sip. That is not my question to answer, Elias. His eyes glimmer like dark pools of liquid knowledge. I have walked my paths and made my choices. This one belongs to you. I exhale, feeling the weight of the moment settle over me like a heavy cloak. If I leave, I step into a world of mystery and potential danger, but also adventure and self-discovery. If I stay, I gain certainty, knowledge, and the safety of these warm walls, and the wise mentor who has guided me thus far. I look back at the fading sky one last time, then down at the cup in my hands. The remnants of the tea have settled at the bottom, the leaves forming patterns I can't quite interpret. Perhaps they hold the answer. Perhaps I already know it. My fingers tighten around the porcelain. My decision is made. I turn to the tea wizard, my voice steady. I have to go. A knowing smile plays at his lips. He sets his cup down and rises, the fabric of his robes whispering against the wooden floor. Then you should go before the last light fades, he says. But remember, Elias, the tea only shows possibilities. It is you who shapes the path ahead. I nod, feeling a mixture of exhilaration and fear. As I step toward the door, the cool night air rushes in, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine. The world beyond awaits, and with one last glance at the tea wizard's knowing eyes, I step into the unknown. The road stretched before me, a winding path of dust and stone leading back to the place I once called home. The warmth of the tea wizard's shop still lingered in my chest, a quiet ember glowing against the evening chill. The scent of spiced leaves clung to my clothes, a reminder of the parting gift he had placed in my hands, a pouch of his finest blend, meant to carry me through the long miles ahead. The sky was painted in streaks of amber and rose, the sun sinking low on the horizon. I had barely taken a dozen steps when something, a presence, stirred the air. My heart leapt. Ahead, where the path curved and dipped into a valley of wildflowers, stood a figure. Leora. She was a ghost of the past, standing still as the wind toyed with the loose strands of her hair. The golden light wrapped around her like a halo, casting long shadows on the earth beneath her feet. I stopped walking. My breath caught somewhere between surprise and something deeper, something unnamed. She had always been just beyond reach, a fleeting whisper in the wind, a dream I had spent too many nights chasing. And now here she was, real, solid, waiting. I forced my feet to move, though the weight of 1,000 unspoken words anchored me to the ground. Leora? My voice barely carried, swallowed by the vastness of the open road. She tilted her head, her expression unreadable. Elias. The sound of my name from her lips was a key turning in an old rusted lock. The years that had stretched between us, the nights of wondering, the echoes of words we never had the courage to say. It all pressed into that one moment. I stepped closer, hesitating at first, then striding forward as if drawn by an invisible thread. I didn't expect to see you. Her lips curved, a ghost of a smile. Nor I, you. She studied me, her gaze flickering to the pouch of tea in my hands. You've been with him. I nodded. There was no need to ask who she meant. I have. A knowing glimmer lit her eyes. And did he give you what you sought? I hesitated. Had he? The tea wizard had offered no grand revelations, no earth-shattering truths, and yet there was something within me now, a stillness, a warmth that had not been there before. I think so, I said, though I'm still figuring out what that means. Leora stepped closer, close enough that I could see the faint lines of worry etched at the corners of her eyes. Elias, She stopped herself, exhaling softly, her breath a whisper against the cooling air. I waited, giving her space to find the words. I thought you wouldn't come back, she finally admitted. The weight of her words settled between us. I had left without saying goodbye, without looking back. There had been reasons, though whether they were good ones, I still wasn't sure. I wasn't sure I would. The truth was a fragile thing between us, delicate yet unyielding. Silence stretched. Somewhere in the distance, a bird trilled a lonely song. The scent of wild flowers and earth filled the air, mingling with the lingering fragrance of tea. Leora finally moved, reaching out with cautious fingers, tracing the edge of the pouch I held. Then let's walk, she murmured. You can tell me what changed. And so we walked. The road to my hometown stretched on, but for the first time in a long while, I wasn't walking it alone. I never imagined I would find Leora again, or perhaps that she would find me. The city had changed in the years since we had last met, but she had not truly. Time had graced her lightly, adding only a whisper of silver to her dark hair, a softening to her gaze that was already kind. And when she saw me, I knew in an instant that the magic of the past had not faded. We sat in a small cafe, unremarkable in every way. A bell chimed as I pushed open the door, a sound lost in the hum of voices, the clatter of spoons against ceramic. The scent of roasted beans and spice curled around us, distant echoes of something far greater. You remember it too, I said, watching her as she stirred her tea. Her fingers paused just for a moment, and then she smiled. How could I forget? I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. The memories flooded back with such clarity that for a moment I swore I could taste the air of that place again, warm, fragrant, alive. "The Rainbow Tea Shop," I murmured, and Leora gave a small, knowing nod. It had not been a shop in the way this cafe was. There had been no sign on the door, no menu, no clear path that led you there. And yet we had both found it. Or perhaps it had found us. I told her everything. How I had stumbled upon the narrow alley where the lantern swayed without wind. How the cobblestones seemed to whisper beneath my steps. How the air itself shimmered, heavy with the scent of stories waiting to be told. And then there was the tea wizard. Leora laughed, a soft, delighted sound, and I saw in her eyes the same wonder I had felt on that long-ago evening. "He told me that every cup holds a memory," she said. "That once you taste it, it never truly leaves you." I nodded. I didn't believe him at first, not until the first sip. Even now, recalling it made my throat tighten, my hands tremble ever so slightly against the porcelain of my cup. It had been like drinking the very essence of a moment, the golden warmth of childhood, the crisp bite of a forgotten winter morning, the scent of jasmine carried on the wind of an unfamiliar city. The past, the future, all distilled into something impossibly tangible. "And now?" Leora asked, gesturing toward the tea before us. Ordinary, simple, the kind that could be found anywhere. I lifted it to my lips and sipped. The taste was nothing remarkable, yet something in my chest ached, as if the memory itself flavored it. "It lingers," I said, "even now." She reached across the table, her fingers warm against mine. Maybe that was the real magic all along. Not the tea, but the fact that we carry it with us. I thought of the tea wizard then, of the way his eyes had gleamed in the dim glow of his shop, of the quiet smile he had given me when I finished my cup, as if he had always known I would come to understand. The Rainbow Tea Shop was gone now. I had searched for it more than once. The alley was just an alley, the cobblestones ordinary. No lanterns swayed in invisible breezes. And yet I could never quite shake the feeling that if I turned the right corner, at the right moment, I might find it again. Or perhaps it had only ever existed for those who needed it most. Leora and I sat in comfortable silence, the last rays of the sun slanting through the window, painting gold across the wooden table. We finished our tea, neither of us rushing to leave. The magic had found us once. In a way it never left. And in the quiet warmth of that cafe, I knew it never would.